The night Voldemort casts the killing curse, something impossible happens. Harry doesn't just survive. He rewrites the law of death itself. The curse collapses, space freezes, and the universe bends to the will of an infant who doesn't yet understand power. From that moment, Harry Potter isn't the boy who lived. He's the being who commands reality. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry. Please subscribe if you are new. Also, join Patreon if you like awesome and uncensored Naruto stories. Now, let's begin.
The kitchen at number 4 already smelled like fried eggs and toast. Sunlight came in thin squares through the curtains. The wall clock ticked loud, louder than it needed to. The fridge hummed. A fly tapped the window again and again. Harry was crying. Red face, wet cheeks, hiccups punching through each breath. He was 3 and small on the booster seat. His fists opened and closed on the edge of the table. The sugar tin sat just out of reach. Next to it, a wrapped toffee. Dudley's toffee. No, Petunia said, thin and breathy, trying to sound firm.
Harry, no.
That's Dudley's. You have toast. One sweet, Harry sobbed.
Mine.
It's not, Vernon started, a heavy sigh in his chair, the paper trembling in his hands. It's not yours, boy, you can't just. Want it. Harry's feet kicked the chair legs. The table shivered. The clock ticked. The light over the hob buzzed for no reason and then stopped. Dudley shoveled cornflakes and watched with a flat, greedy look. He pressed the toffee under his thumb and grinned. Mine, he said sing-song. Milk dribbled down his chin. 2 prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. Harry reached with both hands, palms up. One sweet, please. Toast, Petunia said, voice climbing, fake cheer straining. Here, darling, jam. Look, strawberry jam. She spread too fast. The knife scraped loud against the plate. Her fingers shook. You love jam. Sweet, Harry cried. Please, please. Enough, Vernon snapped. And then, seeing how Harry's shoulders bunched tighter at the word, he swallowed the rest. His face was already red from the heat, from the noise. He rubbed his temple and looked at the ceiling like he might find patience up there. We don't give in to. Vernon, Petunia whispered, a warning. Her eyes didn't leave Harry. She slid one hand across the table as if she could smooth the air. Harry, sweetie, breathing. All right? Breathe with Aunt Petunia. Harry tried. He sucked air in too fast and coughed. Hiccup. Another sob tore loose. Dudley took the toffee and waved it. Say please, freak, he said. The word picked up somewhere, careless and mean, and then his smile fell because Petunia shot him a sharp look. Stop. She didn't dare say it out loud, not now. Dudders, don't, she hissed, too late. The kitchen light flickered. Just once. Quick blink on, off, on. The hum in the fridge deepened and rattled the butter dish. The spoon in Dudley's bowl trembled and clinked the rim. The clock's tick stuttered, paused, raced to catch up. Vernon's eyes cut to the light. His hand tightened on the paper until the page crumpled. Now see here. Harry's fists clenched. Want it, want it, want. Harry, please, Petunia said, voice thin and shaking now. Please, please, just breathe. Just calm down, please. The fly hit the window and fell to the sill, stunned. Somewhere in the house a pipe thudded. The floor under the table gave a small judder, like someone heavy had stomped in the next room. Dudley snorted. Crybaby. The light dimmed until shadows took the corners. The bulb brightened again, too bright, white around the edges. The smell of eggs turned metallic. Harry's breath came in small panicked bursts. He wasn't listening anymore. The room didn't know how. Sleep was 3 and hungry, and he wanted the shiny sweet, and his head was hot, and why wouldn't they just give it? He wailed. Vernon, Petunia said. It wasn't even a word anymore. It was a thin line of sound. Vernon pushed his chair back. It scraped the floor. He put his hands down flat on the table. Big hands. Red knuckles. He was going to stand up and bark something simple and final because that was what he knew how to do. He didn't get to. The air changed. There was a sound like a breath pulled through a straw. Not loud. More a shape of a sound. Every hair on Petunia's arms rose. Dudley vanished. One thumb crease whitening, he was there, round face, cereal milk on his chin, the toffee under his thumb, and the next heartbeat he wasn't.
No smoke. No chimmer.
The chair he'd been sitting on whipped backward a centimeter as if something had been yanked away from it. Milk slopped out of his bowl and ran into the place where his chest should have been. The spoon fell flat and rang on ceramic. A drop of milk lifted and hovered and then fell into the empty space and splashed on wood. Harry's crying cut off. Silence. Not quiet. Silence. The fridge hum died. The clock did not tick. The light held perfectly steady and harsh. Even outside, the distant car that had been going down the street was gone, or the sound of it was gone. Petunia's lungs forgot how to move. There was nothing where Dudley had been. Not a blur. Not a trick. Just the wrong shape in the world. Vernon's mouth opened and no sound came out. The color fell out of his face. The paper slipped from his hands. His eyes fixed on the chair as if looking hard enough would bring a boy back. Harry stared at the space, tears still on his cheeks, nose running. He blinked. Dud. His voice was small. Dud. Petunia's hand slapped over her mouth hard enough to sting. She reached for the chair and snatched her fingers back like it was a stove. Oh God, she breathed, and then Harry. Because what else could she say to a 3-year-old who had just unmade her son by wanting a sweet? She forced her legs to move. She went around the table, slow and shaking, palms up like she was approaching a skittish animal. Harry, darling, look at me, she whispered. Breathe. With me. Harry looked at her and then back at the chair. His small chest jumped with shallow breaths. His lip quivered. Where'd Dud go? Petunia's voice snapped. She swallowed. He's Harry, sweetheart, listen to Aunt Petunia, all right? We're going to just breathe. Vernon's hands were on the table. His fingertips were white where they pressed the wood. Sweat stood on his forehead. A drop ran down past his temple and into the fold by his ear. Bring him back, he said, raw, not loud. He didn't look at Harry when he said it. The room didn't look away from the chair. Bring him, he swallowed. Boy, bring him back. Harry's little hands lifted and then fell. He didn't understand what he'd done. The room didn't know how to do things or undo things. His heart thumped in his chest like it wanted out. He managed to hear it. He thought if he reached for the toffee the world might do the wrong thing again. Sleep was scared of his own hands. He hiccuped. Dud. The air moved. No sound first, only a strange wobble to the light like heat above a road, and then, with a soft thump, Dudley was there again. Not on the chair but a few inches to the side, so he slid off and hit the floor. His cereal bowl jumped, clattered, cracked. Milk went everywhere. Dudley's hands hit the tile and slapped. He sucked in a breath too fast and choked on it. His eyes were open and wide and wrong, pupils big, then small, then big again like they couldn't make up their mind. He made a noise Harry had never heard him make. It was not a tantrum cry. It was animal. Petunia dropped to her knees so fast they bruised. Dudders, she said, and the name broke in the middle. She gathered him up and then flinched at the feel of him, cold sweat, shaking. He smelled like the cupboard under the stairs, like dust. The room clawed at her blouse and buried his face in her throat, and he was too heavy, and she didn't care. It's all right. It's all right. I've got you. I've got you. Vernon didn't move. His hands stayed glued to the table. His mouth hung open and then closed and then opened. His lips were pale. He made a dry, scraping sound in his throat. The room looked like a man seeing over a cliff. Harry slid out of his chair without thinking about how it wobbled. He took one step and stopped because Petunia's eyes snapped to him, wide, terrified, and then softened hard and fast. She shook her head, tiny, frantic. No, no, sweetheart, stay there. It's okay. It's... Her voice broke again. It's okay. Baby, just stay right there, please. He froze. Sorry, he whispered. And then louder, hiccups snagging the word, sorry. It's fine, Petunia said too quickly, as if by saying it, she could make it true. Her hands stroked Dudley's back, shaking. It's fine. It's fine. Vernon finally moved. He pushed up and nearly knocked the chair over. The room took one step back. Another. His shin hit the corner of the low cabinet with a dull thud, and he didn't feel it. His eyes flicked to Harry for half a second and then away like the sight burned. Right? He said to no one. Right? Harry was still standing with his arms half stretched, like he'd been gonna hug, and then remembered he didn't know if hugs made people go away. Milk soaked into his socks. The floor was cold through the wet cotton. His chest hurt from breathing wrong. He didn't know where to put his hands. The room didn't know if he could touch anything. Sleep looked at the toffee. He looked at the empty air where Dudley hadn't been. Petunia shifted to stand with Dudley in her arms. Vernon, she said, and her voice came out hoarse. The light. The light flickered again. Once, twice, steadied. The clock ticked, a loud single click, and started again. Bird tapping at the glass. Tick. The fridge hummed. Car went by outside. The house breathed out. The world remembered how to be. Harry's shoulders slumped with it, and the sob he'd been holding back rattled loose. He covered his face with both hands. Didn't mean, he mumbled into his palms. Didn't mean. Petunia swallowed. She tried to smile, and it didn't work. I know, she said, and her voice shook and shook and shook. I know, darling. It's all right. She took 2 careful steps to the table and, still clutching Dudley, reached for the toffee with her free hand. Her fingers wouldn't close on it. She tried again and got it, peeled the paper with a jerk, and held it out at arm's length. Here, she whispered. Here you are. Harry stared at her hand, at the sweet. He didn't reach. The room nodded once, slow. Then he took it and the toffee stuck to his fingers a little and he didn't unwrap it more. He just held it because he didn't know what else to do. His breathing started to even out. The light stayed steady. Vernon put his hand on the back of a chair and stood there like a statue. His knuckles were still white. No one spoke for a long time. The clock counted it. The milk crept under the table leg and made a small white line on the tile. They didn't talk about it. Not that day. Not the next. Not any day, not ever. Not with words. But the house learned new rules. Voices dropped. Doors didn't slam. Sharp words died between teeth. If Harry cried, even a little, Petunia was there in a blink with a cup of water and a soft, breathless, "It's all right, sweetheart, you're all right," and hands that stroked his hair without actually touching him. If his lip trembled, Vernon left the room. If Dudley tripped and skinned his knee, he swallowed his shout and bit down on his fist and later cried into a pillow, because he had learned that loud wasn't safe and he didn't have words for why. Petunia stopped saying no. She learned the shape of a plea that sounded like a lullaby. Breathe with me. In, out. In. She said it so many times her throat stayed raw. She learned to hide the fear in the back of her eyes and not in the front. Vernon learned how to sit very still, coffee cup in hand, jaw set, watching the television without seeing it. Breath slow and careful, like the air itself was a floorboard that might creak if he stepped wrong. Dudley learned how to give wide space to his cousin without being told. He didn't taunt. The room didn't reach across him for the salt. Sleep wouldn't look too long at Harry's face. Sometimes, if Harry walked into a room, Dudley got up and left his toy behind, and later he wouldn't remember why. Once, months later, Harry cried because a cartoon ended and the screen went blue and he wasn't done laughing. The light over the sofa popped and a string of black ran inside the bulb like a burned hair. Vernon didn't shout. He stood up, mouth thin, and got the stepladder. The room unscrewed the bulb with careful fingers while Petunia whispered, "It's all right, darling." And Harry pressed his forehead to the arm of the sofa and tried to make his breath slow. When the new bulb turned on, everyone exhaled in the same moment and pretended they hadn't. Another time, in the back garden, the wind gusted at the wrong moment and took the peg bag off the line. The pegs scattered. Harry laughed and reached, and the gust stopped like someone had pinched the air closed. For a long second, the sheets hung flat as painted cloth. Petunia stood with damp pillowcases against her chest and felt the world hold still on a breath. "Lovely day," she said too brightly to the fence. The sheets moved again. She didn't look at Harry. They never hit him. They didn't dare. They didn't raise hands or voices. They tried to erase edges from the world. Rounded corners. Soft shoes. Radio low. Milk poured careful. Dudley's birthday party that year had no balloons because balloons pop and nobody wanted to hear the noise. The big cake was cut in the kitchen with the door closed. Harry learned things too. He learned that people smiled more when he smiled. The room learned to say sorry often, even if he didn't know for what. Sleep learned to hold his breath when he got very angry and count 1, 2, 3, 4 and think about the kitchen clock or the way the wallpaper curl by the baseboard always tried to peel up. He learned words like softly and gently and quiet, darling. He learned where to put his hands. He learned to sit very still and very small. At night, sometimes the house hummed a different way. The air at the edges of the windows felt thicker. Petunia would wake with her heart racing and not know why, and later tell herself it was a dream. She would stand at the cupboard door and listen to Harry's little snores and press her palm to the wood and feel a strange warmth, like the cupboard was breathing. She'd go back to bed and lie awake until the first birds. Dudley kept his light on for months. He'd wake up and scramble for the switch and then fall asleep sitting up, the light painting a harsh square on his rug, exhausted and safe only inside that square. Vernon checked the fuses every Sunday. No one said anything, saying it would make it real again. On the morning the letter came, the sky was low and gray. The post thudded through the flap near the front door and slid across the hall. The house smelled like dust and washing powder. The clock ticked. The fridge hummed. Harry was taller now. The curls that stuck to his forehead as a toddler had lifted into a mess that never obeyed a comb. He had learned to keep his voice low. The room had learned to move quietly at the edges of rooms. Sleep had learned how to carry a cup with both hands. He fetched the mail because that was safe. It made Petunia smile, a tired, small smile. "Thank you, sweetheart." He liked that. He liked jobs that had clear steps. He bent and picked up the envelopes. Water bill, catalog, a thick envelope of stiff, yellowish paper that felt warm from the floor. Green ink on the front. His name. Mr. H. Potter cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry read it once, stumbled in the middle, read it again. The letters looked like they'd been written by hand, each stroke sure. There was a crest on the back, pressed into the paper, a fat wax stamp gone hard. He ran his thumb over it and felt the bumps. The room didn't know the animal shapes, but he liked that they were there. The envelope smelled like dust and something sharp, like old books. He stood there for a long second in the hall with the light dim and the dust in the air and the tick of the clock and the hum of the fridge and the whole house holding its breath, and then something he hadn't felt in a long time pushed up from under his ribs. Hope. Not big, not loud, just a small warm thing that said answers. Maybe someone would tell him what he was. Maybe there were words for the things they never said. Maybe he could be more than a boy who counted his breaths and made sure the lights didn't flicker. He pressed the envelope against his chest because his hands had started to shake, and they were shaking from more than fear. "Post!" Petunia called from the kitchen, voice a little sharp and then softened. "Harry!" He wiped his palms on his shirt. "Comin'," he said, and heard how his voice sounded different, lighter, and saw, as he stepped into the kitchen, Petunia's eyes flicked to his face and then to the envelope and then back to his face. Her throat bobbed. Vernon lowered the paper a fraction and stared at the wax seal. Something ugly and cold moved over his expression and then away, replaced by the blank, careful look he'd practiced for years. Dudley, older and rounder, didn't say anything. He looked, then looked away, then looked back, then swallowed hard. His spoon scraped the bowl once. He didn't make a joke. Harry turned the envelope over. He ran his thumb along the wax and felt the edges. His heart beat steady and human in his chest. He lifted the corner, slow. "Can I?" he asked, small, out of habit, and Petunia surprised herself by nodding. "Yes," she said, voice low. "Go on." Harry broke the seal. The wax cracked. The sound was tiny and clean. He slid the letter out and unfolded it. The paper made a soft rasp. He didn't know all the words yet. He'd ask. He'd learn. He'd go where the green ink told him. Outside, a car door thumped, and a bird called from the hedge, quick and ordinary. The light didn't flicker. The clock ticked. The world stayed put. Harry read the first line with his mouth moving on the hard words and felt the warm thing under his ribs lift its head and look around. "Dear Mr. Potter." He smiled before he meant to. He didn't notice Petunia's hands shaking as she sat down. The room didn't see how Vernon's jaw muscle jumped. Sleep didn't see the way Dudley's eyes flicked to the chair across from him, and then away and then back like he was checking something that wasn't there anymore. He only felt the weight of the paper and the shape of the letters and the solid floor under his feet. Answers, he thought, simple, clear. Finally. He kept reading. Chapter 2. The Impossible Student. The train was already moving when the red-haired boy slid the compartment door open, dragging a battered trunk that bumped his heels. "Everywhere's full. Mind if I?" "Yeah, sit," Harry said quickly, trying to sound casual. His palms were damp. He wiped them on his jeans under his robe. "Act normal." The boy hauled the trunk in, flopped onto the seat opposite, and blew out a breath. "Cheers. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." "Harry." Ron blinked. "Potter." Harry's heart tapped faster. "Keep it light. That one." "Blimey." Ron sat up straighter, then slouched again like he remembered not to stare. "So, you really, "Apparently," Harry said. He smiled a little. He'd read every page about his parents he could find without looking like he knew what he'd find. He cleared his throat. "So, are these pumpkin pasties any good?" "Never had one." He was sure the recipe from the wrapper knew how the sugar was cut with spice. Asking made him normal. "Best thing on the trolley," Ron said, brightening. "Want to split?" He dug out a few coins. His ears were a bit red. "I've got enough for 2, maybe 3. "I'll get them," Harry said, already standing, already fishing out change he pretended to count. "Back in a sec." He liked the small talk. It had steps. Ask, answer, laugh. He managed to follow them. When he came back with pasties and a pile of sweets, Ron's eyes went wide. "That's loads." "Thought we could try a bit of everything," Harry said, and meant to say more, but the compartment door opened again, and a girl with bushy hair stuck her head in, already talking. "Has either of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one and, oh." She noticed Harry's scar, then caught herself and straightened her shoulders.
I'm Hermione.
"Granger. First year as well." "Ron," Ron said with his mouth full. "Harry," Harry said. "No toad. Sorry." She looked around, all quick eyes and fast thoughts. "You've got birdie bots. The green ones are sometimes grass and sometimes lime, and there isn't a way to tell. But if you smell first, never mind. I'll keep looking. Nice to meet you." She pulled the door shut and hurried on. Ron stared after her. "Mental." "She seems nice," Harry said. He bit a pasty and let the heat sit on his tongue before he swallowed. The room didn't need to eat. Sleep wanted to. They talked. Siblings, brooms, what houses were like. Harry let Ron explain things he already knew. He asked about Quidditch even though the rules were stacked neat in his head. The room laughed at the right places and made sure to ask for help unwrapping a stubborn chocolate frog even though the foil would have peeled itself if he let it. When Ron told a bad joke about broomsticks and bath time, Harry snorted anyway. Ron grinned, pleased. It mattered that someone was pleased because of him. Do you reckon you'll be in Gryffindor? Ron asked, chewing. All my lot were. Except, well, Percy acts like he invented rules. No idea. Harry looked out at the blurred fields. He managed to pull the answer up right now. The room managed to see the hat. Sleep managed to see all of it. He pushed the thought away, felt the edge of his self-set blindfold hold. I sort of like books, he said. Might be Ravenclaw. Or not. He shrugged. What's the food like there? Better than Mum's, Ron said loyally. But don't tell her I said so. They both laughed. The great hall's ceiling looked like night. Harry knew how the charm worked. He tilted his head back anyway and let himself be surprised. The line shuffled. Names were called. Hufflepuff cheered in warm bursts. Slytherin clapped in neat, sharp beats. Harry watched faces and hands and the small tremors of nerves. He paced his breathing. In Potter, Harry, McGonagall said. The whisper moved like wind. Ron tried to catch his eye and gave a little thumbs up. Harry smiled and went to the stool. He sat. The hat came down. Silence. Not the hall. The hat. The world of its voice inside his head should have started. Didn't. Harry felt it touch his mind like a moth hitting glass. Again. Then nothing. He sat still, hands clenched on his knees under the hat's brim. Hello, Harry thought, carefully like tapping a window. It's all right. The hat's presence flared and faltered. It wasn't a voice so much as a pressure that couldn't find purchase. He felt it stumble at the edge of something that went on and on. For a heartbeat, the hat felt very small and very tired. The hat formed thin as thread. You are. I'm sorry, Harry thought, gentle. He didn't mean to be anything huge. The room never meant it. Ravenclaw, please. The pressure shivered in relief. As you wish. The hat's brim jerked. Ravenclaw! It shouted with a wobble like it might be dizzy. The table in blue erupted. Harry slid the hat off and handed it back with both hands. It sagged after he let go. McGonagall's fingers tightened on it for a second, then smoothed. Harry walked to the Ravenclaw table while the buzz spread. Hermione Granger watched him, eyebrows high. Ron, now in red and gold, cupped his hands and yelled across, "Nice one!" then pretended to shrug it off like he hadn't shouted. Harry sat. The bench was polished smooth. A girl with dark hair clapped him on the shoulder. "Welcome," she said, breathless. That was different, wasn't it? Bit, Harry said. He reached for water and made his hand not shake. Dumbledore stood and made jokes about nonsense words, and the hall laughed in one wave. Harry smiled when they did. He wanted this to work. Wingardium Leviosa, Professor Flitwick said, bright as a bell. Swish and flick. Enunciate. The gar is soft, mind. A Ravenclaw prefect made a note. Literally. Ink dotted her sleeve. Feathers lay pale on desks. Ron squinted at his like it had offended him. Hermione's hand shot up even before the instruction ended. Harry held his wand because everyone else did. On 3, Flitwick said, delighted. 1, 2. Feathers hopped. Drifts of faint light. Murmurs. Hermione's feather trembled off the wood, bobbing a little. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. She breathed to no one in particular, and her mouth twitched proud and nervous at once. Harry felt the shape of the spell like a coin under his tongue. He was sure the wand movement. The room was sure the words. Sleep didn't need them. He looked at the feather in front of him and thought up, the way you think stand when your legs do it by themselves. It rose. No suis. No word. No light. Just floating. Clean. Simple. The quill's shadow slid across the desk. The room stilled around him. Someone's chair creaked. Ron's feather thudded back down and he made a face, then looked over and blinked. Bloody! Flitwick's smile froze. He came closer, quick steps, and stopped short, as if he'd felt a step that wasn't there. Mr. Potter? Is this high enough? Harry asked, as mild as he could make it. He let the feather drift down and rest. The room set his wand flat beside it, visible. Can you show me again? I think I'm doing something wrong. Flitwick said, and then gathered himself with professional speed. Very good control, Mr. Potter. Very controlled. 5 points to Ravenclaw. He turned too fast and nearly tripped on his own feet. Excellent work all around, Miss Granger. That pronunciation was, yes, quite right. Hermione's eyes flicked from her feather to Harry's. Her jaw tightened a fraction. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and didn't look again for the rest of the lesson. Ron slumped. Mine won't go up, he muttered, stabbing his feather with the wand tip. It didn't help. This is mental. It's tricky, Harry said. Here. He angled Ron's hand, careful not to just do it. Like this. Softer. Ron tried. The feather wobbled. He grinned like he'd scored. Ha! Harry grinned back. Told you. Matchstick, McGonagall said, setting one on each desk. To needle, focus, precision. If you cannot manage that, you certainly won't be ready for living transfiguration. Harry picked up his match. The grain pressed lines into his fingers. He held his wand because that is what you did. The room managed to see the thing it could be. Sleep managed to see it as wood and as a shape that might change and as no. A needle, he told himself. Small, simple, perfectly normal. He breathed. The match blurred and stretched thin. Metal gleamed where wood had been. He put it down. Needle. Easy. McGonagall walked past his table, glanced, moved 3 more steps, stopped, and walked back. She lifted the needle with 2 fingers. Flawless, she said. The word sounded suspicious. Very few students achieve such, Mr. Potter, did you? She swallowed the rest. 5 points. Harry forced a small shrug. Lucky angle? McGonagall's mouth compressed. She put the needle down and moved on, posture stiff. Across the aisle, Hermione's match was half metal, half wood. Her brow furrowed so hard it might leave a mark. She bit her lip and murmured the theory under her breath. Ron had produced something that looked like a nail that had lost a fight. Not bad, Harry told him and meant it. Tell that to Professor, Ron said. She looks like my mum when she sees my bed. Harry kept his hands on the desk, so he didn't make Ron's nail straighten without touching it. McGonagall paused at the front. Remember, she said, eyes scanning the room and sticking on Harry for a half-second. Transfiguration is not a frivolous display. It is governed by rules. We respect those rules. Harry looked down at his perfect needle and felt something small and sour turn in his stomach. The dungeon was cooler than the corridors above. Steam made long ribbons in the lamplight. Bottles, jars, a blackboard with ingredients written neat and mean. Snape swept in like a storm cloud with a grudge. His eyes took the room in one cut. There will be no foolish wand-waving here, he said in a silk-thin voice. Potions is an exact art. Harry listened to the words and to the breath behind them and to the tiny shift of Snape's jaw when he said exact. He read the board. The room managed to taste the balance in the air already. Sleep was sure how this potion smelled done. Why aren't you writing this down, Potter? Snape asked, not even looking to check. Surely you need notes as much as your classmates. I've got it, Harry said, then added fast, Sir. Arrogance, Snape said. 10 points? He paused, as if he'd tripped in his own sentence, then flicked his sleeve. Begin.
Coldron lit.
Spoons clinked. Hermione's hand moved like a machine, measure, level, scrape. Ron read and reread the line about stirring direction and counted out loud under his breath. Harry set each thing in, not because he needed to but because the room did. He watched the surface, waited a beat that only he could feel, and stirred once, twice, 3 times. The smell shifted from sharp to clean. The color went from cloudy to clear in a single breath, like a window wiped with one swipe. He took the heat down a hair. Snape's shadow fell over his bench. He looked in. The room didn't speak. His face didn't move. His hand tightened on the edge of the table. The skin across his knuckles went bloodless. "How many times did you stir before the third infusion?" Snape said at last, voice even. "3 clockwise, 1 counter," Harry said. He picked the numbers he'd have used if he'd been guessing by book. Snape's eyes flicked to the board. The board said 2 clockwise. Snape's breath hitched. You could miss it if you weren't looking, and then smoothed. "Remarkable," he said, like a threat. Hermione shot Harry a look that was half admiration, half frown. Ron bumped Harry's elbow and nearly knocked a vial. "Sorry," Ron said, flushing. "It's fine." Harry caught the vial before it tipped. He wished he could miss on purpose without it feeling like lying. The trapdoor opened and cold air fell in. The underground passage smelled like damp stone and old spells. Ron's breath misted in the light of the torches. Hermione's hair had gone frizzy from the humidity. His fingers tingled numb. The copies spider-cracked, then dulled. Cheap transfigurations never held long. "I still say this is mad," Ron whispered.
Prupe e made.
"Quarrels after the stone," Hermione whispered back, chin set. "Someone has to stop him." In the corridor, a first-year Ravenclaw stared at Harry like he was a puzzle to be solved later. "Right," Ron said. "Us 3. Top plan." He tried a joke. It sounded thin. "If we die, at least we tried." Harry led because they let him. He kept his hands at his sides and let the room dangers happen the way they were meant to happen when it wouldn't hurt anyone. They pushed through the curtain of vines, crossed the chessboard, solved the logic. Hermione shone there, eyes sharp, breath quick. He let her. The room loved watching her take the answer with her own hands. Ron moved his knight and got knocked off by a queen that didn't know mercy. He grunted when he hit stone and laughed like, "See, no big deal," even though he winced when he stood. "Carry on," he said, and he meant it. At the last door, Harry breathed once. He managed to end this with a thought. The room didn't. Sleep stepped through. The chamber was wide. Torches guttered. A mirror stood quiet and tall. Quirrell turned, hands already half-lifting, lips already forming a stutter that wasn't real. Pomfrey made him hold still. Basilisk residue wasn't a joke, and dabbed at a torn sleeve while Ron stared at his own hands and tried to smile. "P.P. Potter," he said, and his voice broke in the middle, not on purpose. There was sweat at his hairline. "Fancy seeing." "Drop it," Harry said, not loud. Quirrell's wand came up anyway. "Stoop." The spell died like a match pinched between fingers. Quirrell blinked at the empty air between them. He looked at his wand, then at Harry, and his hand shook. "What are you?" "Just a student," Harry said. He walked past Quirrell and looked at the mirror. His reflection looked back. He saw a boy with a scar and tired eyes. The room felt nothing magic press at him from the glass.
No puzzle.
No trick. He managed to have reached into the heart of the room and pulled out every secret like threads. He didn't. "Professor," he said, "you should go." Quirrell laughed. It bubbled up wrong and came out too loud. "You think you can just—" His head jerked. His face went tight. The back of it moved. Harry didn't look away. "Tom," he said to the air. "Enough." The voice that answered wasn't sound so much as pressure sliding under language. It was angry and thin. "You know me?" Harry let a dozen red stones fall from nowhere. They hit the floor, one after another, light catching on edges. Clink, 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 until the echo filled the chamber. Quirrell flinched. The last one rolled and tapped his shoe. "Is this what you want?" Harry asked. He kept his voice steady. "You can have 1, or 10. They're the same to me." Quirrell swallowed and then laughed again and then choked on it. "Tricks," he said, but his eyes kept jumping to the mirror, to the stones, to Harry's empty hands. "Power," the other voice hissed. "Immortality. You'll give." No, Harry looked at Quirrell and the place behind his head where the other thing pressed. He didn't raise his wand. The room didn't need to. Leave, he said softly. Leave him. The torches bent. The air went colder. Quirrell's mouth stretched, not like a yawn, not human, and a pale shred of something shoved against the air between them like a fish hitting glass. It made a sound that wasn't a sound. Go, Harry said. He put the weight of the word where it needed to go. Now. It fled. Not proudly. Not with any promise. A scrap in a hard wind, sliding away along cracks he could feel if he wanted to. The pressure lifted. Quirrell shook. His wand clattered to the floor. He stared at Harry and then at his hands and then at the stones and then he laughed and then he cried and then he laughed again and then he sank to the floor and put both hands over his face. What are you? He whispered through his fingers, and rocked a little, and didn't seem to hear his own question. Hermione stood in the doorway, one hand over her mouth. Ron's bloody hell came out too loud and echoed back and made him flinch. Harry breathed in the cold and out again and felt nothing change inside him. He bent, picked up one of the fake stones, and let it crumble to dust between his fingers. It doesn't matter, he said to Quirrell, to the room, to whoever had thought this would be a test. None of this matters. He walked out. His footsteps sounded too loud. Dumbledore talked to him later, voice warm and careful like you use on a wild animal that has decided to sit by your chair. He asked questions without asking. The room covered what needed covering. Sleep set the story straight where the story would go. Harry nodded where people liked nodding. Ron clapped him on the back too hard and then looked embarrassed. That was well. It's fine, Harry said. You were brilliant at chess. Ron's shoulders lifted, then dropped. Yeah, he said. Still, He made a little exploding motion with his hands and then shoved them in his pockets. He looked at the wall. Never mind. Hermione cornered him in the corridor and asked 8 questions in one breath about the mirror and the stones and why the rules hadn't. Because the GAMP limitation would, did you, Harry? I don't know. He wished it didn't sound like a lie. It just worked. Her jaw set. It can't just work, she said, half to him and half to the world. There are laws. Maybe, he said. He wanted her to still want to sit with him. You were right about the potions, he said. You saved us there. She blinked, thrown off balance by the compliment, then nodded once. Curt. Well, yes, I did. He smiled and she huffed and some of the tightness in her shoulders eased. But not all. That night, the common room roared with talk. House points clicked on tall hourglasses. Someone started singing a song about dragons and bravery. Harry slipped out while no one looked and found a cool, quiet corridor with a bench that had a dent in exactly the right place for his shoulder. He sat. The room let his head drop back against the stone. Sleep listened to the castle breathe, pipes, distant footsteps, a portrait snoring. He managed to do anything. He had stopped a killing curse without calling it a curse. The room had made a thing older wizards had died for and let it fall and shatter because it was no thing at all to him. Sleep had told a monster to leave and it had left. He had watched a man break because he didn't know what else to do in the face of a boy who didn't need to try. And he felt hollow. He waited for triumph. It didn't come. He waited for fear. It didn't come either. He felt nothing where something should be. A gap shaped like effort and risk and losing and winning all missing. Down the hall, the torch flame flickered once and steadied. Harry watched the light sit in its glass and throw ordinary shadows on ordinary stone. He thought about Ron looking away. The room thought about Hermione's mouth going thin. Sleep thought about the hat's small, tired thread of a voice. He tucked his hands into his sleeves because they wouldn't stop shaking. Not from power. From the simple need to hold onto something. He stared at the wall until it went out of focus. Great, he said to the empty corridor, voice flat. Top job. The word echoed back at him. He closed his eyes. The room pictured the train, a compartment door, a boy asking to sit. Sleep held on to that. He listened to the castle. He sat there a long time alone while the night kept being night. Chapter 3. Serpents and Sacrifice. Harry found her by accident. He'd gone looking for Hermione to return a book she'd pressed into his hands. Read the chapter on magical acoustics, it matters. And he rounded the corner by the library into the hush of students standing too still. The air felt wrong. No whispering, just breathing. A prefect's voice, thin and careful. "Back up, please." Hermione was on the floor against the wall, body stiff, eyes wide. One hand clutched a crumpled bit of paper like she'd fought for it. Her mouth was parted as if she'd been about to say, "Wait," and never got to. For a second, Harry didn't move. His knees went soft. His throat closed. Then he was there, dropping to the stone, reaching and stopping because you didn't shake petrified people. "Hermione!" His voice came out small. "Hermione, hey, it's me." The next morning his wand hand trembled during charms, enough for Ron to notice and say nothing. Her skin was cold. The paper in her hand had a damp mark from the floor. He didn't need to read it to know it would matter, but he wanted to. The room wanted to because he should have told someone days ago and he hadn't. McGonagall arrived fast, breath tight, wand already up to separate the crowd. "Back," she said, sharper now. "Give us space. Mr. Filch, fetch Madame Pomfrey. Now." Harry forced his hands down. He watched McGonagall's face when she saw the paper in Hermione's fist. A flash of recognition, then control. She eased it free with a charm, lips pressed thin. He saw the letters through the curl of parchment. Pipes. He managed to see the rest in his head without needing the page. Pipes. Basilisk. Don't look directly. Use mirrors. He'd had it. He'd had it and he'd held it back because telling meant explaining and explaining meant eyes on him again. Parseltongue. Voices in walls no one else heard. He had pretended it could wait. His stomach turned. The room tilted a fraction. "Mr. Potter." McGonagall's voice was gentler than the order in it. "Step away, please." He stepped back. His hands shook. He shoved them in his pockets so no one would see. Ron fought through the line, pale. "Is she—" he saw and stopped. "Oh no." Harry couldn't look away from Hermione's face. A bit of hair was caught on her cheek. He wanted to brush it back. The room wanted to undo everything with a word. Sleep didn't move. Madame Pomfrey arrived with a stretcher. They lifted Hermione with care. Harry watched her go until the corridor was just students again and the thin sound of someone crying into their sleeve. Ron swallowed. "Harry!" Harry didn't answer. He felt small and huge at once and neither helped. He didn't eat. Food sat heavy in his mouth. He pushed peas around until Ron made a joke about peas marching and then fell quiet when Harry didn't laugh. He didn't sleep. The room lay awake and listened to the castle the way he did when he wanted to hear how far the pipes ran. Sleep was sure where the sound lived now. He heard it once in the plumbing under Myrtle's bathroom and once again at night, low and moving, and he pressed his hands under his pillow and told himself not to get up. He told himself normal kids waited for teachers to fix things. He was sure what it was. The room was sure how to end it. Sleep managed to go down and call it out and make it stop breathing in one breath. He didn't move. He managed to see McGonagall's face as she took the paper. The room saw Hermione's hand cramped around it. Pipes. He had hugged the idea of ordinary until it cut his palms. Ron sat across from him in the common room and tried, because Ron always tried. "She'll be all right," he said. "Madame Pomfrey always. She'll cook that potion, the mandrake thing, and boom, back she comes calling me out for getting Leviosa wrong." Harry nodded. His chest hurt. "Yeah." Ron looked away, then back.
You
look bad, mate." Harry tried to smile. "Thanks."
sorry.
"I mean, you know." Ron rubbed his face. "I hate this. Sitting. Waiting. Feels like when Mum makes us stay in the garden and not touch the ghoul. It laughs at you." Harry stared at the fire. "It's my fault," he said, and the words shocked Ron into silence. "What? Don't be mental. I knew things, Harry said. I didn't say them. Ron shifted. Even if you'd said, what then? Excuse me, Professor. The monster is a giant snake what lives in the plumbing? He tried to laugh. It sounded thin. They'd ask how you know. Then where you heard the voice. Then. I know, Harry said. That was the point. He had been afraid of the questions, so he'd let the danger breathe. And now the person who asked too many questions for anyone's comfort was lying still and cold because he wanted to be a boy who didn't ruin dinner with truths. He squeezed his eyes shut. I should have done something. Ron didn't say it wasn't his fault again. He bumped Harry's knee with his own. We'll do something, he said, when we know where and what and how to not get eaten. Harry nodded once, hard. Yeah. The message appeared during dinner like it had been waiting for a full hall. The candles flickered. The buzz of talk slid into silence in a wave as students turned toward the wall where the last message had dried dark. Fresh red letters sprawled across the stone. The handwriting was the same, careless and cruel. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Someone screamed. A first-year Hufflepuff. Percy jumped to his feet and yelled orders no one heard. Teachers moved. Dumbledore stood and the room listened because it always did when he stood. Ginny Weasley was missing. The notice passed mouth to mouth, each one smaller and frightened. Ron's chair scraped back so fast it fell. Ginny! His face drained. He looked around like she might be under the table. Ginny! Harry stood. The guilt went quiet and something cold took its place. Not fear. A decision. Lockhart puffed up at the staff table, trying for hero. No need to panic, he said. Too loud, smiling too much. I'll handle. You, McGonagall said, cutting clean. Professor Lockhart, a word in my office. She didn't wait to see if he followed. Ron grabbed Harry's sleeve. We have to go, he said. We have to. You know something. I can see it. Harry didn't pretend not to. I do, he said. The word was a stone that stopped rolling. Come on. They didn't run. Running drew eyes. They walked fast, heads down, to Myrtle's bathroom, because the sound in the pipes always swelled there, and because Myrtle had said a boy talked to her the day she died, and because the simplest answer was the right one and Harry had been ignoring simple answers for days. The bathroom was empty except for Myrtle drifting in her stall and a smell of damp. Ron shivered. Brilliant place for a monster. Perfect. Harry went to the sink with the little snake carved along the tap. It looked ordinary if you wanted it to. He put his fingers on the porcelain and breathed once. He didn't need words to make it open. He used them anyway. Open? He hissed. And the pipes answered at once and the sink slid away with a grind that shook dust from the ceiling. Ron jumped. Right? Yeah. That's normal. He tried a joke that died halfway out. At least it's not spiders. It was a long drop. Ron peered into the dark. We're doing this? Yeah, Harry said. Course we are, Ron muttered, like he'd just remembered he could be brave. Ginny. Lockhart burst in then, hair slightly off, smile glued on. There you are. I heard, rumors and thought, well, look at this. Ron stared at him like he was dirt on his shoe. You're coming, he said. Me? Lockhart's laugh was thin. No, boys, it's quite dangerous. Ron pushed him toward the hole. Exactly. After you. Lockhart balked until Harry looked at him without blinking. Then he swallowed and climbed in. Ron went next with his broken wand stuck in his belt. Harry followed. The chute pitched them into black and cold, slick stone, the stink of something that had lived a long time in wet places. They tumbled, hit, slid, and spilled into a tunnel with bones like pale sticks washed against the walls. Lovely, Ron said, voice too loud in the echo. Great holiday spot. Bring your nan. Lockhart had turned around and was fumbling with his wand with hands that shook. Well, I'll just tidy up. Don't, Harry said. Lockhart smiled because it was the only trick he had left. Boys, I do think. He lunged with a quickness that didn't suit him, grabbed Ron's wand, spun, and shouted, "Obliv!" The wand backfired. The spell blew up in his hands with a bang that jolted the tunnel. A section of ceiling came down between them with a crash and a cloud of grit. When the dust settled, Harry and Lockhart were on one side, Ron on the other. Ron coughed, then shouted, "I'm all right. I'm fine. I think. The tunnel's blocked. I'll try to shift it. Go." Harry pressed a hand to the rock. He managed to move it with a thought. The room managed to peel it away like soft bark. Sleep looked at the narrow hole, heard the slow drip of water somewhere ahead, and made a choice fast. "Stay there," he yelled. "I'll get Ginny." "Right?" Ron called back, voice shaky. "Hurry. And don't get eaten." Harry turned. Lockhart sat blinking, eyes wide and empty of every story he'd ever told himself. "Who am I?" he said faintly. "No one I need," Harry said, and left him sitting on the floor while he went forward. The chamber breathed cold. Serpent statues watched from the walls with open mouths. Water filmed the floor and made small rings where it dripped from unseen cracks. Each step sent the sound of it running in front of him. The hiss of the hidden pipes was louder here, like a throat before a word. He walked until the hall opened out into the great space with the carved face and the long tongue-carved dais. Ginny lay small at its foot, hair fanned like spilled ink, skin gray under the torchlight. The diary sat near her hand, its cover open, pages blank and waiting. The corridor noise came back in pieces, boots, whispers, a dropped quill, and Harry felt the shake in his wand hand before he could hide it. A boy leaned against a pillar, hands in his pockets. Clean robes, clean smile, watching. "I was beginning to think you'd never come," he said, voice smooth. Harry looked at Ginny first. Her chest didn't move. "Tom Riddle," he said. Tom's smile widened. "So you do read," he said. "You've worked some of it out. Not all. Your friend paid dearly to get as far as she did." He nodded at the diary. "Such a clever girl. Such a pity. She poured herself out to me. The things they tell you when you listen." His tone warmed like he enjoyed the memory. "Secrets. It's always secrets." Harry's hands were steady. "Where is she?" "In between," Tom said, like a teacher happy to explain. "Not quite dead." He tilted his head, eyes bright. "You could save her. You could try. You could ask me how." "I'm not asking you anything," Harry said. His sentences went shorter when he was angry. He stepped, slow and even. "You took her." "She gave herself," Tom corrected, offended. "She wrote and I answered. That's how it is. You of all people should understand. People want someone bigger than themselves to take the weight. I take it gladly." Harry didn't let the words catch. He didn't care about Tom's need to be admired. "Call it," he said. Tom's smile faltered, then said again. "Ah," he said. "You do know. Good. I wanted you to see it. I wanted to watch your face when you realized you weren't special at all." He turned toward the great stone face. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The mouth opened. The sound came first. A deep slide, scales against stone. Then the body, thick as a tree trunk, pushing its length into the hall. Water moved around it in slow waves. The head came last, raised high, eyes like twin lamps, yellow and flat. Ron was somewhere far behind a wall of rock, and Harry heard him anyway, an old echo of a joke. "At least it's not spiders, right?" "Harry!" Ron's voice, faint, from the other side of the cave-in. "Watch out!" Harry didn't step back. He kept his gaze on the floor, then the line of the jaw, then the crown. The room didn't look into the eyes. He hissed instead. "Down," he said. The sound slid out of him fast and easy. He felt it carry. "Coil. Do not look." The basilisk stopped. It froze in a half-curve. The muscles under the scales bunched and held. The great head tilted a degree, confused. It wasn't a mind you could talk to. It was old hunger in a long body. But it heard. Tom blinked. You speak. Harry didn't let that be the conversation. Listen, he hissed at the basilisk, voice low, the air shaking with it under the words. Do not strike. Turn your head. The head turned away slow. The eyes slid to the wall. It trembled with the effort of not doing what it had been made to do. Tom's smile snapped. No, he said. No, you don't get to kill him. The basilisk shuddered. It fought itself, the command Tom pressed and the command Harry pressed. The stone under it scraped. Harry stepped closer and felt sweat run down his back. He managed to end it with a thought. The room didn't. He'd act like them. He'd do it with hands. He lifted his empty hand and called. The sword came like it had been waiting off stage. One blink his hand was empty. The next he held weight and edge. Simple crossguard. Plain hilt. It felt right, not because of runes or prophecy, but because it was a tool and he needed a tool. Tom's eyes flicked to it. For the first time, a crack in his voice. How did you? Harry didn't answer. Open, he hissed to the snake. The mouth spread, hot air washing over him, rank and sweet with rot. He stepped in and up and drove the blade into the soft place behind the fangs, straight and hard. Resistance, then slide. The snake convulsed. Blood, red, not fancy, poured over his arms. The scream was a tearing hiss, too loud in the chamber, bouncing off stone. The body thrashed and cracked statues from their bases. Harry's legs went out from under him. He hit the floor and rolled, the sword ripping free. A thong as long as his forearm snapped loose and skittered past his ear. He grabbed it on instinct. The basilisk reared, mouth working, trying to close. Harry pushed up on shaky legs, heart pounding too fast. Stay, he hissed, and it held for one last broken second. He drove the sword up and in again. The scream cut off. The huge body slumped. Water rushed around it, splashing cold across his face. The head hit the stone with a heavy smack and slid a little, then stopped. Silence came in a rush, big and empty. Harry's arms shook. His breath came wrong. He kept hold of the thong. The room looked at Tom. Tom stared at the dead snake, anger smoothing into something thin and mean. So you can kill, he said softly. I wondered. You pretended so well. Harry staggered to the diary. He didn't make a speech. The room didn't explain power or choice or any of the words that had lived in his head since he started lying to himself about waiting. Sleep took the thong, raised it and drove it down through the cover. The sound was wet. Ink geysered out, black and thick, splattering his hands and the floor. Smelled sharp and wrong. Tom jerked like someone had yanked a string tied to his spine. His face buckled, then split into static. He reached for Harry and his fingers went to smoke before they could touch. No, Tom said, shock strangling his voice now. You, how? He tried to smile again and only managed to twitch. I. He screamed. Not poetry, not a chorus, just a scream, high and angry, bleeding into nothing as the ink bled into the cracks in the stone. He tore along the edges, peeled from the air, and was gone. The diary lay smoking. The thong sat in it like a flag in ruined ground. Harry dropped to his knees. His legs didn't want to hold him anyway. He crawled the last distance to Ginny and put his fingers at her throat and felt nothing. Then a beat so faint he had to close his eyes to feel it again. Ginny, he said, and his voice broke. Hey, come on, breathe. She trembled. A breath shuddered into her chest. Her eyes fluttered open, confused and wet. Her voice was a scrape. Harry. Yeah. He wiped ink from his hand onto his robe and touched her hair back from her forehead with the clean one. You're safe. It's over. You're okay. Tears came hard and messy. She grabbed his sleeve like she'd drown if she let go.
I'm sorry.
She tried to sit up. He held her steady. It wasn't you, he said, steady as he could make it. It wasn't you. Breathe. In. Good. Footsteps came from the tunnel, rocks clacking as someone shifted them. Ron's voice, hoarse. Harry? Ginny? Then louder, breaking on her name. Ginny! We're here, Harry shouted back, throat raw. Ron and a very confused Lockhart squeezed through a gap Ron had widened enough to scrape a person through. Ron saw his sister and went white, then pink with relief in the same breath. He fell to his knees and pulled her into a careful hug. You daft! He laughed and cried at once. You're all right. Thank Merlin. You're all right. Ron, Ginny whispered. I'm sorry. Shut up, he said, voice soft. Don't be. Lockhart blinked at the dead basilisk, at the ink-stained boy, at the girl crying, and smiled in a vague way like he was at a tea he hadn't expected to attend. This is lovely, he said. Do I know you? No, all three of them said, nearly together. Madame Pomfrey took them like broken plates she would put back together out of spite. Dumbledore listened with his hands folded and his eyes kind. Harry told the neat version of events. He downplayed where he could. The room said luck where it wasn't. Sleep said Ron was brave, true, and Ginny was strong, also true, and Lockhart was there. Dumbledore's questions were gentle and aimed. How did you find the entrance, Harry? How did you stop the creature from looking at you? The sword. Luck, Harry said. He kept his face open and tired. And guesswork. The sink had a snake on it. I speak to snakes. It opened. The rest was, we just did it. Dumbledore watched him for a long second, then nodded like a man who had chosen a shelf to put a box on. Very well. Miss Weasley is safe. That is what matters. Harry looked at Ginny's bed. She slept, breath small but steady. Ron sat in a chair beside her with his head tipped back and his mouth open, snoring a little. His broken wand lay across his lap like it finally gave up pretending to be useful. Across the room, vials of Mandrake Restorative sat ready. Hermione's bed was made. The curtain was half drawn, waiting for her to be moved into it when the time came. Harry stared at the empty pillow until his eyes watered. Mr. Potter? Dumbledore said quietly. You look very tired. I am, Harry said. Go on then, Madame Pomfrey said, shooing at him with a hand. Sleep, food, then back to bed. And if any of you try to be heroes about it, I'll tie you to the mattress. Harry managed a small smile. Yes, ma'am. Hermione woke 2 days later when the potion had finished boiling down to its last sharp scent. The school made a day of it. Laughter came back to the corridors like someone had opened a window. She sat up in bed and checked her hands first, then her face. She breathed like a person falling back into her body. She saw Harry at the end of the bed and her eyes filled. How long? Not long, Harry said. Feels like forever. She swallowed. I was going to the library to check something. I thought. She frowned, thinking. Pipes. Harry nodded. Yeah. You went down there. Not a question. Yeah. With Ron. Yeah. And Lockhart. She almost smiled and then didn't. He ran, didn't he? He forgot who he is, Harry said, which might be the kindest thing that ever happened to him. Hermione stared at him. You're making jokes, she said, shocked at herself for smiling. Bad ones, he said. He shifted his weight. The hollow in his chest hadn't moved. You figured it out. She looked down at her hands. I did. She took a breath. Harry, how did you? She stopped and tried again. There are inconsistencies with how magic works, with how you say it worked. He felt the ground under his feet tilt a degree. We got lucky, he said. No, she said, stubborn even when just woken. You're not lucky that often. She stopped, staring hard at him. You knew it was a basilisk. Before I did. He didn't answer for a beat. Did you? She asked, voice small and fierce at once. Yes, he said. Why didn't you tell anyone? Her voice cracked. I was Harry, I know. He kept his voice even by force. I was trying to be normal. I thought if I told, they'd ask how. And then, he swallowed. I waited, and it hurt you. I'm sorry. She watched him. Her eyes were wet but steady. Don't do that again, she said. If you know something, say it. I don't care if it makes everything complicated. I won't wait, he said. He meant it like a vow. She nodded once. Good, because it's not just about being clever. It's people. She took his hand and squeezed, brief and hard. Thank you for going down there, even if you should have gone sooner. He nodded. The shame stayed. The relief sat next to it, not making it smaller, just making space for it. Ron barreled in then with a paper bag of chocolate frogs and a grin too wide. You're awake. Brilliant. I told you, Harry, she'd wake up and tell me off. Look at her. She's got the face on. He set the frogs down and dropped into the chair. You should have seen the snake, Hermione. Massive. Harry stabbed it. He mimed with both hands and almost fell out of the chair. Then he stabbed the book. Ink everywhere.
Problemas.
Hermione looked at Harry over Ron's shoulder. You stabbed a book? It had it coming, Harry said. Ron snorted. Think Lockhart'll write a book about running away? He can't remember how to spell his name, Harry said. And for a moment the three of them laughed, and it sounded almost like before. Later, when the hall was full again and people clapped him on the back like clapping fixed things, Dumbledore called Harry into his office and asked the question softly a second time. Harry gave the same soft answers. He was careful in how he didn't lie. You engineered mirrors, Dumbledore mused. You kept the children from seeing. You yourself did not look sensible. Harry rolled the memory of yellow eyes in his head and the feel of cold stone under his boots. It was necessary, he said. Necessary? Dumbledore repeated, turning the word over. He smiled, the tired kind. You must be very careful with that word, Harry. It grows sharp if you hold it too tightly. Harry said nothing. When he left the office, he didn't go back to the hall. He took the long corridor to the quiet bench he liked because it dipped in the right place for his shoulder, and he sat. The room listened to the castle breathe. Sleep watched dust in the slant of late light. He rubbed at the ink stains that lived under his nails now like they'd moved in. He managed to have stopped this weeks ago. The room had waited for someone else to be normal for him. Sleep had written rules for himself and called it kindness. He had hurt Hermione by not speaking. He had almost lost a girl who laughed too loud at breakfast. He had killed a thing because killing it was the fastest way to save a person, and he didn't get to feel triumphant about that. He felt tired. He thought about Ron's white face when he read the wall. The room thought about Ginny's hand clutching his sleeve and not letting go. Sleep thought about Hermione's eyes when she said, "Don't do that again." How much suffering was acceptable so he could pretend he was like everyone else? None. He'd wanted to make rules because rules felt safe. But maybe the only rule that mattered was simple. If he knew and people would get hurt, he moved. He managed to still choose how. The room managed to still try not to break more than he had to. But he moved. He let the decision settle. It didn't make him lighter. It made him steady. Ron found him and dropped onto the bench with a groan. "Mum's sending sweaters," he said. She hugged Ginny so hard her ears went red. "Good," Harry said. Ron leaned back, legs stretched, ankles crossed. "Do you feel?" "No," Harry said. "Me neither," Ron said. "Not happy. I mean, I'm glad. I'm glad. But not happy." Harry nodded. "It was necessary," he said. He looked at his hands. "Didn't feel good." Ron was quiet for a bit. "Think Lockhart will, ever remember anything?" "Probably not," Harry said. "Good," Ron said, then winced. "That's mean. I don't care." Harry huffed a laugh. "He tried to erase us. You can be mean about that." Ron glanced over. "We're okay, right? You and me and Hermione? We're okay. Harry thought about how close he'd come to telling no one anything and watching everyone go quiet one by one. He thought about how heavy the sword had felt in his hand and how light the fong had been. We're okay, he said. But I'm going to be more honest. That sounds terrifying, Ron said cheerfully. Do it. Harry bumped his shoulder against Ron's and let the quiet come back. He listened to the clock somewhere down the hall tick, steady and stubborn. The room breathed in, out, in. When he closed his eyes that night, he still smelled ink. He thought he'd always smell it now. The room didn't know if that was punishment or memory. Sleep didn't reach for answers. He slept because he needed to, and he'd move when he woke. Chapter 4. The Test of Loss. The cold hit like a wall. 1 second the train car was warm and loud with talk and the rattle of wheels. The next the lamps dimmed, the glass fogged, and breath turned to white. The corridor outside went quiet in a way that made Harry's skin prickle. He felt the temperature sink past his clothes and into his bones. It wasn't a new cold. It was the kind he knew too well: empty rooms, shut doors, no one coming. Air, why's it doing that? Ron rubbed his arms and tried a laugh that didn't land. We didn't go through Scotland, did we? Hermione reached for the door. Something's wrong. We should. The handle went slick with frost under her fingers. Dark shapes drifted past the corridor windows. One stopped. It was taller than it should be, face hidden under a hood, breath rattling like it had to drag air up from the floor. The lamps guttered again. The shape turned, slow, and the little bit of light left bent away from it. Harry didn't faint. He didn't hear someone else's screams. The room heard absence. A memory of being small and quiet so Aunt Petunia wouldn't look at him. A cupboard door that shut and didn't open for a long time. The cold from the Dementor didn't steal anything from him. It just matched what he already carried and made it louder. Hermione's hand shook. Harry! The compartment door slid open from the outside. A tired-looking man in shabby robes stepped in, drew his wand without asking questions, and said, precise and steady, Expecto Patronum. Silver burst from the tip, solid and bright. Not pretty, strong. It shoved the dark shape back like a hand to a chest. The thing drifted away. The man shut the door and breathed out through his nose. Professor R.J. Lupin, he said a minute later when they could talk again. I teach defense. He glanced at Harry, then at the fogged glass. You three all right? Harry nodded. He wasn't, but nodding helped. Yeah. Lupin's eyes lingered on him. He looked like he understood something and was choosing not to say it. Chocolate, he said, pulling a bar from his pocket. Eat. Ron took a chunk and talked with his mouth full because nerves. Reckon they're single? Not much for conversation. Hermione swallowed hers and fixed her hair with a hand that still trembled. That was a Dementor. They guard Azkaban. Lupin's mouth went tight. They shouldn't be on this train, he said. Then softer to Harry, they don't take what you don't have, but they will try to make you remember what you'd rather not. Harry didn't say it's not remembering. It's the same room. He ate the chocolate. Warmth came back slow. The Daily Prophet screamed about Sirius Black in big letters and blurred photos. People whispered in corners and stared at Harry like he was a key someone had lost. He's after you, Seamus said at breakfast. Eyes wide in that way people have when news feels like a story and they want to be in it. Harry stared at the moving picture of a gaunt man with two bright eyes. The name did something in his chest he couldn't name. Not fear. Not exactly. It was like a word you knew in a language you hadn't spoken in years. Don't go looking, Hermione said, firm. Let the Aurors do their jobs. I wasn't going to, Harry said. He managed to have known everything right then. The room managed to have pulled every thread and laid them on the table. Sleep didn't. He wanted this to be real discovery, not answers without work. He wanted to find out with his friends, in time, in halls that smelled like stone and ink. So he tied knots in himself. He read ahead because he always did, But now it was different. The room sat up late over books Lupin suggested without making it a grand announcement. Occlumency primers with stiff instructions on quieting the mind. Runes for binding and release used in ritual circles to add friction to magic so you had to mean it. He chalked small lines on the inside of his wrist where no one would see. Simple marks for stop and breathe. He practiced until he could drop thought into a still pool and watch it stop making ripples. He practiced until the urge to fix everything with a blink met a wall he built himself. He still laughed when Ron dropped things. The room still rolled his eyes when Hermione corrected the board. Sleep tried hard to be a boy. It almost worked most days. It went wrong in the shrieking shack with people talking over each other, the floorboards complaining, and dust that tasted old. "Give me one reason I shouldn't." Harry's voice wobbled in a way he hated. He had Sirius Black pinned with his wand. Up close, Black looked like a picture you leave in the rain. Everything run and thin, but the eyes were alive. "Because I'm innocent," Black said, voice raw. "And the rat isn't." "Don't be ridiculous," Hermione snapped, then looked at Lupin, who'd followed them in and barred the door. He wasn't smiling now. "Professor, tell him." "Peter Pettigrew," Lupin said. He looked at Ron's pocket. "Scabbers." Ron went white. "My rat." "Not your rat," Black said. And there was a shape in those words that made the hairs on Harry's arms stand up. Took time to prove. Time and a wand pressed to a scar that shouldn't have been on a rat's paw, and a name said aloud in a voice that hadn't used it in years. Pettigrew pulled himself up out of fur and bone, pudgy and sweating, eyes darting. He lied fast. The room cried. Sleep begged. He told the wrong story with the right names in it. Lupin's hands shook and then stopped. Sirius laughed once, a sound like breaking. They all talked at once. "He was secret keeper. I saw you." "Ron, back up. You killed 13 people. He framed me." Harry stood in the middle of it with his wand up and his heart going too fast. The pull in his chest when he looked at Sirius had a name now. Family. Not because the man had earned it, but because he had belonged to Harry's parents and some part of that belonging had rolled forward and struck him in the ribs. He wanted to fix it all. The room wanted the right people to be in the right places in one neat breath. Sleep didn't. He helped tie Pettigrew. He looked at Sirius and said, "We'll bring you in, properly. Not," he didn't say, "not like they did me at the Dursleys without asking my side. We'll do it right." Sirius looked at him like that was more than a plan. "James and Lily's son," he said, voice breaking on both names. "Blimey." They left the shack in a knot of bodies and bad air. The night outside smelled like wet grass and cold iron. The moon was too bright. The first Dementor glided from the trees without sound. Then another, and another. In a beat, the slope down to the black lake filled with dark shapes drifting low over the ground, their breaths rattling in odd harmony. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. "Run," Lupin said, then flinched, eyes unfocused, and folded in on himself with a low sound Harry had never heard from a man. Sirius shoved Harry and staggered. "Go. I'll—" "No," Harry said, already hauling him toward the lake bank. Ron limped after, face set, clutching his side. Hermione spun, wand up. Expecto Patronum. A thin mist fanned out and fell. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. The air dropped again. It felt like the first day in the cupboard without a blanket. The water on the lake went dull. Fog drifted across the surface in tendrils. The Dementors moved closer. Harry could hear them the way he sometimes heard the pipes. A low, steady hunger. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. More came. They swarmed Sirius. Hands like withered skin reached and pulled. He fought, but it wasn't a fight you could win by swinging. The room fell to his knees. His eyes rolled back. One Dementor lowered its hood a fraction. The smell hit old, wet, wrong. "Sirius," Harry said. and the name was too late and not enough. Silver mist began to rise from Sirius's mouth in a thin ribbon. Not smoke. Something finer, slippery to the eye. It pulled away from him, inch by inch, and the Dementor leaned closer, as if smelling it. Hermione's voice broke. "Harry, do something." He froze. His rules were lines on his skin and quiet in his head. Don't reach first. Don't undo everything or nothing will mean anything. Don't rewrite people. Don't cheat the parts that teach you who you are. Sirius's breath stuttered. The ribbon of soul stretched, fragile and wrong in the moonlight. Harry moved. The decision was a drop. Everything after it was gravity. He stepped forward, hands out. The first surge of power shook him. Not pretty, not music. A low, angry hum that rattled his teeth. The air around him bent with heat. He didn't shape it. The room didn't name it. Sleep pushed. Light blew out of him like a detonation. Not golden, not holy, white that hurt. The Dementors nearest them buckled, then tore. Their edges came apart in strips and blew away like ash in a hard wind. Others shied back and tried to hold their shape and failed. The cold lifted all at once and left a fizzy numbness. Harry fell to his knees in front of Sirius. He put his glowing hands, glowing because that was what his body did when the power had nowhere else to go, against Sirius's chest. The room managed to see the thread of soul wavering between body and mouth. Sleep grabbed it. It didn't feel like a thread. It felt like a fish writhing in his grip, slippery and scared and stubborn. He swore under his breath and pulled. "Come on," he said through his teeth. "You don't get to go. Not like this." The thing that was Sirius's soul fought to keep leaving because momentum is a kind of magic and kiss is a kind of vacuum. Harry pushed more light into his palms. It wasn't clean. It was rough shove and grind. He pushed the mist back past Sirius's lips and pressed until he felt something click under his hands the way ribs do when a breath finally lands. Sirius gasped. It was an ugly sound, wet and tearing. He coughed and choked and grabbed Harry's sleeve like a drowning man and wasn't drowning anymore. Harry laughed and cried at the same time. He bent his head until his forehead touched the other man's shoulder. "You're here," he said, voice shot. "You're here." Sirius's fingers crushed his sleeve. "Harry," he whispered, and it was nothing like hearing his own name most days. It sounded like someone opening a door and saying, "There you are." Hermione stood a step back, wand shaking, eyes wide and white. Her breath came in quick pulls. The fog shredded under a last gust of wind and cleared. The Dementors were gone. The lake lay still. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. Harry kept one hand flat on Sirius's chest like his palm could keep the soul in if it tried to slip again. He was shaking. His arms ached with a kind of pain that didn't feel like muscle. It felt like he'd pushed something heavy uphill with the soft parts of him. Sirius blinked, unfocused. "That was bloody unpleasant," he managed. Then his eyes cleared and he grabbed Harry's wrist like a man who'd found a rope. "You mad, brilliant boy." Hermione dropped to a crouch, face pale. Her voice came out rough and, for once, slow. "Harry, if you can just—" She had to stop to swallow. "Undo death. What's the point of any of it?" Harry looked at his hands. He looked at Sirius, alive in a way he hadn't been a minute ago. The room heard the hum of power in his bones winding down to a sting. The question sat between them like a stone no one could lift. "I don't know," he said, honest. He wiped his face with the back of his sleeve. "I don't know. He looked at Sirius. "I wasn't going to let them take him." Hermione's hands shook. I know. She looked at the place the Dementors had been and swallowed again. "But if you can always fix it, then nothing costs anything. Choices don't matter. We can't." Her voice cracked. "We can't live like that." "I know," he said again, and this time he did. The relief and joy in his chest sat alongside a hollow he recognized. He had pressed the world until it gave him what he wanted. The room had been right to do it. Sleep had also made the rules wobble. Both things were true and heavy. Ron stumbled up, panting, face white and blotchy. Everyone alive? He saw Sirius move and let out a breath like a laugh and a cry glued together. Mental, he said. That was mental. Harry laughed once and then couldn't stop for a second. It wasn't a nice laugh. It was the kind people do when the thing that should have broken them didn't, and their body needed to shake something out. All right, Sirius said, hoarse. He reached up and put a hand to the side of Harry's face the way you do when you need to touch something to make sure it's there. All right. They sat in the cold damp until they could stand. When they did, they leaned on each other and made bad jokes and held their sides. Let's get indoors, Hermione said, voice steadier, practical because that was how she stayed upright. They walked slow. No one talked about what came next. They just moved. The hospital wing smelled sharp and clean and safe in the way rooms smell, where someone will tell you to lie down and mean it. Madame Pomfrey was a storm with a wand, scolding and fixing at once. You, she said to Sirius, are a skeleton with opinions. Lie still. She pointed at Harry. And you, if you think you're going to argue about spending the night, think again. Harry didn't argue. He sat in the chair by Sirius's bed and let the tired roll in. His hands still itched from the light. He rubbed at them and they glowed faintly when he didn't watch them, so he watched them until they stopped. Dumbledore came with his careful eyes and his soft voice. He asked for the story in pieces, then in order. Harry told it straight. He didn't make it pretty. The room used small words. I saw. I pulled. He's alive. Dumbledore listened. When Harry finished, he said, "It is not in the nature of the kiss to be reversed." He didn't say shouldn't. He said isn't, and he looked at Harry's hands a long time before he looked away. You did a terrible thing for a good reason, Harry. Harry flinched. I know. Terrible, Dumbledore said again, quiet, as in full of terror. For you, for your friend, for the world that expects rules to stay put. He put a hand on the back of the chair. We will need to be very careful. He nodded at Sirius, who slept now with his mouth open slightly, stubborn even in rest. We will also need to be very grateful. He left them in clean quiet. Hermione sat down on the end of Harry's bed later, shoes off, hair falling out of its tie. She looked older for a second and then didn't. I was scared, she said. Me too, Harry said. I'm still scared, she said. Not of you, of what this makes of us. Harry stared at the ceiling. He managed to count tiny cracks. It doesn't make us gods, he said. I can't live like that. I won't. Good, she said, and blew out a breath. Because I will tackle you if I have to. I know, he said and smiled a little. Ron came in with an armful of biscuits he had definitely nicked from the kitchens. Pomfrey said you can have 2, he said, climbing onto the end of the bed anyway and opening the packet. So I brought 12. They ate and didn't talk about souls. Sirius woke in the dark and found Harry's hand without looking. Harry tightened his fingers around his. Thank you, Sirius whispered. Harry's throat closed. Don't die, he said, because he couldn't say anything else, and Sirius huffed a laugh that shook and fell asleep again. Morning was kind to no one. They were all pale and puffy-eyed and short on patience. News had a way of getting out in Hogwarts whether you gave it permission or not. People looked at Harry in the corridor like he was a storm cloud with legs. He ducked the looks and went to the lake. The water was flat and ordinary. The grass was damp. He stood where he had stood when he had screamed. The room didn't feel powerful. Sleep felt tired and clear. 2 prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. Hermione joined him without talking. Ron caught up, wheezing. She walks fast, he complained, then stopped, because it wasn't really a joke morning. They stood together. Birds made normal bird sounds. The day did not care what they had done in the night. That helped. I need rules, Harry said finally. Real ones, not just chalk lines. Ron frowned. Like what? Like I don't fix death, Harry said, the words heavy. He swallowed. I don't undo what people choose for themselves. I don't take choices away. I don't look ahead unless someone's going to get hurt right now. He rubbed his wrist where the little runes had sweated off in the panic. And if I break one, I don't pretend it didn't matter. I name it. Hermione nodded slowly. That sounds like a start. Ron scratched his head. So if I choose to eat the last treacle tart, you face the consequences, Hermione said. Automatic, and for the first time since the lake, Harry laughed without it catching. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. He sobered. I won't always get it right, he said. Last night was, he shrugged. I don't regret it. I also know it changes things. Hermione slid her hand through his elbow and squeezed, quick and fierce. We'll help you hold the line, she said. We'll say stop when you won't. Yeah, Ron said. We'll be what you call those people who shout at referees? Fans? Hermione said, exasperated and affectionate at once. Those, Ron said. We'll be those. Harry stared at the water until his reflection steadied. He thought about the Dementor's cold and the cupboard's quiet and the way Sirius had said his parents' names like they were still warm in his mouth. The room thought about Hermione's question and how it would sit with him for a long time, not going away just because the sun came up. He felt the shape of the day shift inside him. Not a big revelation, just a small, hard choice. Love first, then rules. Move only when not moving would break someone. Live with the cost. He turned to his friends. Thank you, he said. Don't go soppy, Ron said, ears pink. We've got class. Arithmancy, Hermione said, and brightened a fraction because numbers made sense when feelings didn't. You should come, Harry. You'd like the logic. I like you, Harry said, because that was true and simple, and they made faces because they were 13 and kindness burned and felt good at the same time. They walked back up to the castle together, three small figures on a big lawn, talking about homework because talking about souls could wait an hour. The cold didn't follow. The rules held for now. The day was ordinary enough to be a gift. Harry kept that. He put it in the place where the cupboard had been and let it sit there, warm. He'd move when he had to. He'd stop when he should. And when it hurt, he would let his friends see it and he would hold on. Chapter 5. The Zenith and the Abyss. The parchment with his name burned in the air and landed on the goblet's rim like it had been waiting there the whole time. Harry didn't stand. He stared at the letters Harry Potter, while the hall broke into noise. Some laughed. Some shouted. A few looked at him with the same wary mix he'd seen since first year. He felt none of it. Not shock. Not pride. Just a tired kind of course. McGonagall said his name again, voice tight. He got to his feet and walked. People leaned back as if he were hot to the touch. In the antechamber, Bagman clapped him on the shoulder too hard. Well then, what a turn-up. Harry nodded like he'd been told the weather. The first task was a dragon. Everyone made a show of it, drawings, nerves, whispering about strategies. Harry stood on the edge of the enclosure and watched the Hungarian horntail breathe. The chain creaked. The crowd held its breath. He didn't lift his wand. A witch from the Department of Regulation of Magical Creatures was waiting outside the tent, taking names. Easy, he said, not loud, not in Parseltongue, just steady. You're tired. So am I. The dragon's eyes tracked to him. The noise dropped until he could hear the wind pluck at the flags. He didn't push with raw power. The room set the smallest bit of will down like a hand on a restless shoulder. Not domination. Permission to stand down. The horntail's head lowered. Her sides moved with slow breaths. Harry walked past her and picked up the golden egg. She huffed once and closed her eyes. A witch from the Department of Regulation of Magical Creatures was waiting outside the tent, taking names. The stands erupted. He didn't turn to look. The room walked out with the egg under his arm and the same blank calm he'd walked in with. McGonagall stared at him without words. Hagrid had both hands over his mouth. Ron shouted something that sounded like, "Mental," half proud, half bothered. Hermione squeezed his arm, searching his face for anything. There wasn't anything to find. The second task wanted him to breathe underwater and rescue a hostage. He stood on the dock and watched his reflection wobble. "Gillyweed?" someone muttered behind him. Harry stepped into the lake and felt the water climb his legs. He didn't need plants. The room opened his mouth and the water didn't come in. It parted around his lips, slid along his tongue like air, rose up and over his head. He took a breath. It worked. He walked forward and the lake made a corridor for him out of habit. Pressure held back by a thought as simple as "let me through." Merpeople stared. Grindylows hovered, uncertain, then drifted downward. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. He reached the captive posts and cut all the ropes. The room brought them all up, Ron, Hermione, the others, because the rules were stupid and the lake was cold and he could. Judges argued afterward about points and intent. He dried his hair with a blink and felt nothing at the praise, nothing at the glares. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. People tried to celebrate him in the common room. He smiled where he was meant to smile. The room laughed at Ron's bad joke and Hermione's scolding about show-off, because that was how they lived together. When he went upstairs alone and sat on his bed, the hollow behind his ribs yawned open like a dark room. He stared at the canopy and made a decision he'd been avoiding for years. Enough trying to be surprised. Enough walking with blinkers on and pretending the world had edges he didn't already feel under his fingers. He'd put up walls as a kindness to himself and everyone else. Maybe the walls were the problem. Maybe he felt nothing because he kept one foot on the brake when he could fly. He closed his eyes. The room found the chalk lines he'd drawn inside his head. The slow counts, the stop runes, the vows to never pull too hard. Sleep lifted them one by one, not tearing, unlatching. He opened the door he'd kept shut since he was small and scared in a house that didn't want him. The world came in. It didn't whisper. It flooded. Dates stacked themselves in neat rows. Names lit up like constellations and then exploded into family trees with every branch visible at once. He saw halls he'd never walked and passages under the school no one living had mapped. The room tasted passwords before they were invented. Sleep felt the lines of every spell he'd ever cast and every spell anyone would cast in the corridors this year, next year, 10 years from now, like grooves worn into wood. He saw Barty Crouch Jr. under Alastair Moody's skin the way you see a knot under a rug. He saw Wormtail's path back to a man who was more wound than wizard. The room saw 7 splinters of soul like dirty nails hammered into the world and reached for them without standing up. One by one, the diary's echo still clinging to nothing, the ring sleeping in a box, the locket making a cupboard in a cave feel hungry, the cup tucked into a vault, the diadem up where dust lived, the snake that wasn't a snake yet, the piece clinging to a man who thought he was safe inside his own hate. He pinched each and let the light eat it until the smell of burnt metal went away. The world got quieter in small clicks. He saw futures spool off in threads. The room saw himself standing in them, bored and powerful and alone. Sleep saw Cedric laughing with his friends on a bench. He saw Cedric dead on damp grass. He saw what would happen if he pulled that thread and kept it from breaking. He saw what it would do to the weave around it, what it would do to meaning. He was sure, so simply, that if nothing could ever be lost, nothing could ever matter. It sat in him like a truth you don't like but can't throw out. His body stayed very still on the bed while his mind ran 1,000 miles. Sweat prickled his back. His eyes opened and didn't see the hangings. He looked through them. Food tasted like paper the next day. Jokes hit his ears and fell. He answered questions in class without looking up. "Harry," Hermione asked days later by the fire. "You're somewhere else." "I'm here," he said, and it came out dull. "What's wrong?" Ron asked. "You win, you always win, and you look like someone nicked your pudding." Harry tried to put it in words that wouldn't break something between them. "I can see too much." Maybe stop? Hermione said, gentle, hopeful. Yeah, Ron said, trying a grin. Put on the blindfold again. Worked first year. Harry looked at them and couldn't explain how the blindfold had ripped when he lifted it. You can't unknow certain shapes once you've seen them. The maze loomed, hedges tall enough to hide giants, torches guttering, the air rich with damp earth. The whistle blew and he didn't run. He walked. The room spared a thought to freeze the traps ahead. Sleep spared a glance to step past a blast-ended scrut that never noticed him. He was sure which paths would tangle Ron's shoelaces in a future he wasn't in. He was sure which turn led to a clearing where a cup waited to be touched and turned into a portkey. Cedric ran into him 2 corridors from the end, breath up, hair stuck to his forehead. You good? Cedric puffed, grinning because he was decent and liked the race more than the prize. Yeah, Harry said. We could take it together, Cedric said, nodding toward the way the cup hummed.
Dear.
Be a laugh. Harry knew the path. He was sure the graveyard waiting at the other end of that tug. The room was sure the green light, the ground's wet smell, the way Cedric would say where, and nothing after. Sleep managed to have put a hand on the cup right then and sent Cedric into another corridor with a smile. He managed to have stunned him by accident. Carried him out, called it nobility. He managed to have snapped the portkey in half with a thought and made the whole thing fizzle. He didn't. By the gates, an owl already circled. News would spread faster than he could breathe. He hated himself for wanting to see if letting the world run would give him back a feeling. The room hated himself more for what it said about him that he even thought that way. Sleep stepped aside anyway. Together, he said. They grabbed the cup. The hook yanked his navel and the world spun to black. They hit grass hard, wet soaked through Harry's robes. Cold moonlight laid every stone bare. Cedric pushed up on his hands. Where are we? Wormtail stepped out of the dark, already raising his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light.
No pause.
No speech. It hit Cedric in the chest. His body jerked and dropped back, eyes wide and empty. The sound he made wasn't a sound. It was the absence of one. Harry didn't move for a heartbeat that felt like a minute. He'd seen this frame before. He'd tried it in his head 1,000 ways. Now it was here. It felt worse in a way that was hollow and real. Rope lashed around him, tight and fast. He let it. Wormtail dragged him across the ground to a tall tombstone. The stone was cold through his shirt. His wrists burned where the bindings bit. The cauldron squatted in the middle of a ring of dirt. Fire under it, potion steaming. Wormtail's hands shook so badly, he nearly dropped the bone he pulled from a bag. Bone of the father, he squeaked, and tossed dust into the mix. Unwillingly given. He sliced his own arm with a grunt and let the blood pour. Blood of the servant. He limped to Harry with a knife for the third part. Blood of the enemy. Harry watched it all. The stink of the potion was sharp and sour. Wormtail's breath whistled. The bundle he dropped into the cauldron, the small, wrong thing, hit the surface and steamed. The potion went red, then clear, then the wrong color of pale. Voldemort stood up out of it like a man dragged from a bath that was too hot and too long. He was thinner than the rumor in Harry's head. Not snake slick. Starved. His red eyes focused and lost focus again. His skin lay too tight on bone. He put his feet down wrong, like he was figuring out walking with someone else's legs. Death Eaters operat in with pops like knuckles. They formed a ring and didn't step closer. Their masks made them brave and small at once. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, high and cold because that was the voice he owned. We meet again, and here, in the place of my rebirth, we shall. Harry kept his eyes on Cedric. The body lay 10 feet away on the damp grass. Cedric looked like he was sleeping badly. Harry could still feel the heat coming off him from the run through the maze, fading by the second. Look at me, Voldemort hissed. Harry let his eyes flick up. Why? Voldemort's lip curled. So you can die looking at the one who... You can't, Harry said. The circle of Death Eaters shifted. Several glanced at each other as if they'd agreed not to. Voldemort raised his wand. His hand trembled once, almost invisible. Crucio. The curse hit the air in front of Harry and sizzled there. Pushed against something that wasn't visible and burned out like a match in rain. The space smelled singed. Harry didn't lean away. He didn't need to. His skin prickled. That was all. One of the Death Eaters gasped behind a mask. Others went very still. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. He tried again. Avada Kedavra. Green light spat and ran down an invisible slope into the grass. The blade of it cut a line in the earth at Harry's feet and went out. Silence landed like a dropped book. Voldemort's face did something Harry had not seen on it before. Confusion that wanted to be fear. He looked smaller inside his height. Harry broke the ropes with a thought. They fell in dull coils. He stood. The circle made space without intending to. "I pity you, Tom," Harry said. His voice sounded like someone had turned the volume down. He stepped past Voldemort as if walking past a stranger who'd tried to pick a fight and failed. "Stop him!" Voldemort shrieked, voice high and near cracking. No one moved. Harry lifted Cedric's body without touching it. It rose smooth and slow, arms hanging, head tilted. Harry cradled him with magic that did not glow and did not ask to be noticed. He walked. A last curse shrieked at his back and frayed to nothing 6 inches from his shoulder. He vanished with Cedric in his arms. They landed in the middle of the pitch. The lights made the grass look brighter than the night deserved. The stands were full of sound for 1 second and then it died. People stood. Dumbledore was on his feet before he knew he'd stood. Harry put Cedric down where the turf was least muddy. He folded the boy's hands. The room looked at Amos Diggory and said nothing because nothing would make a shape that didn't hurt worse. Faces moved in and out around him. McGonagall's mouth was set in a line that shook. Fudge talked too loud and then not at all. Fleur cried openly. Crumb swallowed hard. Cho made a sound that wasn't a word and turned away like she'd been cut. Hermione hovered near his shoulder and didn't touch him. Ron stood a step back, fists clenched, jaw tight. Harry's face didn't move. He wasn't trying to be brave. The room was empty. Sleep looked at his hands because they'd done so much for so long and they looked like anyone's hands. When Dumbledore came, he didn't ask questions. He put a hand on Harry's arm and guided him away when it was time. The room spoke to him in a low voice in a room that didn't smell like grass. Harry heard the words, nodded when it fit, sat when told to sit. He slept without dreams and woke feeling like sleep had been a mistake. Days bled into each other. Food went cold in front of him. He was sure when people were at his door before they knocked. The room didn't answer anyway. The castle's noises came through the stone. Water in pipes, cloaks against stairs, whispered guesses. He lay on his back and counted the cracks in the ceiling until counting stopped helping. When he did stand, he went to an empty classroom and shut the door and locked it with something that wasn't a spell. He sat cross-legged on the floor and built. "Blind spots," he told the air, throat raw. "I need them." He pictured his mind not as a big empty room but as streets with corners. The room set bricks at the ends of certain alleys. Sleep painted blinds over certain windows from the inside. He took thread and tied knots he couldn't untie in a single thought. He wrote rules in the plainest words he knew and fixed them in place. I don't look ahead when it's not about stopping harm. I don't read futures that only serve my fear. I don't open doors I've shut without help. He made uncertainty by choice. It hurt. Sweat ran down his neck. His fingers cramped from holding his knees too hard. There were moments when he could have torn through everything he'd made with a flick and felt the urge spike. He let it crest and pass. Took hours. When he stood, his legs shook. The world dulled, not numb, not dead, just less loud. He couldn't see the pattern of every footstep in the corridor anymore. The room felt the loss and breathed through it. Sleep also felt a small, real hunger when he smelled toast at breakfast the next morning, and he ate it and tasted butter. Ron came to him 2 days after the graveyard and didn't knock. He shut the door behind him and stood with his hands in his pockets like he was deciding between a fight and leaving. By the gates, an owl already circled. News would spread faster than he could breathe. "What the hell, mate?" he said finally. His voice wasn't a shout yet. It wanted to be. "In the maze. After. You knew." Harry stared at the floor. "Yes. You let him die." Harry's jaw locked. "I didn't kill him." "You let him die," Ron said again, louder. "You could've. Everyone knows you could've. You can do anything and you—" He broke off and flung his hands out. "We held Malfoy's stupid head in a toilet second year because he called Hermione a name. But Cedric," his voice cracked. "He's dead. And you were there." "I was there," Harry said. He swallowed. "It hurt. I thought—" He stopped. Ron waited, angry and shaking. "I thought if I kept changing everything, nothing would mean anything. I thought maybe I didn't get to stop every bad thing just because I could. I wanted—" He laughed once without amusement. "I wanted to feel like any of this mattered again." Ron's face went red. "So you picked that? You picked Cedric to, what? Test yourself?" Harry winced like he'd been hit because the words were right even if they weren't fair. "I picked wrong," he said. His voice stayed low. "I know that now. I keep thinking I can balance it in my head. I can't." Ron took a step and jabbed a finger at his chest. "You can't use people like scales." "I know," Harry said. The room tilted. "I know."
I'm sorry.
"Sorry?" Ron repeated. And then his anger broke off at the edge and he looked sick. I didn't mean." He scrubbed both hands over his face. He's dead. And I keep seeing his dad. And I want to smash something. And you're here. And you could have changed it. And I hate that. And I hate that I hate you for it." Harry's eyes stung. He blinked hard. "I hate me for it too." They stood in it. Sweat, jacket seemed pulling at the shoulder. Hot faces. Until Ron swore under his breath and dragged Harry into a hard, awkward hug that knocked their chins together. Harry grabbed the back of Ron's jumper and held on like falling. "I'm scared of you sometimes," Ron said into his shoulder, honest like it hurt. "But I'm more scared of you doing this alone." Harry nodded against him. "Don't let me," he said. "Yeah, all right," Ron muttered, and shoved him once for form. "But you owe me about 1,000,000 chocolate frogs." The graveyard in Little Hangleton didn't get flowers from Hogwarts students. It got rain. Harry went anyway. He stood a little back from Cedric Stone and read the letters until they blurred. The room didn't try to fix anything. Sleep didn't try to talk to a boy who wouldn't answer. He put his hands in his pockets to keep from reaching. By the gates, an owl already circled. News would spread faster than he could breathe. "Hello, Harry." He didn't turn at once. Luna came up beside him like she'd walked through fog to get there. Her hair was tied back with a ribbon that didn't match anything. Her shoes were muddy. She looked at the name and then at the grass. "It's quiet here," she said. "Yeah. People keep telling you what it means," she said after a small while. "They can't help it. They're afraid of silence." Harry's throat worked. "What do you think it means?" She tilted her head. "That he's not here," she said. "And that you are." He let out a breath that shook. "I could have stopped it." "Maybe," she said. She didn't soften it. "And maybe you couldn't have lived with the parts of you that would have grown if you kept stopping everything." She squinted at the clouds. "I don't think there's a way through where you come out clean." He laughed once, tired. "That's not comforting." "It's not meant to be," she said. "Comforting things are for later. I can sit with you now, though." They stood until his legs ached and the back of his neck cooled. A bird made ordinary sounds in a hedge and the world stayed the world. Harry looked at the name again and felt the edges of a feeling that wasn't nothing. Not relief, not peace, just the outline of grief he could fill in over time. He managed to live with outlines. The room had made some on purpose. "I made blind spots," he said. because saying it out loud kept him from unmaking them when it hurt.
Luna nodded.
That sounds like choosing to be surprised. That's brave in a different way. He huffed. Feels like weakness. It is, she said, like she was agreeing about the weather. That's why it's good. They left when the light went flat. On the path, Harry reached for the inside of his head where the walls stood and pressed his palm to one. It held. He didn't know what would happen tomorrow or next week on purpose. The not knowing sat in him like a wound and a gift. He managed to breathe around it. Back at the castle, he stopped by the common room fire. Ron looked up, wary and hopeful at once. Hermione didn't say anything about his hair or his homework. She handed him a mug and let her shoulder bump his. "Blind spots?" she asked. "Yeah," he said. "Good," she said, and took a sip of her own. He stared into the flames. They were only fire. They didn't show him anything except warmth and smoke and the way light made the walls move. For the first time in weeks, that was enough to watch. He let it be. The ache stayed. So did he. Chapter 6. Breaking Point. Summer passed like a slow bruise. Letters came, and Harry read them twice each because the house was too quiet and the days had too much space. Luna's letters were the best. They didn't pretend things were fine. They didn't tell him how to feel. She wrote about her father overcooking eggs and about a rookery near the stream, and then, without changing tone, she wrote, "You can choose not to look at everything. That isn't weakness. It's taste." At the bottom she drew a small star with a smiley face and wrote, "This one is for when it's too dark to see the real ones." He refined the blind spots. The room walked every morning before the Dursleys woke and set the rules again in his head like stones on a path. Don't look forward unless lives are about to be lost. Don't read futures to make people like you. Don't listen to thoughts you haven't been given. Sleep tightened the knots he'd tied in himself and felt steadier, even if it left a faint ache. He wrote Luna back with plain lines. "Thank you for the star." And later, "I'm trying not to fix everything. I hate it." She replied, "I like that you hate it. It means you're still here." By September, he could sleep without jolting awake at every noise. By the time the Hogwarts Express pulled out, he almost believed he could make the year quiet. He was wrong the moment the pink cardigan walked in. "Good afternoon, children." Dolores Umbridge smiled like she'd been practicing at home. The cardigan was real. So were the bows and the pearls and the high, breathy tone. Behind her, the board already held a list of educational decrees written in neat, bossy letters. Her office smelled like talc that had gone off. "Wands away," she sang. "There will be no need for—" She made a small face, "practical foolishness in my classroom this year." Hermione's hand went up. Of course it did. "Professor, how are we to defend ourselves without practice?" "We are not at war," Umbridge said, sweet as rot. "We are a school. We will follow the ministry's approved syllabus. The point of defense isn't to do anything, it is to understand why you shouldn't need to." Ron muttered, "Brilliant. Defense against the doing." Harry kept his eyes on the page Umbridge told them to read and didn't read it. He managed to feel the room's temperature shift under her voice. Fear, not of attack, but of punishment, spread like a slow fog. It wasn't loud. It was steady. He didn't look past it. The room didn't peel up futures to count how many detentions they'd get if they pushed. Sleep sat, breathed, and let the rule hold. When class ended, Umbridge's eyes landed on him. "Mr. Potter." A word. He waited by her desk. The cat plates watched him blink for blink. "You will stop telling lies," she said soft. "You will stop upsetting your classmates with attention-seeking stories." "They're not," he started. She lifted a hand. "Detention, Mr. Potter. Tonight, 8 o'clock. Bring your own quill." The quill wasn't his. She put it in his hand like a gift. "Lines," she said. "I must not tell lies." He wrote. The quill cut as it moved. The words rose on his skin. "I must not tell lies." Red at first, then darker. He didn't hiss. The room didn't pull back. Sleep let the pain be what it was. He managed to have deadened his hand with a thought. He didn't. The point wasn't to prove anything to her. It was to prove to himself that he could choose this, that he could put his power down and still be someone he recognized. Umbridge watched him. Her smile was small and bright. The cat plates purred. By the 10th line, his hand shook. By the 30th, his jaw ached from clenching it. By the 50th, the words were part scab. He signed the last line and stood. "Thank you," he said, because he refused to give her anything better and because she would hate that he sounded calm. Her eyes narrowed. "Tomorrow, Mr. Potter." He nodded and left. In the corridor, he leaned against the wall outside her door and counted his breaths. 1, 2, 3. He let the ache radiate up his arm and pass through. It didn't pass fast. Hermione was waiting at the corner, white-faced. "She's using a blood quill," she whispered, furious and scared. "I noticed," he said. He pulled his sleeve down. We have to tell someone." "Who?" he asked, flat. "Fudge? Umbridge." She swallowed. "Professor McGonagall." "Tomorrow," he said. "Not yet." "Harry." He lifted his good hand. "I need to do this my way." When she looked like she'd cry, he added quiet, "Please." She pressed her lips together, then nodded. "Fine. But you don't have to do everything alone." "Yeah," he said. "I know." He didn't. Not really. He was learning. The room of requirement found them because they needed it. When they first walked past the blank stretch of wall 3 times, it swung open on a space that already knew their sizes and our bad aim. Cushions were stacked like it expected Ron to fall. Bookcases held the right texts without the wrong commentary. Targets marked themselves with circles the color of success. They made a list. They argued over the name and laughed when Dumbledore's army made Ron snort milk. The first meeting smelled like dust and hope. It was the first room that year where nobody looked over their shoulder. Harry taught because he had to. He kept his voice simple. Stance first. You can't cast if you're off balance. He didn't show off. He showed the mistake and the fix. Don't snap your wrist. Hold the line. Good. Again. They laughed when Neville toppled. They cheered when he didn't. Hermione beamed like she'd organized air. Ron tried a joke about Expelliarmus that went sideways and made everyone laugh harder. Zacharias asked sour questions. The Patil twins corrected each other in whispers that turned into arguments and then into better spells. Ginny's bat-bogey hex made the room howl. Luna stood near the back at first, watching with that far look that made people underestimate how close she was. When she cast, the spell was clean. When they paired up, she gravitated toward Harry, not like she needed him to keep up, but like she liked his company. Their hands brushed when he adjusted her grip. The spark that ran up his arm wasn't magic. After meetings, she stayed and helped stack cushions. They talked about small things. She told him the room had once given her a butter knife when she asked for a blade because it was worried she'd cut herself. He told her he'd forgotten what quiet felt like. "Quiet is better when someone else is in it," she said, smoothing a cushion seam with her thumb. He blinked at that and looked at her. "Yeah." They didn't rush. They shared chocolate frogs on the floor, backs against the same wall. She leaned her head on his shoulder for 1 second one night and he forgot how to swallow. He walked back to the tower with his hand buzzing. Ron smirked until Hermione elbowed him. "Don't ruin it," she murmured. "Let them be." "Be what?" Ron asked. "Happy," she said, like it was obvious and rare. Umbridge tightened her net. Decrees went up. Quills scratched out detentions. Teachers went stiff with caution. The castle felt like it had a cough it couldn't clear. "Her voice could peel paint," Ron muttered, copying a lecture title into his notes because they were being watched. "At least she's not boring." "She is," Hermione said, quiet. "She's boring and dangerous. That's the worst kind." Luna's hand found Harry's under the table and squeezed once. He squeezed back and felt his heart stutter like it was new. When the betrayal came, it wasn't a surprise and still hit like a door slamming. Marietta stood outside Umbridge's office with her hood up, and the word sneak blistered across her cheeks in angry spots. Fudge was there in a bad hat. So was Filch, grinning like this was Christmas. "That will be all, Madam Bones," Umbridge was saying to no one, delighted with her own theater. "We have it well in hand." They rounded up the DA in a sweep that made Harry taste metal. The corridor outside the pink door felt too narrow. The torchlight cut hard. Umbridge's cats watched, tails flicking as if they smelled milk. "In," Umbridge said, sweet as a knife. Her office was smaller than it looked from the door. Every wall was pink. The cat plates moved, tails swishing, lace hid edges. The air was too warm. They were lined up, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, Ginny, Neville, a handful of others, shoulder to shoulder, wrists cuffed with rope that bit and tightened if you tried to ease it. Fudge stood behind Umbridge like a doll that had forgotten its lines. Filch hovered by the knob with hungry eyes. "Look at you," Umbridge said, bright. "Little soldiers." She stopped in front of Luna and tilted her head. "Miss Lovegood, do you think yourself terribly brave? Do you think this silly club will save you from consequences?"
Luna blinked slowly.
"You're not as scary as you think, Professor," she said, dreamy and clear. Umbridge's smile slipped and showed tooth. She backhanded Luna's hair, yanking her head sideways. "Mind your tongue." Harry's fists clenched. Rope dug into his skin. He breathed in through his nose. A rule pressed against his ribs. "Don't escalate unless you have to." He kept his eyes on Luna. She righted herself and gave him a small look that said not yet. Umbridge paced and spoke in a voice meant to sound reasonable. "You will tell me who organized it. You will tell me who told you to defy the ministry, who gave you the idea to spit on the law, who—" "No one," Hermione started, then stopped. She bit the inside of her cheek and chose the trembling mask she wore when she knew the person across from her was too stupid to persuade. "Professor, we only wanted to learn. The ministry's curriculum is the law," Umbridge said, bright. "And the law is good. Now, Mr. Potter." She stepped close enough that he could see powder in the crease beside her nose. "Still spreading lies? Still playing the hero? Poor, delusional boy." Ron shifted. "Leave him." "Silence," Umbridge snapped. She flicked her wand and a rope gag bit Ron's mouth. He made a furious muffled sound. Hermione moved to stand in front of him. Umbridge snapped her wand toward Hermione's throat, tip almost touching skin. "Don't." Hermione froze. "Please," she said, hands up. "Professor, please don't." "Tell me who leads it," Umbridge said, soft. "Tell me now, or I will make sure you never tell another lie again." Her smile sharpened. "The Cruciatus is legal on school property in cases of discipline." Harry felt it come apart inside him like a stitch popping. The room seemed to shift by a degree. The air thinned. He managed to hear Ron's breath through the gag and the wet sound of Filch's excitement and Hermione's swallow. He managed to feel Luna's eyes on him, steady as a hand. "Professor," Hermione said again, voice breaking. "Please, we'll disband. We'll write statements, we'll—" "Crucio," Umbridge said, almost pleased. The curse left her wand and died a foot from Hermione's chest like it had been poured into sand. It hissed out. The torch flames flared blue. The door shut on its own and locked with a clean, final sound. Harry took one breath, then another. He didn't raise his wand. "Don't," he said, and his voice was quiet and cold in the hot room. Umbridge blinked like she'd been slapped. She raised her wand again, anger blotching her cheeks. "You do not give orders here, boy." Her wand splintered. It didn't explode. It cracked down the middle with a dry, neat sound, the pieces turning to soft dust between her fingers. She stared at the grit in her palms like she didn't understand what sand was. The portraits of kittens pressed flat against painted wallpaper, ears down. Harry lifted his hand a fraction. No light, no show. Umbridge rose off the floor as if held by hooks under her elbows and hit the wall hard enough to rattle plates. Her feet dangled. The room went very quiet except for her breath speeding up, the wet click of her tongue against her teeth. "Harry," Hermione whispered, small. "Harry?" Ron's rope gag fell away. He didn't speak. His jaw hung open. Luna didn't move. Her gaze didn't leave Harry's face. Umbridge tried to talk and found no air. Her mouth worked. Her eyes bulged. She clawed at her throat and then at the empty air between his hand and her. A small sound escaped her, high and real. "Listen to me," Harry said. His voice didn't rise. "You will never lay hands on them." He looked at her straight, without pity. "You will never hurt them, or threaten them, or make them bleed for your ideas." The blue torches hummed. "If you touch them, I will stop you. Every time. Do you understand?" She nodded, quick and jerky, tears starting. The wet tracks looked wrong on her powdered face. He kept her there 1 second longer because the rage wanted it, because his hands remembered a desk and a quill and the way she'd smiled, because Luna's hair had been in her fist. The room let the second pass and put her down. She hit the floor and stayed there, gasping. Harry turned to the others. He lifted a hand and ropes fell in slack heaps. The room didn't meet their eyes. Sleep looked down at Umbridge again. "You won't remember this." "Harry," Hermione said, scared and pleading. "Don't." He flicked 2 fingers. "Obliviate." Umbridge's eyes cleared like a curtain drew back to a blank wall. She blinked and looked around at the tidy room and the tidy children standing politely. "What are you doing in here?" she asked, batting dust from her cardigan. "No idea," Harry said, tired. He swallowed. "We were just leaving." They left. The door shut. The corridor outside felt colder in a good way. No one spoke until they were halfway down the stairs. Then Hermione said, small and hoarse, What are you?" He stopped like she'd tripped him. The room turned. Her hands were shaking. She hated that they were. "I mean, I know who you are. You're Harry. But I watched that curse vanish. And her wand, Harry, your face." She swallowed. "I was scared." Ron stood half in front of her, as if he might need to block something that could crush him. "Mate, that was, he shook his head. "Bloody hell." Harry's chest caved inward. "I didn't want." He stopped. His voice thinned. "I didn't want you to be scared of me." Hermione's eyes filled fast and she blinked them clear because she hated crying in corridors. "I don't want to be," she said. I don't know what to do with what I saw." He nodded once, stiff, like he'd been punched. "Yeah." He backed away. I'm going to get some air." "Harry," Ron said, reaching. He went anyway. He climbed until there were no more stairs, until wind hit his face and the whole school was small below. The astronomy tower stones held the day's heat. The night was clear and cold. The stars didn't care. He stood with his hands on the parapet and tried not to cry. It didn't work. He pressed his wrist to his mouth so no sound would carry and let his eyes burn. The room hadn't meant to show them that part. Sleep hadn't meant to be that part. Footsteps came quiet. He didn't turn. Luna stood beside him like she'd been invited by the wind. "I made her forget," he said, voice rough. "I didn't want to hurt her. I wanted her to stop." "She stopped," Luna said. "They were afraid," he said, and the word hit him harder than it should have. Hermione looked at me like, "I don't know." "Like she couldn't count the edges," Luna said. "She'll find them again." He let out a breath that shook. "I keep trying to be smaller," he said. "Then something happens and I choose the other thing. I hate it." "I know," she said. She leaned her elbows on the stone next to his. "I'm not scared of you, you know." He barked a laugh that wasn't funny. "You should be." "I don't think so," she said. "You scare me when you pretend you don't feel anything. Not when you protect people you love." He stared at the dark line of the forest. I should've, I don't know." "You shouldn't have let her hurt Hermione," Luna said, simple. You didn't. The wind moved her hair across her face. She pushed it back and then left her hand there, half hiding. He looked at her and felt something steady under the shake. I don't know how to do this, he said. Any of it. Being something. She smiled, small. We can start with standing here. She nudged his shoulder with hers. Then we can try hands. He looked at her hand. The room took it. His fingers felt clumsy. Hers were warm and a little cold at the tips. They stood like that for a while, breathing the same air. I kept your star, he said. From summer. I kept your letter, she said. The one where you said you hated it. He turned toward her. She turned too. The kiss wasn't perfect. Their noses bumped. He tasted salt and mint and wind. The room shook. So did she. His hand lifted and hovered before it found her cheek. She made a small sound into his mouth and pressed closer. It wasn't fireworks. It was an ache easing for one honest second. When they pulled back, they both laughed once, breathless and embarrassed and glad. Okay? He asked, voice small, like he was 12 again and asking for something he wasn't sure he could have. Okay, she said. She put her head on his shoulder. They watched the sky until the cold got in their sleeves. He didn't look forward. The room didn't try to measure how long anything would last. Sleep let the moment be the size it was. The fracture with his friends didn't heal in a day. It started with a scrape. He found Hermione in the library the next afternoon, hands tight on a book she wasn't reading. Ron sat sideways in his chair, picking at a splinter, eyes tracking every person who walked past like he wanted to fight someone to save time. Harry stood at the end of the table and felt 15. I'm sorry, he said. No speeches. For scaring you. For not telling you how close I was. I'm trying not to be a monster. I'm going to get it wrong. Hermione's throat worked. You're not a monster, she said, and then winced at how quickly she'd said it. Like it was a reflex. She set the book down. I was cruel. I asked you what you were. I know what you are. Do you? He asked, not daring anything in his voice. You're my friend, she said, voice shaking. And you saved me. And I hate that you had to. And I hate that the world made a space where you had to be that. I was scared, but I was scared for you too. What it's doing to you. He nodded, eyes stinging. I don't want to be looked at like a bomb, he said. Ron kicked the chair leg and stood up. I did that, he said. I looked at you like I didn't know you. He scratched his neck. Awkward.
I'm sorry, mate.
Honest. He huffed. You shouldn't have to bleed for us to think you're good. Harry let out a laugh that wasn't fair to any of them. Umbridge made sure I did. Yeah, well, Ron said, jaw hard. If she tries again, she can try it on me. See if she likes Weasley blood better. Hermione glared at him, blinking fast. Don't be stupid. Too late, Ron said, soft. And then he stepped in and hugged Harry without looking at him first. It was brief and rough and meant everything. Hermione hesitated half a second and then wrapped both arms around them. Book digging into someone's ribs. They all hurt. It helped anyway. When they pulled back, Hermione lifted Harry's hand. The words on the back were scabbed and dark. I must not tell lies. Please see Madame Pomfrey, she said, bossy because she cared. And then we can plan properly. DA will go quiet for a bit. We'll change our patterns. We'll be careful. Together. Harry nodded. Together. They sat. They made lists. They argued quietly because that was their language. Ron suggested moving targets. Hermione suggested coded notes with innocent homework titles. Harry suggested teaching small groups, never the same roster twice. Luna slipped in and set a small packet of biscuits next to Harry's elbow without saying anything. He reached for her hand under the table and she laced their fingers. He didn't look past the next hour. The room let it exist. Sleep let the ache in his hand throb along with a different ache under his ribs that wasn't emptiness this time. It was fear and love and anger and hope tangled up. It was heavy and human. He managed to carry it. Detentions didn't stop. He went back and wrote the lines until the skin on his hand went raw and shiny. The room watched Umbridge smile and knew she didn't remember the night in her office, that the blank in her head was a kindness to him more than to her. Sleep counted breaths. He kept his power down like a loaded tray he could set on a table if he needed to. He learned the shape of the need. DA met in smaller groups. Neville's shield charm started holding. Ginny's hexes got meaner and more precise. Hermione perfected a silent, stunning spell that made her notch a quill in triumph. Ron, under all the jokes and flinches, learned to read a room and step where Harry couldn't. Luna's Patronus, when it came, was a hair that looked at the world like it knew secrets and didn't mind that it did. "Could be worse," Ron said one night, breathless from dodging a trip jinx. "Could be Snape's office." "Don't tempt the timetable," Hermione muttered, but she smiled. After Harry and Luna sat in the quiet room with the door shut, he rested his head against the wall. She rested hers against his. They didn't always speak. Sometimes being was enough. Sometimes they kissed because neither of them could help it and then laughed at how bad they were at acting like it was normal. "I like your blind spots," she said once, nose touching his. "They make space for us." He swallowed. "I like that you're here." "I'm glad you're letting yourself be," she said. He closed his eyes. "I'm trying." It didn't solve Umbridge. It didn't fix the Ministry's denial. It didn't make the year safe. Nothing did. But when Umbridge's cruelty pushed him to the edge, and when he stepped over to stop her, he didn't fall all the way. He found hands on the other side. He found his friends angry and scared and still here. The room found a girl who looked at him like a boy and not a god. Sleep found his own breath, in and out, not measured by how much he could do but by whether he chose to do it. He'd break again. He was sure that the world would make him. He'd fix what he could and leave what he had to. He'd pay for both. For now, there was a plan on parchment, tea that had gone cold, a sore hand, and 3 people arguing about whether Tuesday or Thursday was better for hidden meetings. Luna's fingers brushed his knuckles. He squeezed once. She squeezed back. It wasn't peace. It was something he could live inside. Chapter 7. The Temptation of Perfect Order. They came in black robes with tired faces and a silver seal Harry didn't recognize. Not just the Ministry. Foreign accents, careful English, papers in stiff folders. McGonagall stood by the window like a guard. Dumbledore sat, hands folded, eyes on Harry and nowhere else. The oldest envoy cleared his throat. "Mr. Potter," he said, formal and flat with travel. "We represent the International Confederation of Wizards, and," his mouth pulled, "cooperating Muggle governments. We are asking for help." Harry didn't sit. "With what?" "War," a witch from France said. "Famine." She looked older than her hair. "Hospitals with no blood. Villages with no bread. Families with no homes. You can..." She caught herself. "You're able to do things others cannot." A British official he didn't know leaned forward. "We don't ask lightly. We have our pride, Mr. Potter. But pride feeds no one." Dumbledore didn't move. McGonagall's jaw worked once and stilled. Harry's mouth was dry. "What do you want me to do?" "End it," the old wizard said. "Not grand, just desperate. End the worst of it. War first, then hunger, then disease. The order is yours." Silence sat down with them. Harry felt Luna's star in his pocket, folded paper, creased corners. He thought of letters that had said you don't have to look at everything. "Let me see," he said, voice low. "Not reports, not maps. I need to see." They watched him like he might break. "Let him," Dumbledore said, very soft. He went where the air tasted like metal and smoke. The room dressed plain. Sleep covered himself with nothing visible but a choice to be unseen. He stepped through a ward and into a street that had no glass left. The first place was a row of houses with one wall still standing on each. A toy truck lay in gray dust. A woman sat in the open, back against broken brick. She rocked a bundle that didn't move. The sound she made wasn't a word. Harry stood 10 paces away and swallowed until it hurt. He managed to have fixed the child's jacket seam pulling at the shoulder with a thought if breath had still been there to fix. The room managed to have rewound 10 minutes and caught the ceiling before it fell. Sleep managed to have turned the bomb to sand while it was still a shell on a belt a mile away. He stood and let the shape of the choice press on him until his legs felt weak. He walked around a blackened car. The driver's door was open. There were 2 seats in the back. One had a plastic seat that still held a singed strap. A boy of maybe 6 stood in the doorway across the street, face chalked with dust. He watched Harry without seeing him. His chest moved fast. His hands shook. "Mama?" The boy called into the dark flat. Small voice lost in the wind. No answer. Harry made himself watch 10 seconds longer. He turned away because he was going to be sick. He went to a camp with long tents and long lines. A sign with 3 languages hung crooked off a pole. Flies gathered at the corners of eyes. A nurse spoke soft words and lifted an empty bag from a hook. A girl sat on a cot with her knees to her chest and her watchful eyes too big for her face. She held a bowl. The bottom showed through the water. Her mother took the bowl, pretended to eat, handed it back, smiled. The girl smiled back because that is what children do to save their parents. Harry put a hand on the tent pole because the world tilted. He managed to pull food into being in such ridiculous scale that it would never run out. The room managed to put clean water under every step. Sleep managed to cure the worm in a boy's gut and the fever in a baby's skin and the dry cough in an old man's chest. He managed to do it right now and then do it again tomorrow for the places he'd missed today. He walked into a clinic that had 12 beds and 24 patients. The doctor held a child's wrist and watched a second hand that didn't move because the clock was broken. She nodded at the child's mother anyway, like the numbers had been kind. She turned and saw the next bed. She lifted a mask with hands that shook and replaced it on a face that had turned the wrong color. "We're out," an aide whispered. "We're out of that one." Harry left because his vision blurred. Outside, a siren wailed and then ran out of battery and died. He didn't sleep that night. The room sat on cold cement behind a collapsed wall and wiped his face with his sleeve. Sleep didn't know if the damp was sweat or tears or dust. The sky went dark. The sound of far guns stopped and started and stopped. At dawn he walked through a village where the fields had gone hard and the river had failed. A farmer stood in a square of cracked dirt and turned the earth with a stick because the plow had been burned for fuel. His wife watched the road for a truck that wasn't coming. A child tugged at her dress, slow and weak. A grandmother sat on a stool and stared into the middle distance like memory could fill a bowl. Harry could turn their soil soft and kill every locust in the sky and pull rain to this one place for a month. He managed to fix this piece, and that one, and that one. And he could do it forever with maps and schedules and teams. And while he did, someone 10 miles away would be shot, and he would not be there for that one breath. He went home under the cloak and didn't take it off in the corridor. The room passed a first year who laughed at something and felt like he was moving through 2 worlds stacked wrong. Sleep went to the room of requirement and walked until the door gave him a space with white walls and a plain chair. He sat. The room pressed his hands flat on his knees. Sleep looked at the blank. "Okay," he said to the room, to himself. "Show me if I do it." He loosened the knots in his mind. The blind spots he had built to keep himself human tried to hold. He moved them enough to look through. He started with guns gone silent. Not turned to flowers. Not thrown into the sun. Just gone. Magazines empty. Shells sand. Missiles dust in careful piles where they would hurt no one. Soldiers lowering hands they didn't understand anymore. He turned hunger off. Fields green. Water clean. Storage never empty. He made disease simple, then simpler, then gone. The room closed the gaps where germs got in. Sleep reinforced the places bodies failed. He made broken things knit without scars. He made death wait longer. He took away the easiest ways to die. He saw what came next and felt cold. Murder fell. then theft, then small crimes, the reports would have said, but there are no small crimes to the people who live under them. Streets got quiet, prisons emptied, courts sat bored and neat. Newspapers ran out of certain words. He adjusted work so no one had to break their back or lungs to live. The room adjusted money so no one got left with nothing. Sleep adjusted anger out of crowds when it moved toward harm. He did not make people love each other. The room did not flatten feelings. Sleep told himself he would leave that alone. He felt the system he had built touch it anyway, because when you remove pain and fear and want, you take something with them. He defused risk. The room shut doors that led to cliffs. Sleep locked cabinets that held poisons. He smoothed roads. He padded edges. He raised children in safe light. He took away the crack of hunger under their bones and the terrible quiet of grief in their first years. First it glowed. The graphs in his head went up in all the ways people pretend graphs are truth. Then the quiet got deep. The Weasley shop closed because no one bought a prank when nothing needed breaking. Ron stopped arguing because nothing was worth the effort and no one's temper was left with teeth. Hermione stopped correcting because there was nothing to correct. Quidditch slowed until it was a careful glide from one ring to another and then stopped because someone might fall, and why risk a bruise that could later be a scar? Music was pretty and even. No one wrote a song to get a scream out. Paintings were sunsets. Poems ended with the right words arranged in the right hopeful order. People smiled. Harry watched one laugh and realized the sound had no breath in it. He looked for Luna. She sat by the lake with a book on her lap, eyes on the page, mouth turned up. He sat next to her. She leaned her head on his shoulder. He waited for a question or a wild thought or something that didn't fit. Nothing came. "It's nice," she said, and the word fell soft and empty. He said yeah, and felt sick. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. He went to the burrow. Molly's kitchen was clean.
Jean stirra tapot.
Fred and George were somewhere else doing careful work that involved no fire. The clock on the wall had every hand on safe. He had always imagined that moment would make him breathe easier. Instead, it made his chest heavy. He waited for Ron to joke. The room waited for someone to spill something. It didn't happen. He walked a city where men sat on benches and read small news about weather and harvests. A boy picked up a guitar and played a tune that had no sharp edge. A girl painted a flower with petals the exact same size. A couple kissed with their eyes open and checked their watches after. He stood in the room and pulled back so fast he made himself dizzy. The room gagged. Sleep put his head down and breathed into the heel of his hand until the room stopped spinning. He spoke to the air. "No," he said it again, voice shaking.
No.
He tightened every knot he had loosened. The room rebuilt his blind spots, slower and stronger. Sleep sat with his head back against the wall and let his throat hurt. The choice was a weight on his ribs. He felt like he was choosing to let people die. He felt like he was choosing to let people live. Both were true. He didn't move for a long time. Dusk at the edge of a battlefield is not quiet. Pretends to be. Fire's gutter. The wind moves paper. Something metal ticks as it cools. Somewhere, a person calls a name with a voice already hoarse. Harry stood with Luna under the cloak on a low rise that had once been a hill and now was a hump of broken ground. Bodies lay where they had fallen. Some had eyes open. Some didn't have faces you could look at. He didn't let himself count. The room let himself see. A bent rifle lay across a crater. A shoe without a foot sat 6 steps away from its pair. A banner lay in the mud with colors that meant something to someone and now were only fabric. The air smelled like smoke and iron and the sharp sour of burned things. Luna's hand found his sleeve and stayed there. "I could end it," he said, voice rough. "All of it. Not just here. Everywhere." He swallowed. "I ran it. I did the numbers and the pictures and I saw it." She looked at him, steady. "Tell me." He did. The room told her about the guns turned to dust and the hunger switched off and the hospitals with time to breathe. Sleep told her about the quiet that came after. He kept his words simple because the truth didn't need more. There was no art, he said, and his voice broke on the word. No music that mattered. Nothing beautiful because nothing hurt. He rubbed the heel of his hand against his eye and hated that it came away wet. People smiled like they were reading off a card. They were safe. They were fed. They were gone. Luna didn't tell him it wasn't that bad. She didn't say he was exaggerating. She watched a scrap of paper lift and fall in the wind. You made a world where nothing could cut, she said soft. So nothing could carve. I could stop this, he said, stepping forward and then stopping because the edge sloped. He breathed through his teeth. I could stop every this. And I didn't. I came here to watch the mess I'm leaving. You came to stand with it, she said. That isn't the same. A breeze moved Ash. He licked dry lips. It feels like abandonment. It looks like love, she said. He shook his head sharp. Love doesn't leave children hungry. Love doesn't take away who they are, she said, still steady. Love feeds. Love fights. Love holds hands and argues and forgives. Love doesn't turn people into glass. I want to be the kind of person who fixes it, he said. And I'm the kind of person who says no. You're the kind of person who lets people choose, she said. Even when it breaks you. He made a small, ugly sound. I hated that world, Luna. I hated watching you in it. She squeezed his sleeve. Then don't make it. He laughed once, raw. That simple? No, she said, but true. He wiped his face on his sleeve and stared at the nearest extinguisher foam sputtering out. I'll still pull people out of fires, he said. I'm not going to stand back and watch a building fall because it's free. I'm not going to watch a plague and take notes. I just won't take everything. I won't take the wheel and bolt it to my hands. She nodded. Choosing their freedom over your control is love, not indifference. He let the sentence sit with the burning and the wind. The room let it hurt. Sleep let it help. It doesn't make the bodies lighter, he said. No, she agreed, but it makes the living real. They stayed until the light bent low and the cold crept up through their shoes. He put an invisible ward around the still-alive man groaning 3 craters over and called help with a push of magic that would bring the right uniforms and none of the wrong ones. It was the smallest cheating he could justify. He hated how easy it was. The room didn't stop himself from doing it. He took Luna's hand under the cloak and went home. The black lake held the moon like a coin on water. The night air was cold enough to smart in the chest. The ground smelled of wet earth and weeds. 2 prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. They sat on the bank with their shoulders touching. He didn't talk first. The water lapped. A frog made a sound that was half cough. I keep thinking of the woman with the empty bowl, he said. She smiled at her daughter and pretended she'd eaten. I could press my fingers together and make grain for 10,000 years. I could make water come up in every field. I could put a clinic in every village with a doctor who never ran out of anything. His voice went thin. I didn't. You saw what it cost, Luna said. I still feel like a coward, he said. She tilted her head. Cowards hide because they don't want to be hurt. You're not hiding. You're choosing to be hurt so other people can be real. He let out a breath that shivered. I want someone to tell me I'm right. I want someone to tell me I'm wrong. Both would be easier than this. I can tell you I'll sit here while you work it out, she said. I can tell you I love you even if you decide wrong and have to decide again tomorrow. He put his head on her shoulder. I don't deserve you. That's not how it works, she said. Say it, he said, small. I love you, she said, simple as a cup of water, even when you shake, especially then. He cried the way people cry when they don't want to but can't stop. It wasn't loud. It wasn't pretty. She didn't shush him. She lifted her hand and put it in his hair and kept it there. When he shook, she stayed. When he went quiet, she stayed. I'm going to help, he said at last, voice rough. Not with a switch. With hands. I'll pull people out. I'll fix what I'm holding. I'll build things others can carry when I'm not there. Luna nodded against his temple. That sounds like life. He huffed a laugh. It sounds slow. It will be, she said. We'll be here tomorrow too. They watched the water. The moon smudged when a ripple passed. The trees on the far bank drew black lines on the sky. His breathing slowed. The cold pinched his cheeks and made his eyes feel cleaner. Across the grounds, a figure stood on the path and didn't come closer. Dumbledore's hands were in his sleeves. He looked older than he had in the meeting, and that was saying something. The room watched the two shapes by the lake and let his shoulders drop a fraction. Relief came first and then something heavier. He turned away before the dawn. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. Look, Luna said. He lifted his head. The east scratched lighter. It wasn't much. It was enough to see color inside the trees. The first birds tried a few notes like they were testing their voices before anyone could hear. Harry wiped his face with the side of his sleeve. He lifted her hand and kissed the back of it, small and quick. I'm still scared, he said. Keep being, she said, and smiled without any emptiness in it. He nodded. The room didn't promise he'd never look again. Sleep didn't promise he'd always hold the line perfectly. He promised what he could. He'd choose, and then choose again, and keep choosing the messy world with its music and its fights and its hands that held on. They sat until the light touched the water. He stood and pulled her up. Their fingers stayed linked. Behind them, the castle woke. Ahead, the day did too. He didn't fix the world. The room walked into it. Chapter 8. Shattered Trust. The memo that started it wasn't written like a threat. It was tidy, stamped in 3 places, signed by a clerk who used too much ink. The heading said informal consultation on post-war stabilization measures, and the line below it said private session of the Weisengemot. Attendance requested of Mr. H. J. Potter. Harry laid it flat on the table in the common room and stared at the curve of the ministry seal. His tea went cold. Hermione read it twice. It sounds benign, she said, which in Hermione meant it wasn't. But private session and requested together? That's not procedure. Ron leaned in, frowned deep. And stabilization is the kind of word you use when you've already decided to do something dodgy. Luna touched the parchment with one finger like it might flinch. They want to make you smaller, she said, mild and certain. Harry breathed out through his nose. They want to talk. Maybe, Hermione said, or maybe they want to do something while everyone respectable is in the room to make it look respectable. Ron's ears went red. If they lay a finger on you. They won't, Harry said, too quick. He made himself slow down. Kingsley sent a note last week. Keep your head up. That was the whole thing. Moody said, don't go alone. He gave a small shrug. I'm not going alone. Luna's eyes stayed on the seal. Don't go blind either. He folded the letter and slid it back into the envelope. I'll explain it to them, he said. All of it. The blind spots. Why I'm not going to. He stopped. His throat worked. Why I can't be the world's locksmith. Hermione reached across the table and squeezed his wrist. Then we go careful, she said. We assume the worst and hope for the best. Ron tried a smile. It wobbled. And if Umbridge pops out of a cupboard, I'm hexing first and apologizing later. The meetings where they decided it didn't look like a plot out of a cheap novel. The chairs were new. The carpet softened footsteps. The ministry's senior staff spoke in turns, voices low from long days. We owe him, said a witch with square glasses and a list of dead relatives. We owe him everything. But he said no to the world, for Merlin's sake. What does that mean he'll say yes to? It means he thinks, Kingsley said, slow and heavy. And that's a start. An unspeakable in gray cuffs traced a circle on a folder with one finger. Thinking doesn't make him less dangerous. Dangerous to whom? Kingsley asked. To the delicate balance of Oh, do spare me the euphemisms, Moody rasped from the corner, the rune scar around his good eye puckering when he scowled. He doesn't answer to your balance or their balance. He answers to the one in his own head, which, frankly, is more than I can say for half of you. The minister, new, tired, careful, pinched the bridge of his nose. We cannot build a state on trust in a single 17-year-old boy. Kingsley's mouth tightened. We cannot build a state on fear of a 17-year-old boy either. The unspeakable didn't look up. We have a procedure. Say the quiet part aloud, Moody said. You've got a binding. Department of Mysteries special. Pretty, gold, lot of chanting. Makes the old ones feel like they're doing something noble while someone else pulls the string. It is not a shackle, the unspeakable said, which told the room exactly what it was. The minister's voice thinned. A precaution, then. A tether around a volcano. No harm intended. If he won't resist, there will be no pain. If he does, well. Kingsley stood. If you do this, you will lose him. We never had him, said a witch with a neat bun. Her hands shook. He was a miracle we could not explain. We are trying to survive him. Moody's mouth turned into a bad line. He's a boy who crawled out of a cupboard and chose not to be God. And you want to put a collar on him because you're afraid he meant it. No one moved the coin on the table. No one said the word vote. They just looked at each other and then at the minister, and the minister looked at the ceiling and said, invite him. Make it graceful. Moody and Kingsley met Harry in a side classroom the night before. Don't trust the room, Moody said, stumping in without preamble. Don't trust the chairs. Don't trust the light. Don't trust the part of you that wants to be believed. I'm not walking into a trap, Harry said. You might, Kingsley said. By mistake. By design. Either way. He handed over a folded paper. If the runes look like this, they mean compression, not suppression. They're built to squeeze. They won't work on you, but the attempt will hurt. Hermione leaned in to memorize. Ron frowned at the tight spirals, the anchor points. Luna stood behind Harry and rested her palm between his shoulder blades until his breathing matched her quiet rhythm. Moody's false eye ticked. You planning to teach him a lesson if they try it? Harry looked at his hands. There were faint white lines on the back of his right hand from 5th year, healed flat and pale. He turned his palm up. No, he said. If they show me they're afraid, I'll believe them. Moody snorted. You're not soft. No, Harry said.
I'm tired.
Kingsley's face worked. So am I, he said. Come back in one piece. The atrium looked wrong from the moment they stepped out of the flue. Not loud. Not busy. The fountain whispered instead of roared. The security desk had 2 aurors at it who stood too straight and looked at a point past Harry's head. The witch at the visitor badges asked his name even though she knew it and wrote it down too slowly. Hermione tightened her grip on her bag. Ron stood at Harry's shoulder like a guard. Luna's shoulder brushed his arm and stayed there. Mr. Potter. The minister's aide appeared, face pale, smile thin. Thank you for coming. This way, please. Up one flight, along a corridor where the sconces wore green shades and the carpet gave underfoot in a way that made Harry feel like he was sinking. 2 aurors at the end of the hall. They stepped aside. The door ahead of them stood open. Dumbledore waited just inside. He looked like he'd slept in that suit. His eyes were shadowed. His hands were folded over each other and stilled when they saw Harry. Headmaster, Harry said. The word a habit that didn't fit his mouth here. Harry, Dumbledore said, voice rough. He swallowed. Please be careful. Harry's jaw clenched. Are you asking me not to go in? I'm asking you to remember who you are when you do, Dumbledore said. Not who they want to make you. Harry's mouth tensed. He gave the smallest nod and walked past him. Give the word, Ron muttered low. I'll shout fire and we'll leg it. Luna glanced at Dumbledore as they passed. Her face was unreadable. The Wisengamot chamber was colder than Harry remembered. Pale torchlight made long shadows up the marble. The benches climbed the walls in tight tiers. Robes rustled. Gold pins winked and turned away when he looked. The chair in the center wasn't a chair. It was a seat on a small raised dais, plain and too bright in the pool of light. There were lines cut into the stone around it that meant nothing to anyone who wasn't looking for them. The minister stood at his podium with his hands on the edge to keep them from drifting. "Mr. Potter," he said, "thank you for answering our invitation." Harry stood on the edge of the circle. "You asked," he said. "I came." A murmur moved and died. "We face a complicated world," the minister said, voice formal and thin. "You have, by your actions and restraint, changed the nature of our obligations. We wanted to discuss the framework of engagement moving forward." "Framework of what?" Ron whispered at the rim of the chamber, earning a glare from a clerk. Hermione dug an elbow into his ribs. Luna didn't blink. Harry climbed the 2 steps and sat, back straight, hands on his knees where everyone could see them. He looked up to meet faces. Some looked down. Some watched him like he might explode. "Tell me what you want," he said. "We want safety," the minister said, honest for a second. Then he tried to soften it. "And clarity." "Clarity," Harry repeated, as if the taste of it might change. "You want to know when I will and won't step in." "Yes," said a witch with a chain around her neck. "Yes, it's reasonable." "And if you disagree?" Harry asked. A rustle again. The minister pressed on. "We have asked the Department of Mysteries to propose a—" His mouth twisted for less than a blink. "Protocol. To ensure that—" The floor moved. It started like a breath under the stone, a drawing in. Then a line lit gold at Harry's feet, thin as hair, running the circle's groove. It met another, and each line brightened until the pattern showed itself in a lattice that rose off the floor like glass. Unspeakables stood in the shadows under the benches with hoods pushed back and their hands lifted. The sound they made wasn't words Harry knew. It was bare shape, rhythm, and count and intent. "What are you doing?" Hermione's voice cut, sharp enough to startle the nearest robed elder. Ron swore under his breath. Luna's hand slid into Harry's left and squeezed once. Hard. Dumbledore stood so fast the chair behind him scraped. "Stop this," he said, the old headmaster voice that could still reach the back row without a crack. "Stop!" The minister flinched. His voice came cracked anyway. "Mr. Potter, please, don't resist. It's for everyone's safety. Just—" The chains formed out of nothing. They weren't iron. They weren't anything real. They looked like light, but when the first loop touched Harry's forearm it pressed like a weight. Another slid across his chest. A third wrapped around his throat without closing. Each link hummed against his skin and pressed harder, as if the space he took up was being asked to become less. Harry's heart punched once and then sped. The noise from the galleries faded like someone had thrown a blanket over it. He felt the squeeze in places that weren't muscles. Not pain. Not yet. Something worse. Small. The opposite of the cupboard. Not walls closing in, but the world trying to erase enough of him that it wouldn't have to worry about the rest. Memories hit in a rush. The latch on the cupboard door. Petunia's hand hovering over the letter slot. The office with plates of cats and a quill that wrote in his blood. The graveyard's cold grass and a voice high and thin saying bow. Every time someone put him in a place and told him to fit it. By the gates, an owl already circled. News would spread faster than he could breathe. "Harry!" Hermione again, breathless. "Harry, breathe." He did, in through his nose. The chains tightened. Sparks ran along them where they touched his skin. His vision brightened at the edges. Dumbledore stepped into the floor runes with no regard for what they might do to him and raised his hand. "Enough! Enough, you fools! You don't know what—" "Continue," the chain-wearing witch snapped, fear turning her voice into something hard. Before Harry's power didn't explode. It didn't flare. It moved like a reflex, like a blink, like taking your hand off a hot pan. No. A single thought, not loud. The lattice around him cracked on that one small word, the way thin ice breaks under one boot. The cracks ran out and across each line, brightened, and then the whole matrix came apart into 1,000 sharp pieces of light that didn't cut anything. They were there and then they weren't. The unspeakables flew backward as if the breath had been punched out of the room. Robes snapped. Papers lifted and spun. The torches went out. Darkness hit in a rush that took sight and sound and left a ringing. A pale glow stayed in the middle where Harry sat. It lit the marble under his shoes and the edges of his fingers. The air pressure dipped like before a storm. He stood without touching the chair. The room didn't mean to float. Sleep just did. His trainers left the stone. He held still. The fear that ran through the benches curled around the room and came back cold. He lowered himself until his soles touched and stayed. The glow faded to something that just let people find his face. He kept his shoulders down. The room unclenched his jaw. Sleep opened his hands so no one could pretend they didn't see them empty. No one spoke first. Harry swallowed. When he did speak, his voice was quiet. It carried anyway, the way simple things do when a room has run out of excuses. "I would never have harmed you," he said. "Yet you feared me enough to harm me first." The minister's mouth moved. No sound came out. Harry looked at him and then at the benches. "You asked me to tell you when I would step in. You asked for trust. And then you put a chain around my throat because the answer scared you." He shook his head once. It wasn't dramatic. It was tired. "I'm not your weapon. I'm not your shield. I'm not your problem to manage. I am a person. I told you no, and you heard not yet." A witch in the second tier started to cry. She put her hand over her mouth to stop the sound and failed. Dumbledore's voice tried to find a place to stand. "Harry!" Harry didn't look at him. He gave the smallest shake of his head, like he couldn't bear the shape of that name on that voice right now. "I'm not coming back here," he said to the room. "Don't summon me. Don't send for me. If you see me, it'll be because I chose to come. If you need help, ask anyone else first. If you're going to treat me like a monster, I'll do you the courtesy of staying out of your sight." Something like shame moved in the crowd. Some faces bowed. Some hardened because shame is heavy and people hate to carry it. Harry stepped down off the dais. His footfalls clicked against the stone, not loud, not fast. No one moved to stop him. No one raised a wand. Someone dropped a folder. Papers fluttered, the sound thin in the dark. He passed Dumbledore at the door. Dumbledore took a small breath like he might speak again. Harry's shoulder brushed his sleeve. He kept walking. Fawkes was not on the high ring above the door. The perch was empty. In the corridor outside, the light was too bright. The hush from the chamber followed and broke against the marble. Harry pressed his palms to his eyes until he saw sparks. His body shook once, light and awful, like something shivering its way out. He put his back to the wall and slid down until he was sitting with his knees up. The room let his head tip to the side. Sleep told himself to breathe. His chest didn't listen. Luna found him first. Of course she did. She folded down, knees cracking, and sat next to him so their shoulders touched. She didn't talk. He made a sound that was supposed to be a laugh and came out wrong. "I'm fine." "You're shaking," she said. "That's not a crime." Hermione came around the corner at a run and skidded to a stop, hair loose, eyes wild. "Harry?" She went to her knees, hands hovering over his face like she couldn't decide where to land. "Are you hurt? Did it?" "No," he dragged a breath in. It hitched.
No.
"Not hurt. Just," he swallowed. "Not surprised. That's the worst bit. I wasn't surprised." Ron arrived next, jaw set, ears red, breath loud. "Say the word and I'll go back in there and—" He looked at Harry's face and stopped. The anger leaked out of him like air out of a punctured ball. "Mate," he said, helpless, and dropped right there on the floor to Harry's other side. Harry put his hands over his face. The first sob came out a bark, short and ugly. He hated the sound. The room made 3 more of them because his chest had decided the sound was happening whether he liked it or not. His shoulders bunched. He tried to be quiet and couldn't. He was 17 and he had just been chained in front of a country that said it loved him. Sleep put his forehead on his knees and shook. Hermione made a broken noise and reached. Ron reached. Luna was already there. They didn't say shoo or it's all right. They didn't try to make it something it wasn't. They put their arms around him, awkward at first because 3 bodies don't fit cleanly on a ministry floor, then tight. Ron's hand gripped the back of his jumper like he was pulling Harry back from an edge. Hermione pressed her face to his shoulder and cried quietly into his sleeve. Luna's hand found the back of his neck and stayed warm. I thought. Harry forced the words around the breath he couldn't catch. I keep thinking, maybe this time, maybe if I explain it the right way. Hermione's voice shook. You don't owe them the right way. Ron sniffed loud and angry. Bloody hell you don't. Luna's voice came soft. I'm not scared of you, she said. I'm here. He laughed again, the small kind that hurts. The room tipped his head sideways until it rested against hers. Sleep stayed there and let himself breathe through the shaking until the edges softened. A clerk came down the corridor and saw them and looked away and pretended to be very interested in a scuff on the wall. Do you want to go? Hermione asked after a while, voice thick. Yeah, Harry said hoarse. Please. They stood up slow, joints popping, hands slow to let go. Harry swiped at his face with his sleeve and left a damp mark he didn't bother to hide. Ron took the front and glared at anyone who glanced in their direction. Hermione squared her shoulders and lifted her chin. Luna stayed at Harry's side, fingers brushing his sleeve in a small rhythm, like a metronome set to calm. They didn't take the main lift. Kingsley met them at a side stair with an expression that wasn't quite apology, because he didn't own what had happened but wore the shame anyway. I tried, he said. I know, Harry said and did. Moody stood behind him with his mouth like a bad scar. You didn't burn them down, he said, half a question. Harry shook his head. I'm not who they think I am, he said, tired. I'm not going to become it to prove a point. Moody grunted once, which might have been respect. Kingsley glanced at Harry's hands, then his face. You coming back? Harry's mouth pulled. Not for them. Then not for them, Kingsley said and stepped aside. Hogwarts began to hum with rumor before they had even stepped out of the flue. Word traveled faster than fire here. A third year in the corridor gasped and then tried to pretend she hadn't. A first year asked, Is it true? And then didn't ask what it was because she didn't want to be told to mind her business. McGonagall met them at the base of the stairs with her mouth tight. She looked at Harry's face and her mouth loosened. My office, she said, voice gentler than the line she wore for decades, but Harry shook his head. Later, he said. She nodded once, moved aside, and glared at a pair of Ravenclaws who had slowed to stare until they speed-walked away. They went to the only place that made sense. The room of requirement side and opened for them into a simple space with 4 battered armchairs and a kettle that started itself without anyone telling it to. The first mug burned Harry's tongue and he liked it. They sat. No one tried to fill the silence. It filled itself. Hermione spoke first. We were wrong about Dumbledore, she said, voice small. I always thought he'd never. And he stood there and... She shut her eyes. I hate that I can't make excuses for him that don't sound like excuses. He looked wrecked, Ron said, staring at the steam. He looked, old. I know, Hermione said, raw. I know. And I don't care right now. Harry rubbed the heel of his hand into his sternum like he could press the ache flat. He tried to stop it, he said, because the truth mattered even when it didn't fix anything. He didn't start it. He didn't tell you not to come, Hermione said. It wasn't his invitation to cancel, Harry said. too much understanding curdling in his stomach. He made a face. Listen to me. I'm doing it too. Luna wrapped both hands around her mug. You can be kind and angry, she said. You can be done with people you still love. It doesn't break the rules. Ron's mouth twitched. Since when do rules stand a chance in this group? That got the smallest smile out of Harry, quick and thin. He breathed easier for a second. The kettle clicked off again, though no one had asked it to. The room could be mothering when it wanted. Harry stared at the wall and spoke to it because it was easier than looking at any of them. I meant it, he said. No more councils. No more summonses. I'll help who I see. I'll answer to you lot, not to them. Hermione nodded. Good. Ron scratched his neck. You reckon they'll leave it? Harry snorted.
No.
We'll handle it, Ron said, and meant it in the only way he could. That he'd stand there and be loud and stubborn and blocking while Harry did what mattered. Luna leaned her shoulder into Harry's. We'll make sure you sleep, she said. That matters too. Harry's eyes stung. He nodded. Dumbledore sat alone at his desk with the office dim and the windows black. The portraits pretended to sleep. The carved wood of the chair pressed the same spots it always had into his back. He felt all of it and none of it. The pensieve on the low table had a ribbon of silver in it that showed a circle of gold lines and a boy's face pinched white, and he tried to dip his thoughts into it and couldn't bear it. He shut his eyes. Fawkes landed on the perch and did not sing. The sound he made wasn't a song. It was a low sound that held the shape of grief without dressing it up. I failed him, Dumbledore said, voice quiet enough that it wouldn't reach the edges of the room. I managed 100 small mercies and missed the one that mattered. I taught them and forgot that they would be the ones to put their hands on him next. Fawkes turned his head and watched, red eye soft and ancient. He cried once, the sound thin and clear and not pretty. Dumbledore put both hands over his face and breathed one long, steady breath like he had taught other people to breathe, like he had told other people would help, and found that it didn't. He lowered his hands. The room reached for a quill. Sleep wrote a letter he didn't know if he would send. He folded it and didn't seal it. He sat with it and waited for morning, as if light could add weight to an apology that might never be heard. Night at Hogwarts has a way of holding you without making promises. Harry walked with Luna under the stars along the edge of the Black Lake where he had cried the day before and didn't intend to again. The wind cut. He liked the sting. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. I keep waiting to feel different, he said, like the speech changed something inside me. Didn't. I'm still. He searched. Stuck. Luna made a small thoughtful sound. You don't have to move to know where you're pointing. He huffed a laugh. You and your maps. She bumped his arm. You and your blind spots. He slid his fingers into hers. I love you, he said, because that part was simple. I know, she said. I love you too. They stood until their fingers hurt with cold. When the castle lights blinked out one by one, it felt like the building was blinking at them, tired and fond. Harry squeezed Luna's hand and let go. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow, she echoed. They went in. The lake kept its dark. The sky held its light. The castle breathed. Somewhere, an old man folded an unsent letter again. Somewhere else, a boy who had been asked to be a god washed his face and slept with his friends in the next beds over, close enough to hear if he woke up shaking. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. No one fixed anything that night. It was enough. Chapter 9. The Breaking Point. The days after the Wisengamot felt wrong in Harry's skin. He moved through the castle like a ghost that still bumped his shoulder on doorframes. Food lost its taste. Voices slid past him. He stopped going to breakfast. The room cut around corridors he knew would be crowded. Sleep started skipping classes in a way that wasn't rebellion, just absence. The room of requirement gave him a bare space when he asked for nothing. No chairs. No lamps. Just a floor and four walls and air that didn't smell like parchment or polish. He lay on the floor and watched the ceiling and tried not to think. Thoughts came anyway, slow and heavy. When he did leave, he kept his head down. If someone called his name, he said, "I'm fine," and kept walking. He wasn't fine. It showed in the way his jumper hung, in the dark under his eyes, in the way he flinched when doors clicked shut. Ron knocked on the room's wall the third afternoon and spoke through a crack that hadn't been there a second earlier. "Mate, if you're in there, blink twice." He waited. "Right? I can't see you." He tried again. "I've got chocolate, not rubbish. The good stuff from Mum's stash. I may have stolen it." Silence. "Come on," Ron said softer. "At least shout that you're ignoring me, yeah? It's rude otherwise." Nothing. The crack sealed. Hermione found him in an empty classroom and stood in the doorway so he'd have to look up. "You can't just disappear," she said, frightened anger in the edges. You can't do that to us." "I'm tired," he said, voice flat. I don't know, a minute." "You've had 3 days," she said. Her eyes were red. "Please." "I'm not angry at you," he said, and meant it. It didn't help. "That's worse," she said, and left before he could answer. At night, Harry climbed to the astronomy tower because it was high and quiet and the wind at the top had a way of cutting through the numb. The stone was cold through the thin soles of his trainers. The rail felt solid under his hands. He stood near the edge and watched the ground sink into dark. He wasn't going to jump. The room was sure that, even when his stomach flipped at the drop. Sleep stood there because the wind made his eyes water, and it was easier to pretend that was all it was. He tried to feel anything clean. Anger came, then guilt for being angry. Guilt came, then anger that he was expected to be grateful. Under both was a slow, heavy thing that spread through his chest and settled like wet sand. He pressed the heel of his hand there and breathed. The door creaked, soft, like someone trying not to make it. Footsteps moved over the stone, not rushed. He didn't turn. "Harry," Luna said, gentle, as if the name itself might crack. He closed his eyes. The wind tugged at his robe. "You shouldn't be up here," he said, voice raw. "It's cold." "I brought a scarf," she said. She came to stand a little behind him and to his left. Not at the rail. Not in his space. "You haven't eaten. Your face is a bit gray." "I'm fine." "You're not," she said, simple, no weight on it. "You're emptying out." He let a breath shake out. "Feels that way," he said. He stared at the dark under the ledge. "I keep waiting to feel angry enough to do something stupid. It doesn't come. It's worse. It's like nothing. Like I'm watching someone else's life." The wind pulled a strand of Luna's hair across her cheek. She tucked it behind her ear. "Do you want me to go?" "No," he said at once, the word breaking around the edges. He swallowed. "I don't want you to see me like this either." "I've seen you tired," she said. "I've seen you stubborn. I've seen you loud and I've seen you quiet. I can see you like this too." He let go of the rail and flexed his fingers. They were shaking. He put them back down. "Maybe they were right," he said, almost a whisper. "Maybe I am something to fear." Luna didn't rush her answer. "No," she said, steady. "The people who scare me don't ask that question." He bit his lip. "It hurt. Good. Every time I try to do the right thing," he said, halting. "It turns into a reason to hate me later. I step back, I'm a coward. I step in, I'm a tyrant. I explain, I'm a liar. I refuse, I'm a weapon gone off. I look at the world and I think if I just push, it would stop hurting for a while. And then I hate myself for thinking it. I don't know who I am if I'm not fighting something." "You're Harry," Luna said. "You're my friend. You are funny when you try not to be. You make tea too strong. You remember people's names, even first years who squeak when they talk to you. You stand between scared and danger without thinking. Your hands shake after. You hate being watched. You love flying. You pretend food doesn't matter and then eat all the chips on my plate. You feel too much. You never feel too little. He shook his head. Tears blurred the rail. He blinked hard. I feel nothing now, he said, and his voice cracked on the last word. I wake up and I don't want to get up. I lie down and I don't sleep. I sit with Ron and Hermione and they look at me like I might break. And I don't know how to make it easier for them. I don't know how to be anything but a problem everyone is trying to manage, including me. The wind pushed at them. Luna stepped closer, careful, as if he were a frightened animal at the edge of a hedge. You are not a problem, she said. You are a boy who has been asked to be a solution. Those are different. He laughed. One hard breath with no humor in it. Maybe I'm becoming the thing they're afraid of. Not angry, not cruel, just nothing. A monster of apathy. Monsters don't cry on astronomy towers, Luna said. I'm not. He stopped. His throat closed. The pressure behind his eyes rose and didn't stop. I'm so tired, Luna, he said, and the words fell out small. I feel empty inside, like something scraped me clean. I don't know how to get back. You don't have to know how, she said, and came one step closer so her shoulder almost touched his. You only have to let someone stand with you while you try. He turned to her, slow, like it hurt. Moonlight cut across her face. Her eyes were steady and wet. She didn't look scared. She looked like she had decided something a long time ago and was acting on it now. I care about you deeply, she said, voice shaking just once. I always have. Watching you hurt like this feels like someone has a hand around my throat. I can't fix it, but I'm not going anywhere. He stared. Took a second for the words to land. When they did, his breath hitched like a step missed on stairs. You. Yes, she said. I love you. He made a small sound he would never describe out loud. The room closed the space and pulled her in hard, his arms around her shoulders, face pressed to her neck. The first sob tore out of him ugly and loud. He hated the sound and couldn't stop it. Another came and another. His body shook. His fingers curled in the back of her jumper like he was falling and she was the rail. Luna held him like she had expected the weight and braced for it. One hand slid into his hair and stayed there. The other hand rubbed between his shoulder blades, slow, steady. She put her cheek to his temple. Her own breath hitched. Tears ran and cold wind dried them and more came. I've got you, she whispered, over the wind, over the ragged gasps. You're here. I see you. You're not alone. He cried until his legs went weak and she pulled him back from the edge and made him sit on the cold stone with his back to the inner wall. She sat with him, pressed close, both of them shaking, both of them breathing like they had run. The wind kept pulling at their robes. Neither moved to fix it. After a while, when breath came easier, he spoke into her shoulder. You don't think I'm a monster? No, she said. I think you're someone I love, and you're hurting. He nodded against her jumper, came out more like a rub. It hurts, he said, surprised to hear it aloud. It hurts. I know, she said. Let it. They sat there until the worst of it passed. When he could lift his head, he wiped his face with his sleeve and winced at how wet it was. Luna took a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it over. It had a small embroidered moon in one corner. He snorted a laugh he didn't mean to. The room blew his nose. She didn't flinch. Thank you, he said raw. You're welcome, she said. Promise me something? He looked at her. If you feel like the empty is winning, say my name, she said. Out loud. I'll hear it even if I'm not there. He swallowed. I promise. She squeezed his hand. Good. They went down the stairs slow. He held the rail when he didn't need to, just to feel the bite under his palm. At the bottom, she didn't let go of his hand until they reached the corridor where the portraits were dark. When they did let go, it was at the same time. Sleep, she said. Eat in the morning. We'll sit by the fire. Bring the others. He nodded. Okay. Good night, Harry. Good night, Luna. The common room felt different the next evening. Maybe it was the light. Someone had put extra wood on the fire. The room ran warm and gold. People knew to keep their voices down. News had a way of moving at Hogwarts. Carried tone with it. Tonight's tone said, "Don't make it worse." Harry sat in the corner nearest the fire with a blanket thrown over the back of the chair. He stared at the flames and tried to breathe all the way out before he breathed in again. The room heard them before he saw them. Hermione came first, hands folded too tight around a mug. Ron behind her, holding a plate of something that steamed like stew and smelled like food. Luna slid in last and sat on the arm of Harry's chair like it had always been her place. Ron set the plate on the low table. "Eat," he said. "Please, for my nerves." Harry picked up the spoon to prove he would. The first mouthful felt heavy going down. The second was easier. Hermione's eyes shone. She took a breath that sounded like bracing. "I was terrified," she said, and her voice shook. "Not of you. For you. I kept thinking, if you step the wrong way, everyone will see what they want to see and not the boy I know." And I froze. I didn't know how to make it stop. I talked about process and law and safety because that's what I do when I'm scared. And I should have just stood next to you and said no. Harry put the spoon down. "You were there," he said. "You were shouting before anyone else. I heard you." "I wasn't loud enough," she said, and tears spilled over. She swiped at them, annoyed with herself. "I'm sorry I pushed you after. I was trying to fix you like homework, and you're not homework, and I know that, and I did it anyway." He leaned forward and took her hand. "I shut you out," he said. "I told myself I was protecting you from the worst of it. I was protecting myself from having to say it out loud." Ron shifted, face flushed, ears red. "I didn't know what to say," he blurted. "That's not new, I know. But it wasn't the kind where I make a joke and it helps. I felt, I dunno, useless. You don't need me when you can snap your fingers and make walls behave. Then I thought, that's stupid, he always needs me, and then I thought, that's arrogant, you prat, he doesn't know you needing you. And while I was arguing with myself, you were up a tower trying not to fall out of your own head." His voice went thick.
I'm sorry, mate.
"I'm here. I trust you with my life. I always have." Harry looked between them and felt something unclench under his ribs. "I'm sorry," he said. "For the tower. For the corridor. For the days between. I didn't want you to see me like that. I thought it would make everything worse." Hermione gave a wet laugh. "You mean you finally need us?" Ron snorted. "Knew it. He's human after all." Harry huffed. "I've always needed you." "Good," Hermione said and leaned in. Ron did too, one arm around Harry's shoulders, one around Hermione's, and Harry let himself fold into them. It wasn't pretty. There were elbows and wet sleeves and someone's hair in someone's mouth. It didn't matter. They held on until breath came easy again. Luna rested her hand on the back of Harry's neck. "Light. We'll help you learn to be normal," Hermione said through tears, half a joke. "That'll go well," Ron muttered. "We'll schedule your first lesson." Harry laughed. Real this time, and it startled him how good it felt. Dumbledore's office looked smaller at night. The portraits were quiet. The moon threw a thin stripe across the carpet. Fawkes made a low sound on the perch that wasn't a song. It sat between the notes, soft and steady. Harry stood in front of the desk until Dumbledore said, "Please," and gestured to the chair. Harry sat but didn't lean back. His hands went to the arms and held. His knuckles showed white. "Why?" he asked. Not loud, not dramatic, just the word with all the weight of it. Dumbledore's hands, folded on the desk, trembled. "Fear," he said, "the truth bear. Every grand word I have ever used for it was a way to make it sound noble. It wasn't. I was afraid." "Of me," Harry said. "Of what the world would ask of you," Dumbledore said. "Of what the world would do to you. Of what you might do when no one had taught you how to be 17 while carrying a thing no one should carry." He drew a breath that shook on the way in. "I made plans. I made structures. I told myself they were for your protection. Many were. Some were for mine. Harry's jaw tightened. Privet Drive, he said. Yes, Dumbledore said, voice gone hoarse. I placed wards not only to protect you from outside harm. I placed restraints to dampen the leakage. The way your presence unstitched small things when you slept. You were a baby who turned breaths into ripples. I contained those ripples. I did not ask. I did not explain. I decided. I thought there was no time and no other way. Harry's fingers dug into the wood. The chair creaked. You left me with people who didn't want me, he said, flat. And you made it easier for them not to notice when I needed help. Dumbledore closed his eyes. I did, he said. I kept distance because if I loved you like a grandfather, I would not send you where you had to go. I told myself that my love would kill you, so I held it back until it came out as cold. Did you ever care about me? Harry said, voice tight. Or just the piece I played? Dumbledore's composure broke in the small ways first. His mouth trembled. His breath hitched. He covered his face with his hands, then lowered them because hiding felt like another lie. Tears went into his beard and clung there. I have loved you like a grandson for years, he said, each word rough. Every lie I told you cut my own soul. I watched you grow and laughed when you laughed, and I did not let you see it, and I thought that was wise. It wasn't. It was cowardice dressed as duty. Harry looked at him for a long time. The anger that had been ready in him since the chamber shifted. It didn't vanish. Cooled into something heavier. You broke it, he said. You broke the part where I didn't have to wonder if you were on my side. I know, Dumbledore whispered. I do not ask you to forgive me. I ask you to hear the apology and keep it or throw it away as you need. Harry breathed, in through his nose. He loosened his grip on the arms and saw the half-moons his nails had left in the wood. The room smoothed his palms over them like he could rub them flat. I am not your weapon, he said, quiet. I am not a ticking time bomb you keep in a box until you need a blast. I am Harry. Dumbledore bowed his head. Yes, he said, fierce in the small word. Yes, you are. I accept it. I swear to act like I remember it. Fawkes made a small sound that might have been approval. Harry nodded once. I appreciate the apology, he said. I need time. I don't know what we are after that. Whatever you choose, Dumbledore said. Whatever you need. If that is nothing of me, I will learn to bear it. He wiped his face with the heel of his hand, old and shaking. I am sorry, Harry. Not to the room. To you. Thank you, Harry said, and stood. His legs felt steady. He turned to go, then paused. If they try something like that again, he said, not looking back, I will leave this country for a while. I will chain myself to their door, Dumbledore said, voice rough, before they lay a line on that floor again. Harry didn't smile. He didn't need to. The room opened the door. Fawkes's low trill followed him into the corridor like a hand on his shoulder that didn't push, only rested. The library at midnight held its breath. The lamps on the long tables had been turned down to small circles. Dust shifted in the light. In the back corner, behind a shelf of arithmancy texts that no one touched for fun, Luna sat with a single candle. Harry slid into the chair across from her. You talked to him, she said. I did. He watched the candle gut and flare. He told the truth. How do you feel? Like I've been holding a heavy bag at my side for a long time and put it down, and my arm still hurts because it remembers the weight. He worked his fingers. I don't know if I forgive him. I can't tell if that's because I won't or because I can't yet. You don't have to decide tonight, she said. He nodded. The room looked at their hands on the table. His palm turned up without thinking. She placed hers in it. Warm, small, real. I keep thinking about the tower, he said. About how easy it would be to go back to not feeling. To say it's safer. For everyone. It would be easier, she said. Not better. He swallowed. There's a pull. I don't know if it's the power or just me. When I close my eyes, I can feel all the ways to make it quiet. If I stopped being uncertain, I could stop hurting people who are scared. If I stopped being careful, I could stop worrying about what I'll break. You would break more, she said. You know that. That's why you're talking to me instead of doing it. He nodded. I need stakes, he said, picking the word carefully. I need to know that if I push too hard, there's something that pushes back. I can build rules. It's not enough. If I keep everything, there's always a way around any guard I make. She watched him, eyes soft. What are you thinking? He exhaled. The candle leaned and righted. I'm thinking about getting rid of it, he said. Not all of it. I don't think that's possible without. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Enough that I don't drown in it. Enough that I can fail. Enough that I can be surprised. Enough that no one has to build circles on the floor to feel safe in a room with me. Luna's breath caught. Her fingers tightened around his. How? I don't know yet, he said. I can feel the shape of it. A split. A divestment. A way to anchor what I don't keep so it doesn't leak into the world. A promise to myself that I can't break by thinking my way around it. He made a face. It sounds grand. It's terrifying. It will hurt. It will, she said. Is it what you want? He looked at her. I want to live, he said. I want to love you and be scared of falling off brooms again and argue with Ron about chess moves and have Hermione call me an idiot when I deserve it. I want to be a person who can be told no and have it matter. I can't do that like this. She swallowed, eyes wet. Then I trust you, she said. I trust your heart more than I trust any plan, even the clever ones. He laughed. Quiet. That's rude to my plans. They'll manage, she said. He turned his hand and laced their fingers. There's a cost, he said. I don't know what it is. I might not be able to fix things I can fix now. People will hurt because I choose to be less. They hurt now, she said. You can't hold everything up. You never could. You tried. It almost took you away from us. He looked down. I thought about leaving, he said. Just walking until I couldn't hear anyone ask me to save them again. It felt like the only way to keep from being used or hated. And now I want to stay, he said. If I can do this, if I can be someone you don't have to watch for signs of a storm all the time. I'll watch anyway, she said, and smiled a little. Because I like watching you. He made a face. That's creepy. A little, she admitted. They sat in the small pool of light and let the quiet sit with them. Somewhere in the castle, a clock marked the hour. It sounded far away. Harry shifted his chair around the table so he could sit beside her. He leaned his shoulder to hers. She rested her head against him. I'll need help, he said. With the plan. With myself. With not making a mess of the people I love while I try to stop being a mess. You'll have it, she said. Hermione will make a list. Ron will bring sandwiches. I will tell you when you're thinking too loudly. He smiled into her hair. Thank you. She turned her face up to him. Say my name when it gets bad, she said again, soft. Luna, he said, testing. The word settled in his mouth warm. She closed her eyes, a small exhale leaving her lips. I heard it. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her closer. The candle wavered. The room held. Fear and resolve sat next to each other in his chest. They didn't fight. They waited. He pressed his cheek to her hair and let the waiting be enough for tonight. Tomorrow would ask for more. He'd be ready to answer with less than everything. He tightened his hold and felt her hand tighten back. He didn't feel nothing now. The room felt tired. Sleep felt scared. He felt loved. It was a start. Chapter 10. The Genesis of Etheros. The restricted section smelled like old glue and dust. Harry eased the chain aside and slipped in with a nod from Madame Pants he hadn't earned. Hermione had forgotten to return a signed permission slip from McGonagall and Harry hadn't asked too many questions. He moved down the narrow aisle with a stub of candle floating at his shoulder and stacked the books he already knew he'd need. Principia Ritualis, Runic Topology and Constraint Lattices. A treatise on the binding of conceptual energies. The corners were singed. Parseltongue. An anatomical grammar, handwritten, copied from some dead scholar with careful ink. He took a table in the back where the candlelight didn't reach the door and spread his notes. 2 rolls of parchment had turned into a dozen in 3 days. Lines of numbers and angles crossed blocks of runes. The sketch at the center looked like a galaxy pinned to a circle. 12 rings, for knots, 1 core. By day he went to class and answered questions and let himself laugh at Ron's faces when Professor Sprout talked about bubotubers. He and Hermione ran drills in the room of requirement with the DA, simple stuff that made people feel brave. When he caught Luna's eye over a shield charm and she smiled, a knot inside him loosened just enough to breathe. By night he worked until the ink went thin and his fingers cramped. He whispered through the Parseltongue grammar, built chants 1 sound at a time, and checked each sound against the runes that would catch it. The room wasn't building a cage. Sleep was building a gate with a hinge that couldn't swing without a key he didn't have. Ron noticed first. "You're studying," he said, baffled, when he found Harry at breakfast tracing a lattice in butter with a knife. "For fun." "It's not fun," Harry said without looking up. "That's worse," Ron said and bit his toast. He kept an eye on Harry that morning in Transfiguration and again at dinner and again in the corridor after. The room didn't push. Sleep just kept pace, which helped. Hermione noticed next and said nothing for 2 days, which told Harry exactly how worried she was. She sat with him in the library and pretended to read arithmancy while watching him copy characters she couldn't read. The 3rd night she reached for his quill hand when the line started to shake. "You're going to break your wrist," she said, just that. "I'll stop soon," he said and did, because she'd asked in that voice. Only Luna knew what he meant to do. He asked the room for a place to think with the sky near. The door opened on a dome of dark glass where star maps drifted slow as clouds. The floor was black slate inlaid with thin runes that moved when he blinked, adjusting themselves, arguing with his sketch. Points of light hung where a ceiling should be, each suspended on a thin thread of magic that hummed under the skin. Luna stood near the center with her hands clasped. The light made her hair look like pale metal. Her lips were pressed tight in a line Harry had never seen on her face. She stared at the floor and then at him and then back, like if she looked at all of it at once she'd drown. "Harry," she said, voice quavering, "tell me you're not going to do this." He stopped a few steps away. "I have to." "You don't." She shook her head once hard. It sounds like madness. Splitting your power. Making a being out of it. What if it goes wrong? What if it doesn't listen to you? What if it hurts you?" He lowered his notes. "Control is the thing I can't trust in myself," he said. "That's what this is about. If I keep everything, there's always a way to reach for it. Even if I promise not to. Even if I bury it. Promises break when you're tired. Buried things push up through the floorboards." "You've been limiting yourself," she said, desperate to find a better answer. "The blind spots. The rules you wrote for your own head. You can do more of that. We'll help." "I've tried," he said, gentle. "It works until the room catches fire. Then I pull the fire out because I can, and because people scream, and because not doing it would make me hate myself. And each time it gets a little easier to break my own rules for a good reason. That's how it happens. That's how I turn into the thing they fear. Not with rage. With excuses." She took a step closer, eyes wet now. "Then pick us over the room," she said. "Pick me. Don't make something you'll have to fight." "I can't will it away," he said. He cupped her face with hands that were colder than he'd noticed. "I tried smaller pieces. I tried not looking. The pole doesn't care if I'm not looking. It sits there anyway. If I falter even once, it won't be a broken window. It will be the world bent the wrong way. I won't risk that. Not to you. Not to anyone." Her breath hitched. "You're talking like you're going to make your own enemy." He nodded. The part of me that would choose order over people. The part that says safety at any price. I can't kill it. I won't wear it. So I'm putting it outside me where I can see it and answer it. A living paradox. A failsafe. Failsafes fail, she whispered. And if it has half your power, Harry, you might have to kill it. Or it might kill you. He brushed his thumb along her cheekbone to catch a tear before it fell. I will come back to you, he said, steady because he made it steady. I swear. I'm not doing this to be a hero. I'm doing this so I can be a person you can love without looking over your shoulder for the storm behind me. She made a small sound and swayed into him. He folded her in, holding tight like he had on the tower but with breath in him this time. She set her face against his neck and he felt the damp. He shut his eyes and stood still and let himself memorize the weight. Say it, she said, voice muffled by his jumper. Before you go. He was sure what she meant and still felt something jump in his chest when he heard it. She pulled back just far enough to look at him. I love you, Harry, she said. No special words.
No ornaments.
It landed like a hand held out to someone drowning. He let the breath out and felt the fear line up behind the truth instead of blocking it. I love you too, Luna, he said. And the steadiness broke on the last word because it was true and because he was 17 and terrified. She rose on her toes. He met her halfway. They kissed in the quiet, with star maps drifting above and the floor humming under their feet. It wasn't neat. His hand shook at the back of her head and hers curled in his hair, and they both pulled back at the same time because they were crying and then leaned in again because the crying didn't matter. When they finally rested their foreheads together, both breathing too fast, he felt something settle that hadn't settled in months. Promise you'll come back, she said. I promise, he said. I swear I will. Then go, she whispered, because love like hers didn't cage him. Before I ask you to stay. He went alone because there was no safe way to bring anyone with him. The castle slept in winter hush. The torches burned low along the walls. He spoke to the entrance in a hiss that vibrated in his teeth and slid down into cool tunnels that had seen too much of him already. The chamber of secrets opened with the same wet groan. The air smelled of damp stone and old reptile. The serpents carved into the walls watched with slit eyes. Fawkes had burned the basilisk to ash years ago. The bones were gone now, cleared by elves with shaking hands. The place still held the echo of a hiss that never stopped. Harry walked to the open space before the statue's feet and set down his bag. He drew chalk that wasn't chalk, made of ground pearl and salt and powdered moonstone, and began to draw. The circle took time. 6 outer rings for containment, 4 inner rings for translation, 1 for constraint, 1 for the hinge. He wrote runes until he felt them in the backs of his eyes. The room carved Parseltongue syllables into the stone with a blade that hummed when it touched the grooves. Sleep placed 3 small mirrors at the cardinal points and a 4th at the south for the thing he was giving up. He cut his palm and pressed blood to the center. The circle drank it and glowed a low, dull gold. He stood, shaking out his hands. The room took his place in the exact middle. Sleep breathed. In again. He set his shoulders and let his eyes unfocus until the rings stopped moving and found the places they had been meant to be all along. Stay with me, he whispered into the dark, and pictured Luna's face and Ron's terrible chest grin and Hermione's ink-smudged fingers. Then he let go of the picture and reached for the place inside him that wasn't picture at all. It answered like a tide. He spoke the name he had built in his mind, not English, not Latin. A word that meant order stripped to bone. Etheros, he said, and the chamber repeated it back on 100 stone lips. He tasted metal. He whispered the first sounds of the ritual in Parseltongue.
Sai, tu, os.
The sibilants carried across the floor and set the runes vibrating. He laid the chant down in long lines that hooked into the circle, and the circle hummed like a struck wire. The air thickened. The hairs on his arms rose. Then Harry went inward. He found the seam he had marked days ago in a blank place behind his thoughts. The room put his fingers on it, not fingers, not really, but the part of him that could feel concept and call it shape. Sleep pulled. Light poured out of him. It was not metaphor. Golden white light streamed from his chest and his eyes and the cut in his palm. It made the rune lines blaze. It hit the mirrors and came back at angles and folded into itself in the air. Pain hit a half-beat later and wasn't like a cut or a burn. It was exactly like tearing out something that didn't want to move because it had been part of him since he was born. He arched and yelled. The sound bounced off stone and came back. He didn't stop. The room couldn't. The runes caught the stream and bent it, narrowed it, held it in a braid. Cracks ran through the serpents' snouts on the walls. Pebbles jumped. Upstairs, people woke with cold on their skin and didn't know why. Dumbledore sat straight up in bed with his hand on his chest like he'd been pushed. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Luna jolted awake with her heart racing and Harry's name on her lips. Harry's legs went weak. He forced his knees to lock. The room felt sweat run down his spine and didn't feel the drip hit the floor because the pain overrode everything. Sleep pulled again, harder, and something gave with a snap that he felt in his teeth. A sphere formed in his hands without his hands moving. A piece of what he was condensed, tight as a star pressed small. The light hurt to look at. It hummed a note that made his bones buzz. He had to hold it. The room couldn't hold it. Sleep screamed once, a raw sound that scraped his throat, and hurled the sphere into the center of the circle. Silence hit like a slammed door. The glow died to a low pulse. The air went thin. Harry dropped to a knee, panting, headlight, vision closing at the edges. The runes in the floor stayed lit, as if waiting for a cue. Light rose from the sphere in a straight column. It widened at the top, taking outline. Limbs where there hadn't been limbs. A head, faceless at first. Toes pointed at the stone a few inches above it, testing gravity without a foot yet to feel it. The glow cooled and settled into the shape of a person. Etheros floated over the circle and then touched down. The light dimmed further, showing features. It took Harry's height and general shape and sanded off the human mess. The hair was like fine metal, not blonde, not white, platinum, cut in a simple fall that lay exactly straight. The eyes were silver with no warmth in the shine. The skin was pale like stone polish smooth. If someone had carved an angel and given it breath, it might look like this. Beautiful. Empty. Harry forced himself upright. His hands shook. His mouth tasted like copper. He swallowed it and stood because he would not meet this on his knees. Etheros tilted his head, as if calibrating. He flexed his fingers. The room looked at the cut in Harry's palm and then at Harry's face. "Harry," he said, and his voice was Harry's voice layered with clean harmonics that made the space feel larger. "Thank you for calling me forth." Harry's stomach tightened. The cadence was calm. The feeling behind it was not human. "Etheros," he said, hoarse, "you can understand me." "I am you and not," Etheros said. His mouth made a small, almost kind smile that never touched his eyes. "You were right to cut. You were right to give me shape. The equation needed separation to resolve. Together we can perfect this flawed world." "Together?" Harry asked. "Give me the rest," Etheros said, like he was suggesting tea after class. He lifted a hand, palm up in invitation. "There is no need to be afraid now. I can hold what you cannot. You can rest. I will order. Peace without end.
No hunger.
No war. No grief. No waste." He looked at the cracks in the serpent's stone snouts and then back. No chance for error. Harry's shoulders tightened. He had expected the pitch. Hearing it in his own voice still shook something loose. The room took a breath that didn't want to go all the way in. "I didn't create you to surrender to you," he said, soft and absolute. "You're here because someone has to stand in the space where I refuse to stand and say the thing I refuse to say. And then I have to answer it." Etheros's head tipped the other way, like a bird. "Answer, then," he said, still pleasant, still wrong. "What is the value of choice when it leads to suffering? How many dead children equal a poem? How much blood before a song is honest? If one act can end it, What do you call your refusal but cruelty in a better suit? Harry's hands curled. He kept them at his sides. What is the value of safety when it erases meaning? He asked back. What do you call a life where no one picks anything and nothing costs? You say you'll hold pain, but you mean you'll take the part that hurts and throw away the part that matters with it. People aren't furniture. They don't look right when you arrange them. Disorder breeds pain, Etheros said. Pain breeds cruelty. We remove the seed. We remove the harvest. You remove people, Harry said. You turn them into the idea of people. He swallowed. I walked in a world like the one you're describing. It was quiet. It was dead. There was no music. Etheros watched him without blinking. Music is structured sound, he said. I can build a world with music. I can build a world where everyone smiles. Smiles aren't the point if the person behind them is gone. Behind, Etheros echoed. I will erase behind. There will be nothing to hide and nothing to fear. Then there's nothing to love, Harry said, and the word landed heavy in the chamber. He felt Luna's hand in his from the library and breathed through the sting in his eyes. No one to love, only shapes you keep from breaking. Etheros lowered his hand. For the first time, faint disappointment touched the silver of his eyes, like light dimming by a degree. You won't join me, he said, not a question. No. You could rest, Etheros said. You could stop hurting. You stand in a door and let the wind knock you down. You say it's noble. It's waste. Harry shook his head. It's human. The tight smile vanished. Not anger. Adjustment. Etheros had reached the end of an if-then chain and moved to the next line. If you will not join me, he said, voice still even, you stand in the way of peace. He raised his hand again, not in invitation this time. The air folded around his fingers. The runes in the outer ring flared as if bracing. The pressure in the room jumped. The hair on Harry's arms lifted again and stayed up. The line of the world bent. Not much, just enough to make his stomach notice. Harry set his feet, one half step back, one forward. His chest still hurt where the light had poured out. His legs wanted to tremble. He made them hold. Don't make me your enemy, he said, and meant it. That's not why you exist. Etheros's face softened into something like pity. I don't need an enemy, he said. I need an obstacle to remove. The chamber groaned. Dust fell from a crack high on the statue. Magic bit the air until it tasted metallic. The circles under Harry's boots throbbed in time with his pulse. Something bright and sharp gathered at Etheros's palm. Not light, not fire, the idea of cutting given form. Harry lifted his own hand, not to match but to mark the line. He pulled what he had left through a set of rules he'd built in his head, fast and clean, and felt the shape of a shield that wasn't a wall so much as a promise. The room pulled breath. Sleep thought of Ron's laugh, Hermione's stubborn chin, Luna saying his name like she could hear it from anywhere in the castle. Far above, Luna woke with a start. She sat up with both hands fisted in the blanket and no memory of the dream. Only the feeling it left, cold dread and a name that tasted like copper. Harry, she said into the dark. The first blow landed on the circle like a bell struck hard. The sound went through stone and bone. The air split along a hairline nothing anyone else would have seen. Harry's shield caught it and held, skidding, throwing sparks that weren't sparks but edges of thought, bright and brief. He didn't step back. Etheros regarded the resistance with interest, not surprise. The silver eyes brightened 1 degree, like a dial turned. Begin, he said. Harry's heart hammered. He squared his shoulders. Begin, he answered, and the Chamber of Secrets braced for the argument only 2 of them could have. Chapter 11. Duel of Concepts. The Chamber of Secrets didn't just echo, it flexed. Stone seams widened and narrowed as if the room were breathing through its cracks. The first spear of light left Etheros's palm without heat or sound. A clean white line through the air. Harry threw up a shield on instinct. Green energy rippled from his forearm and swam like water around invisible ribs. The spear hit. The shield buckled, groaned, and held. Where fragments struck the wall behind him, the rough rock didn't scorch. It went smooth. Perfectly level marble rings pulsed outward from each point of impact, overriding age with order. Etheros stepped forward. The motion had no waste. Suffering must be silenced, he said. 3 spears formed at once. They came in a flat triangle, edges straight enough to make Harry's eyes hurt. He split his shield into 3 plates and slid them in place mid-flight. The hits rattled his teeth. The plates jittered and spat sparks that were not sparks but torn edges of thought. Marble spread where the misses landed, laying a white path across the broken floor. Harry ran left, boots sliding on the new glass-smooth surface. He dragged 1 plate into a long bar and used it to bat a 4th spear away from his knee. The deflected spear struck the serpent's frieze and turned its chipped scales to polished tile in a neat hexagon. The chamber didn't like it. A low moan came from somewhere in the stone. Etheros lifted both hands. He split. 1 became 4, identical, radiant copies that moved as one and also not as one, each with its own line of attack. 8 spears drew in air at the same time and arrowed down. "Fine," Harry muttered, breath tight. He broke into pieces too. Not bodies, memories. A dozen Harrys stepped out of him as shadows with color and sound. One 11-year-old Harry laughed wetly with frosting on his lip at Hagrid's table. One 13-year-old Harry wheezed with Sirius's arm around his shoulders by the Black Lake. One 14-year-old Harry stared blank at Cedric's body. One 16-year-old Harry stood in Umbridge's office with blue torches roaring behind his eyes and said, "Low and terrible, never." One now Harry ground his teeth. 2 prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. The spears hit the wrong targets. Etheros's copies cut through images that collapsed into smoke and then rebuilt, fueled by the feeling they carried. Harry used the beat to shove a green wave out across the floor. It wasn't neat. It wasn't level. It skittered. It worked. 2 radiant copies slipped. Their feet found no purchase. Harry snapped a band through their ankles and yanked. They corrected with the bare tilt of a wrist. "Freedom is the source of all pain," Etheros said. His voices bounced from different places at once and still lined up. For copies raised palms at the walls. "Watch!" The chamber changed. Not a memory, a display. The stone itself became a screen and then a window. Harry's breath caught as scenes rushed across the curved surfaces in hard, silent flashes. Trenches filled with mud and bodies. A train platform where people stood with suitcases and did not come back. A village burning. Children in doorways with blank faces. Hands raised. Knives. Guns. Wands. Each image cut clean, without gore, which somehow made it worse. Choice painted every frame. Etheros's copies spoke together, voice calm. "Each act is born of agency. Remove agency. Remove the axe." Harry stumbled. His chest felt tight under the ribs. He dragged breath and forced his eyes away from the walls long enough to throw 2 shields into the next 2 spears. The room had to answer. Sleep had to say the thing that sat behind his teeth and wouldn't form because the pictures made his stomach want to fold. He lifted his wand. "Watch!" he shot back, voice rough. New scenes pushed over the old. Small things. A boy giving his coat to his sister in a snowstorm. A nurse rubbing circles on a mother's wrist while she screamed. A woman standing between a crowd and a man with a wand drawn. A pair of hands, lined and old, tying a ribbon in a child's hair. Sirius asleep in a chair with a book open on his chest while Harry did his homework across the table. Ron throwing an arm around Harry's neck after a fight and not letting go. Hermione's head bowed over torn parchment, fixing it for him while muttering that he was impossible. Luna's thumb drawing slow lines on the back of his hand in a library that smelled like dust and apples. "Pain is real," Harry shouted, batting 2 more spears aside and feeling the sting through his arm anyway. "But so are joy and love. You erase both if you erase choice." Etherose's faces held, but something in the eyes tightened, a 1-degree dimming. Your examples are inefficient, he said. One act of kindness cancels none of the dead. It saves the person it touches, Harry said, and the person who chooses it. Another spear came. He twisted and let it take his robe sleeve, not his wrist. The fabric fused into something smooth where it burned, threading into a clean cuff that didn't belong to him. He ripped it free. Above them, the castle answered in groans and shivers. In the great hall, chandeliers trembled and 2 fell. Portraits shouted from their frames and then toppled. Students tumbled out of beds in nightclothes. A stack of plates leaped off a table and smashed without being touched. The whole place felt as though it had been lifted and set down not quite in the same spot. Dumbledore reached the hall with his robe thrown over nightclothes and a wand already in his hand. He went still. His face lost color and then settled into a flat line. "Minerva," he said. "I feel it," McGonagall snapped, planting her feet against a sway that had no wind. Her hair had come down on one side. She didn't seem to notice. What did he do? What he had to, Dumbledore said, and it wasn't approval. It was dread. He turned. "Severus, with me. We will need a way below." Snape's eyes were already on the flagstones, reading the tremors like a text. "The old entrance," he said. "The girls' bathroom, if it still exists." "It does," Dumbledore said and moved. In Gryffindor Tower, Ron crashed shoulder first into Harry's trunk and swore. "What is?" "Harry," Hermione said. She had one shoe on and one in her hand. She didn't stop to put it on. "We need to go." Luna was already in the corridor, pale as chalk. She didn't look like she had slept at all. "The bathroom," she said. "The one with the crying girl." "Moaning Myrtle," Ron said, face sick. "Brilliant." They ran through corridors that heaved under their feet. Suit of armor pieces marched 2 steps and fell apart. Hermione blasted a fallen lintel into chunks with a curse that was too big for the space. Ron shoveled rocks with his hands when his wand couldn't move the weight fast enough. Luna moved with sharp certainty, turning corners before the floor finished deciding where the wall should be. The building had a pulse and she listened to it. Below, the fight pitched. Etheros cut the air with 2 fingers. The floor under Harry's feet rearranged itself into nested squares and then into a lattice that wanted him to step in certain places. He jumped wrong on purpose and felt the room try to push him back into the pattern. The room held his spot by will alone and flung a ribbon of wind into the closest radiant copy's face. It didn't blink. Of course it didn't blink. It didn't have to. Harry dragged a sheet of water out of his sleeve with a snapping motion and slapped it flat, then drove shards of frozen air into a growing ring of smooth stone at his left to crack it before it expanded. "Why do you persist in defending chaos?" Etheros asked. He didn't pant. The room didn't sweat. Sleep stepped through the mess without getting dust on his skin. "Because we're not numbers," Harry said. He shoved a fist toward the ceiling. A column of fire went up and then folded inward as if hit by a lid. Etheros had pressed his palm down and turned the flame into a straight rod that snuffed itself out rather than bend. For Etheroses blurred into 8. Spears rained from angles Harry couldn't count. He spun a dome and felt each strike bite in. The dome buzzed like a hive under his hand. He snarled. The sound was too human for the clean lines in the room. "End it," the 8 said together. Etheros raised both arms. He didn't shout. The room spoke a single sound that was not a word from any tongue Harry knew. The chamber took it and made it bigger. It rang like a bell you couldn't hear, only feel, in the ribs and in the teeth. The floor obeyed. Gold lines wrote themselves along the stone, a pattern that belonged more in a theorem than a room. The lines thickened and rose. Chains grew out of geometry, bright and straight. They did not clatter. They moved with purpose and wrapped Harry's wrists, then his elbows, then his ankles. The pressure wasn't weight. It was rule. Every place he had ever bent a law, the one that kept children in cupboards alive when they should have broken, the one that said dead boys stayed dead, the one that held curses where they were cast, pressed back on him at once. He pulled. The chains tightened. The green light around his arms fizzed and thinned. He bit down on a sound that felt like it would rip his throat and didn't let it out. The bind climbed his chest. Etheros approached, steps even, eyes pitying. "The age of unpredictability ends now," Etheros said. He lifted one hand and drew a spear into being that was brighter than the others, a line that wanted to erase whatever it touched rather than pierce it. On the surface it looked done. Harry knew what finished felt like. This had the shape. His mind kept moving anyway. Not calculation, names, faces. A door. He heard something under the grinding of the chains. Faint, far. He almost missed it under the thickening air. "Harry!" Ron, hoarse somewhere he shouldn't be. "Harry, answer us." Hermione, voice cracking on the last word. And clear through both, cutting like a silver thread, Luna. "Harry, we're here." The sound hit whatever part of him had started to go quiet. His heart jerked. Heat ran through his chest like he'd swallowed fire. He grinned at nothing and everything because of course they had come. Of course they had ignored sense. Of course they would get themselves killed if he didn't move. The spear flicked forward. He didn't dodge. He roared and ripped his arms wide. The chains didn't snap like metal. They unwrote. Lines lost meaning and fell apart in a rain of gold flecks that vanished before they hit the floor. The energy it cost stole the edges of his sight. Etheros' head tipped a fraction. Not fear.
Surprise.
The spear came for his heart. Harry set both hands in front of his chest and made one shield, no plates, no dome. Just a flat plane full of everything that spike of sound from the corridor had stirred. Ron's terrible jokes, Hermione's stubborn spine, Luna's hand on his wrist, the DA shouting when a spell landed, Sirius's laugh in a room with the curtains open, Hagrid's stew served like treasure, Molly Weasley's hug that had cracked his back and nearly his ribs. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't level. It was his. The spear hit. For 1 second the shield bowed and kept bowing, and he thought it would go through, and his arms shook and his jaw ached with the hold. Then it stopped bowing and became a wall that refused. The spear slid, shivered, and shot off at a new angle. It scythed past Etheros and chewed into the statue's chin. The chamber lost a tooth. The ceiling decided it had been up too long. Stone sheared in a long strip that peeled from the vault and came down. Dust hit like a sandstorm. Harry coughed and choked on grit. He heard the crack and then, over it, a voice in his head that wasn't a voice, just a line. There at the door. He turned without thinking. Through the settling dust, through the broken mouth of the tunnel, he saw 3 small figures in a spill of torchlight. Their silhouettes he would know anywhere. And above them, a block the size of a wardrobe let go. He didn't measure. The room didn't plan. Sleep burned. A swirl of flame took the shape of wings in front of him and vanished from where it had been to where it needed to be. It wrapped the 3 figures and ate itself, leaving nothing but clean air and a scorch on stone. Ron, Hermione, and Luna reappeared coughing and sprawled on their backs in a corridor 2 levels up that didn't make sense on a map. Hermione sat up first and banged her head on a pipe. Ron swore. Luna lifted her hand like she felt heat only she could sense and whispered, "Thank you," into the air. The block smashed where they had been. The shock thumped Harry in the chest. He staggered and nearly went to a knee. The corners of his sight went gray for a breath. He sucked air that tasted of stone and forced his head up. Etheros stood unmarked in a storm of dust, glow flickering with a faint static hiss. The serene look had a crack in it now, something like disapproval mixed with confusion, the expression of a teacher watching a student waste effort. "You spend yourself to save 3, Etheros said, "at the expense of the many." "This," Harry said, chest heaving, "is the point. You do not understand why anyone would choose it. That's why you can't be allowed to run the world." Etheros listened with his head tilted. His aura flared, brightening the dust. "Your assertion is noted," he said, which was the same as no. He moved first. The chamber folded. Angles slid into place that had not existed a second before. The floor became a grid that rose and fell like a chest breathing, each square snapping to perfect height. Columns sprouted with exact edges. The air tasted antiseptic. Etheros reached and the room reached with him. A prism grew around Harry, clear and sharp. Harry swore and punched the prism with a blast of hot wind. It bent the stream into straight lines and sent it back at him. He ducked, burned a circle under his feet, and dropped into a pocket he made himself. The room dragged water out of a crack and froze it in spikes, then turned those to mud, then flung the mud into the gears Etheros had slipped into reality around them. The gears stripped themselves back to planes. Fire roared, water crashed, wind howled, earth rumbled. Etheros pressed and pressed with lines that didn't care about elements. Harry smashed them with things that were not neat and did not match. Each time one gained ground, the other adapted and swung back. Stone broke, marble spread. Runes he had carved bled light and went dim, then flared again when he poured will through them. The statue watched the first 10 seconds of it, then lost a jaw, then lost its face. Above, Myrtle's bathroom door blew off its hinges. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape stood under the spray of water that followed with wands up and eyes narrowed against grit. The sinks had shifted into a staircase again and also into not a staircase. The stairs flickered like bad film. "Hold," Dumbledore said softly as the whole room leaned. "Minerva anchor. Severus with me." They went down into air that pulsed hot-cold like a heartbeat. Halfway down, the steps became glass. McGonagall swore under her breath and iced her boots for purchase. Snape muttered an oath in a language that was all corners and held on to the rail that wasn't there and was. In the corridor above the collapse, Ron sat up and dragged Hermione to him without asking, looked her over for blood. Then Luna. "You all right?" "We're in a corridor that shouldn't exist," Hermione said, gulping air. "But yes, he got us out." Luna wiped grit from her cheek with the back of her hand. Her eyes were bright and steady. "He can hear us," she said, "even when he can't." Ron shoved to his feet. "Then we keep yelling." They did. "Harry!" Ron again, voice cracking. "Harry, we're here," Hermione added, too loud for the space on purpose. "Harry?" Luna said, quieter but truer somehow, as if the word itself were a thread. "You're not alone." Below, the fight slammed into a new pitch. Etheros closed his hand and the prism around Harry shrank. Harry wedged both arms out against the walls and grunted through his teeth as the edges pressed in. He couldn't breathe right. The room shoved a flood of heat into the clear planes. They took it, stored it, and handed it back colder than before. He was tiring. The room felt it in the slow-to-return spring in his legs, in how long it took to pull air into his chest, in the shake at the edges of his fingers. Sleep had never been this tired in a fight because most fights hadn't lasted this long. The part of him that had never run out had belonged to what he'd given away. Etheros didn't tire. He adjusted. The room recorded. Sleep corrected. Harry broke the prism with a diagonal blow from below that turned one edge to sand for a breath. He rolled out, smashed a wave into the copies and knocked two into the wall hard enough to leave dents, then nearly fell over his own feet. His lungs burned. Sweat ran into his eyes. Dust stuck to his face and itched. He was sure things in a fight by feel, the way a seeker knew where the snitch would be 2 turns from now. The room felt the truth settle. Sleep couldn't win this by throwing more at it. The fight had become a loop. Order, answer, order, answer. He and Etheros shared the same source in different halves. As long as that stayed true, they would grind each other down without end, or he would drop first because he had a body that bled and a heart that stuttered. Another spear gathered, bright enough to throw shadows. He lifted his wand and felt the tremble in his elbow. The room thought about what he had hoped: subdue Etheros or pull him back in or tie him to a rule. All of those had needed power he no longer wanted to use. All of those had been lies he had told himself to avoid the real cost. The answer rose simple and heavy, felt like a stone in the stomach. felt like honesty. He let his wand arm fall a fraction. Etheros paused mid-gesture. He felt the change. The lines in the room steadied, as if listening. Harry drew breath that hurt going in and met Silver Eyes without hate. He was filthy and shaking and alive. Sweat ran in a line into his mouth and tasted of salt and dust. He didn't wipe it away. "There is only one path to resolution," he said, too soft for anyone else but clear enough in the space between them. Etheros's head tilted again. "Define it," he said. Harry didn't answer. Not yet. He set his feet. The room let his arm fall another inch. Sleep looked, for the first time since the fight began, oddly calm. Above, in the broken corridor, Luna's hand clenched. She didn't know why, only that something had shifted. Below, the chamber held its breath. Chapter 12. The Paradoxical Sacrifice. The fight held still for the first time. Dust drifted in slow sheets through the broken chamber. The smooth marble patches Etheros had stamped into the floor gleamed against the old rock. Harry stood hunched, wand up, lungs on fire. His arms shook. His ears rang. He tasted grit and blood. He straightened. He let his wand arm drop an inch. Then another. The room seemed to notice. Light from Etheros's skin washed the edges of shattered statues and threw long, clean shadows. Harry drew breath that hurt going in. "Our battle can have no victor while omnipotence exists in two halves," he said. The words carried in the chamber without him pushing them. "If we keep this up, the paradox tears everything apart." Etheros's head tipped. Acceptance flickered across the cold silver eyes. "The logic is sound," he said. Harry nodded once. "Then I won't fight you anymore." His mouth was dry. "I choose to end this another way." The silver eyes narrowed, just enough to be a change. "Define another." Harry didn't define it. He closed his eyes. He set his feet shoulder-width on cracked stone and lifted both hands, palms outward. His wand hung loose in his fingers. He didn't point it. The room didn't need it for this. He spoke. The first sounds weren't English. They weren't Latin. They were the low, sibilant hisses that had opened doors in first year and called a sword when he'd needed it in second. The chamber seemed to lean in to hear. Parseltongue slithered over the broken floor and woke the runes he'd carved in the dark weeks before. Lines around him warmed from dull gold to bright. A second voice, his but older, threaded under the snake's speech as he set ancient runes in order, not to strike outward but to turn inward. This wasn't an attack. It wasn't a shield. It was a set of instructions written into himself. Etheros moved. "No," he said in a layered chorus that filled the air, and all four copies of him collapsed into one as he lunged. Spears of light hammered from his hands. A wave of invisible force bellowed low and wide, not sound but pressure. Thin blades no thicker than a thought hissed through the dust and cut the air into sheets. Harry kept talking.
Sısahash, ekna.
The snake's syllables rubbed raw in his throat. Runes flared under his feet. A circle within a circle, lines crossing at a point that sat at his sternum. He dug his fingers open. The room felt the shape of what he was about to do and wanted to be sick. Sleep did it anyway. The first spear hit nothing. It burned away against a glow that started at Harry's chest like a candle flame licking up from dry wick. The glow spread over his ribs in a thin wash and then thickened. It went from soft to sure in a breath. The second spear vanished against it. The blade struck. Each one kissed light and dissolved into harmless dust. The pressure wave shoved dust into ripples and went no further. Etheros's calm cracked. "No," he said again, louder, and the word came back from the walls with its own echo. He drew both hands down and through and then up. Gravity tilted wrong. The floor wanted Harry to fall into it like water. He didn't. The glow hardened. It lifted him a finger's breadth instead. He opened his eyes. The chamber reflected gold in a dozen shattered surfaces. He raised his arms and spread them, palms still out, as if opening a door for someone. The light thickened again and pressed outward. It tightened his skin, made the hair on his arms stand and his teeth ache. He felt the power wake in him the way a storm wakes in the air before rain, prickling, loud, everywhere at once. He aimed it all in one direction, away. Above, Hogwarts froze mid-panic. Students in nightclothes stood in corridors that had stopped shaking to hold their breath. A plate that had been halfway through falling hung in midair on the point of a shard. In the great hall, Dumbledore's head jerked up. The ceiling, charmed to show the sky, turned liquid gold and then blew out into raw light that wasn't coming from any sun. Down below, Etheros kept throwing. He didn't do it neatly anymore. The room hurled and hacked and crushed and reached. Everything he sent hit the widening halo and vaporized without sound or scorch. He stumbled for the first time and caught himself. The serenity snapped. Panic slid over his face like a shadow. "Harry," he said, voice shaking for the first time, as if using the name would stop him. "Stop!" Harry couldn't have stopped even if he wanted to. He held the ritual steady and felt something huge in him slip. It hurt. It wasn't a cut or a bruise or the throb of cursed veins. It was a tearing from the center out, a bright, cold burn through the marrow and the mind. He heard himself make a sound and didn't recognize it. The room thought he'd yelled once like that as a baby and never since. His back arched. His jaw locked hard enough to ache later if there was a later. He planted his heels and refused to move because moving would mean lying down and not getting back up. Memories came without him calling them. They hit like hands catching him before he slid too far. Ron's arm crushing the air out of him after a win and not letting go even when Harry tried to shrug it off. Hermione's mouth a flat line as she shoved a book at his chest and said, "Read this, you prat," and then stayed up with him anyway to help with the parts that didn't make sense. Sirius, eyes creased with sleep, snoring softly on the sofa with the dog-eared page open under his thumb, while Harry worked on homework at the table because the normal sound made it easier to breathe. The harsh laugh he'd made the first time he and Luna found the courage to admit they were both scared, and the softer laugh the first time she'd leaned against him and said nothing for 10 whole minutes, which was exactly what he'd needed. The Dursleys' back door with its peeling paint. His cupboard with the spider in the corner who never bothered him and that he never bothered back. The smell of Ron's pillow in the Burrows' attic room and the steam of Molly's stew. Hagrid's huge hand on his shoulder, careful and heavy. Quidditch air biting his cheeks. Broom handle humming in his palm. The glow on the black lake when the sun dropped low and gold made a path across the water. A broom handle passed to a first year who'd fallen and was trying not to cry. 2 prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. Each one said this. Each one said go on. He did. The glow cut from warm to burning. Climbed his throat, his mouth, his eyes. It poured out of him in sheets now, not just a halo but a flood. It surged up in a column that punched through the last slab of ceiling above the chamber, blew through brick and dirt and stone, and tore into the dawn. Outside, clouds split in a straight line from horizon to horizon. A golden beam speared the sky. It made no sound. It made every bird that had been asleep in every tree within miles startle awake at once and rise like thrown leaves. Students and staff across the grounds lifted their faces. No one spoke. Some reached for each other's hands. McGonagall's mouth fell open in a way no student had ever seen. Snape's eyes widened and then shuddered and then widened again, the control ripped off and stitched back on too fast. Dumbledore stood with his hand on a doorframe that had been trying to be a window a moment before and let tears roll down his face without dabbing them away. He looked old and young at once and whispered something no one heard. In the chamber, Etheros went to one knee. His outline flickered between clean edge and glare. He reached forward, palm open, and his fingers phased in and out of being. The silver eyes blew wide. Fear, yes, and something else that looked too much like hurt. The light pouring from Harry stripped the sustenance out of him. The fuel that had made both of them endless was leaving not just the room but the world. "Harry," Etheros said, not as a command, as a plea. "No." Harry couldn't answer. He wasn't sure he could breathe. The power tore loose in torrents and left him hollow each time it made a pass. It was agony, the bright, exact kind with edges, and it was also relief, a quiet that spread behind it like cool water over a burn. He had never felt quiet like that. It hurt. It helped. He screamed once, a sound from the ribs and the gut, raw as skinned knuckles. The cry bounced off the stones and came back smaller. He kept going. The last of it didn't want to leave. It clung to nerve and bone like stubborn heat. He pushed. The room thought of Luna's face when she said I love you without moving her mouth, only with her eyes. Sleep thought of Ron's hand shaking when it grabbed his sleeve. He thought of Hermione closing a book with wet lashes and saying, "Please, please just be careful." He shoved the last of it out of himself with a noise that tasted like blood. The column narrowed, thinned, and then went out. Silence laid down over the chamber with real weight. Not a spell, not a trick, just silence. Dust fell. One pebble clicked and settled near Harry's boot. He folded. The glow went, and with it went the thing that had held him up against it. His knees hit cracked rock, and he listed sideways as if knocked. He got his elbows under him by reflex, and then his strength ran out. The room hit the floor on his shoulder and rolled to his back. For a second he thought he might vomit, and there was nothing left in him to bring up. He lay still. His chest moved in small, sharp pulls. Something flickered at the edge of his sight. Etheros stood over him. Half of him was already gone, ragged at the line where absence had eaten presence. The remaining half shivered with static. He looked down at Harry with a face that had been designed to look kind. It looked lost now. He sank to one knee and then both. If he had breathed, his breath would have fogged in the dust. "Why?" he asked, and the sound did not echo. There was no malice in it, only confusion. "Why would you choose weakness?" Harry licked his cracked lips. He had to try twice to make his mouth work. The room let his eyes find Etheros's, even with his head buzzing. Sleep let the tired smile move his mouth a little. "Because it's what makes life worth living," he whispered. The silver eyes held. The static behind them eased. Etheros tilted his head in a slow, small nod, as if some part of the proof had never been in the logic to begin with. "Thank you," he said, and the voices inside the voice had softened down to one. "For my existence." He went to light. No burst, no collapse. He simply relaxed out of shape and into a drift of slow-moving motes. They lifted on a breath Harry couldn't feel and spread until there wasn't a place where you could say the last one had vanished. The room was a room again. The war was over. "Harry!" The shout reached through the quiet before the dust settled. Stones scraped. Boots slipped. A sob caught and broke. The jagged mouth of the breach spilled 3 figures into the chamber, wild-eyed and filthy. Luna hit her knees so hard she bruised them, and didn't seem to notice. "Harry," she said again, and the way she said it wasn't loud. It was deep. She slid in the last foot and got her hands under his head, pulling him onto her lap. Dust smeared across her face in pale streaks where tears cut through. Hermione was there an instant later with shaking hands and a voice that wouldn't obey. "Pulse," she muttered to herself. "Pulse." Her fingers found his neck. She held her breath. Her eyes blew wide. "He's there. He's there. He's—" She started crying and tried to wipe her face with a dusty wrist and made it worse. Ron shoved rubble aside with both hands to make space, then leaned in close enough that Harry could see the red at the rims of his eyes. "Harry, mate, wake up. Come on." He laughed once without humor. "Bloody hell, don't do this." Harry coughed. It was a small, stupid human cough that hurt his ribs and shook his whole body. He squinted up. The world came back in pieces. Luna's hair loose and tangled, Hermione's mouth moving without sound, Ron's face trying to be angry and failing. He swallowed. "All right," he tried, and it came out nothing like a word. Relief hit them hard. Hermione let out a sob that turned into a laugh at the end. Ron dropped his head and dragged his sleeve over his eyes and then said, voice breaking and trying to be swagger, "Bloody hell, mate, don't scare us like that." Luna pressed her forehead to his and closed her eyes and breathed like she'd been underwater and had just reached the surface. "You came back," she murmured. Her thumb found the bones of his knuckles and drew slow lines across them. She hadn't let go of his hand since she took it. Footsteps skidded and stopped. Dumbledore and McGonagall pulled up short at the edge of the ruin. Dumbledore's wand dipped. His other hand went to his mouth. McGonagall's breath left her in a long sound as she took in the cratered floor, the shattered statue, the clean-edged scars of marble, the boy on the ground held together by his friend's hands. Dumbledore moved first carefully, as if a loud step might break something that had just been mended. He did not come to the center of the small circle. The room kept a respectful distance and bowed his head. The lines around his eyes were deep and wet. "Harry," he said softly, may we help you to the hospital wing?" He looked up and met Harry's eyes without looking away. Pride and sorrow fought in his face and neither won. Harry drew breath. His chest hurt. Everything hurt. He hadn't known he could be this tired. "Yeah," he said, voice a raw scrape, "and tell them the truth." His eyes flicked to Dumbledore and held. "Voldemort's gone. The other," he swallowed. "Etheros, it's over. And I'm normal now." The last words made his throat tight in a way that had nothing to do with dust. Dumbledore's chin trembled once. He nodded. "Yes," he said. "No more secrets." His voice steadied. "The world will hear what happened from us as it happened. No embroideri." Ron and Hermione got their arms under Harry and helped him sit. His back screamed about it. His head swam. He took it slow. The three of them ended up pressed in close, foreheads almost touching in a knot that had started in first year and never really loosened. Hermione's shoulders shook while she tried to apologize and scold at the same time. Ron kept saying, "You're mental," like it was the highest compliment he had. Harry tried to say sorry for scaring them and for the million other things that had been waiting behind his teeth for years. Hermione touched 2 fingers to his mouth. "Sho," she said, half laugh, half cry. "You can apologize later. Or never. I don't care." Ron huffed. "He'll do it anyway. He's got that saving people thing. It's incurable." Harry's laugh broke and turned into a cough and then back into a laugh. It hurt. Felt good. He leaned his head to the side until it touched Luna's temple. She hadn't stopped stroking his knuckles. She hadn't said much. She didn't need to. Something caught his eye. Where Etheros had faded, the air still held a shimmer. Not a glow. A drift, like dust in a sunbeam, except the particles were too regular and too steady. One mote did not fall with the air. It hung, turned, and drifted down as if choosing him. It looked like a single flake of gold leaf, no bigger than a fingernail, curling on one edge. 2 prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. Harry lifted his palm. The mote settled on his skin and didn't burn. It hummed once, like a chord struck soft, then went quiet. He felt it, not loud, not heavy, but there, a spark, finite, sleeping. He closed his fingers around it. Ron blinked. "What's that?" "Leftovers," Harry said, almost smiling. "I'll keep it, for when it matters." "Only for when it matters," Hermione said, which was what she would always say. Luna's eyes were on his hand. "It will wait," she said, certain. "It won't ask anything of you until you ask it." Dumbledore exhaled as if he'd been holding his lungs full for a minute too long. He stepped closer, still careful. "Let us get you out, Harry." "With help?" McGonagall added, recovering her voice. She swallowed hard and fixed herself. "Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, one at each side. Albus, take his other arm." Slowly. They moved him with more care than they'd used for the stone. Harry let them. He let himself lean. His legs nearly gave on the first attempt to stand. His knees stung. His back lit up. He did not fall because 4 hands were there before gravity could be. Ron took most of his weight on one side and pretended not to. Dumbledore took some on the other and didn't pretend anything. Hermione hovered at his shoulder and adjusted his arm where it needed adjusting. Luna stayed pressed against his ribs, steady as a wall. He looked once more at the ruined chamber. The marble scars, the broken serpent faces, the dark water line on the far wall. The silence. He let it go. They climbed. Steps that had been stairs and then a slope and then something like a ladder accepted being stairs again long enough to be useful. The tunnel blew cool air in their faces. It smelled like wet stone and old things. They took it slow. Harry's calves shook. He said nothing about it and neither did anyone else. The room kept his fist closed around the tiny warmth in his palm. They came up through Myrtle's bathroom into a school that had started to wake in full. The sky beyond the high windows was the blue-black of late night tipping toward morning. The beam had gone. The clouds it had torn were trying to knit themselves back together and not managing it yet. The castle settled in small creaks like an old ship at dock. Students had gathered in the corridors in clusters. The moment Harry's head and shoulders cleared the doorway, a hush fell that rolled outward like a wave. Harry squinted against the corridor torchlight. Cool air hit his face and made his skin sting. The breeze from the ruined window down the hall lifted hair off his forehead and set it back down. He felt it, all of it, the ache, the sting, the weight in his arms, the human drag of his breath. It was simple. It was everything. He shut his eyes for a second and listened. No chorus. No rush of futures elbowing past each other to be first in his skull. Just the beats of his heart, hard and regular, and the breaths of the friends holding him up. "Let's get you to Pomfrey," Ron said, practical and wrecked. "Then bed," Hermione added, wiping her face with the back of her hand and failing to look composed. "And food. And water. And quiet," Luna said, which he hadn't known he could want so much until she said it out loud. Dumbledore walked beside them and didn't try to speak over the corridor's eyes. He just put a hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed once. There was pride in it. There was apology. There was also something like relief that had nothing to do with politics. Step by step, they moved down the corridor. Each footfall was a small shock in Harry's ankles, a small ache in his knees, a reminder. Each step said alive. He leaned more weight into Luna as they turned. She shifted to take it without comment and slid her arm through his. He let his head tip until it brushed hers. She hummed, a note he felt in his chest. They reached the main doors and walked out into the pre-dawn light. The air outside carried damp and grass and a cold that bit skin and made lungs sting in a clean way. The sky held a cut down the middle where the beam had gone and the first hint of pink at the edge of the world. Harry stopped on the stone steps. He shut his eyes. The room let the breeze touch his face. Sleep counted 3 heartbeats. 4, 5, each one steady, human, ordinary. He had given up infinity. He had his world back. Chapter 13. The Embrace of Mortality. Hogwarts woke to the truth. By mid-morning on the first day after the light, Dumbledore gathered the school in the Great Hall. Banners hung straight and still, as if the castle itself didn't want to fidget. The marble floor was clean again, but not perfect. A hairline crack ran toward the dais like a reminder that even magic had its limits. Dumbledore didn't raise his arms. He didn't boom his voice. The room just stood at the lectern, blue eyes red-rimmed, and spoke plainly. "Many of you saw the sky," he said. "Many of you felt the castle shudder. You deserve what you were seldom given in the past. The truth. Harry Potter possessed power beyond our understanding. He chose to lay it down. There is no enemy under our feet. There is no savior above our heads. There is a boy," he had to stop and swallow. "There is a young man in our hospital wing who chose to be one of us when he could have been anything else. The danger is past. Your lives, our lives, belong to us again." The reaction rolled around the hall in waves, gasps, whispers, a few shaky claps that turned into many, then into a standing, stomping roar that made the cutlery rattle. Not everyone believed him. Some faces pinched as if the notion of no longer being afraid was itself frightening. But most people looked relieved. Some looked proud. Some cried and didn't hide it. Up at the Ravenclaw table, Luna brushed her fingertips against the wood and closed her eyes for a heartbeat, as if thanking the table for being solid. Madame Pomfrey didn't whisper when she scolded. "You will not be dramatic in my ward, Mr. Potter," she said, tucking the blanket under his elbow as if he were 6. "You will drink these 3 in this order, and you will sleep when you are told." Harry eyed the vials. "What do they do?" "Pain relief, bone knitting, and common sense," she said crisply. "The last one is experimental. Don't make me increase the dose." His ribs hurt when he laughed. That was new. That was wonderful. The first swallow stung. The second tasted like old mint and chalk. The third was just water. Pomfrey's wand skimmed his chest. She nodded at the faint readout that only she could see. Bruised ribs, not broken. Cuts along the left flank. Dehydration. Magical exhaustion, which is no longer the spectacularly dangerous kind and therefore my favorite kind. She wrote on a clipboard with a quick scratch of quill. "Rest. Fluids. No heroics. Next." "Next," Harry said. The ward doors banged softly. Hermione marched in with a stack of books and a glare. Ron followed with a paper bag that smelled like sugar and joy. Luna slipped in behind them with a folded magazine under her arm and a small, private smile. Hermione set the books on the bedside table and began rearranging pillows with surgical precision. "You need to rest properly," she said, already plumping the nearest pillow. "Head elevated. Don't twist. Sip slowly. Small sips. Ron, small sips of water." Harry tilted his head at Ron. "She sounds like Mrs. Weasley." Ron held up both hands. "I never said that. I'm not suicidal." He pulled the bag open and dumped out a small hill of honeydukes. "Brought you chocolate frogs, mate. The good kind. Also 3 fizzing Whizbees, 5 peppermint toads, and a thing that's either a sweet or a prank George invented, so we'll find out." "We will not find out," Pomfrey snapped from behind the curtain as if she were an omniscient bat. "No fizzing in my ward." Ron made the same face he'd made at Slughorn's table when told to limit pudding. Then he grinned. Then, starting today you're on the no cosmic worries diet. Heavy on sugar, light on omniscience." "Sounds balanced," Harry said. He reached for water. His hand shook a little. Luna quietly took the glass first, sat on the edge of the bed, and guided it to his mouth. He tried not to look at her too long in case he forgot to drink. They didn't talk about beams of light. They didn't talk about Etheros. They talked about Quidditch and who'd win the House Cup. Ravenclaw had a chance if Hufflepuff thrashed Slytherin on Saturday, and whether Fred and George's new shop extension counted as educational if you learned to decurse your eyebrows after stepping inside. By late afternoon, they'd smuggled in a pack of exploding snap cards and Pomfrey had muttered, 10 minutes, and then pretended not to notice the smoke. Ron dealt. "Loser has to revise arithmancy with Hermione," he said, eyes wicked. "Ron," Hermione said without looking up, "I will throw you out of this ward." "You can't. Madame Pomfrey's the only one with the power." "Try me." Harry matched a 7 with a 7 and the cards gave a polite pop. He jumped a little. Hermione's face softened for half a second and then she leaned in, determined. "We're going to revise anyway. Newts are in 4 weeks. Even if a person, hypothetically, has saved all known reality, he still needs to sit his exams." "Harsh," Ron said. "Truly harsh." "It's nice," Harry murmured, surprising himself, being told off for ordinary things. They played until Pomfrey cleared her throat and the deck flared on its own in indignation. Hermione tucked blankets up to his chin. Ron smuggled the bag of sweets into Harry's bedside drawer with all the subtlety of a man hiding a dragon. Luna slid the magazine onto the table, turned the lamp down, and stayed. The ward dimmed. Curtains breathed in the soft draft from high windows. Footsteps faded. When the castle settled, Luna drew her feet up onto the mattress and sat sideways with her back against Harry's shoulder. Their fingers found each other and interlaced like a habit they'd practiced for years. "What are you reading?" he asked. The Quibbler has an excellent piece on why crumplehorn snorkaks are very bad at chess, she said. But I thought maybe… this? She held up a slim, battered book, The Wind in the Willows, and didn't explain why. She didn't have to. Yeah, Harry said. His eyes were already heavy. Please. She read in a soft, even voice. Mole made brave decisions and Rat worried and teased him for trying to be brave alone. Toad did something daft and was loved enough to be told off properly. Harry's lids drooped. He woke twice to hear her still reading, once to feel her hand move absently through his hair, once to the quietest laugh when Badger said something dry and kind. The room fell asleep without dreaming. When he woke near midnight, Luna had put the book aside and was watching him in the dim with the kind of attention that didn't ask anything back. "Hi," he said, voice rough. "Hi," she said. He swallowed. The words came out before he could pretend not to think them. "Without my powers, I'm just ordinary," he said. "Not the chosen one. Not anything. Just a bloke who likes treacle tart and hates homework." Luna's mouth shaped into that small half-smile that was gentle without being pitying. She lifted a hand and cupped his cheek with cool fingers. "You've always been just Harry to me," she said simply. "That's who I love." Something in his chest opened like a window. He didn't cry. The room didn't laugh. Sleep leaned forward and kissed her, slow and careful, and felt her breath catch against his mouth. Her hand slid to the back of his neck. For a second the world snapped into the simplest possible picture. The scratch of hospital sheets against his arm, the faint taste of peppermint toads on his tongue, the warm weight of her knee touching his hip, the soft, stupid joy of kissing someone he didn't have to save. They broke apart. She rested her forehead against his. "Sleep," she whispered. "I thought I would never say this," he murmured, eyes closing again. "But I'm glad Madame Pomfrey banned fizzing." The next days passed in a rhythm Harry had never known. Potions, naps, friends, cards, homework he didn't dread because it was just homework. Pain that came and went and meant healing, not warning. He walked the length of the ward and back on day 3. The room made it to the window on day 4 and stood long enough to watch rain skitter down the panes. By day 5 he could almost laugh without wincing. Almost. On the evening of day 5, Dumbledore came to resign. He didn't announce it. The room slipped through the door like another patient hoping not to be seen. He'd shaved badly. The lines around his mouth looked deeper. He waited until Hermione and Ron had gone to fetch more tea and Luna had slipped away for prefect rounds. "Harry," he said. He took the chair at the bedside and didn't conjure a new one or make a speech. "I have tendered my resignation to the Board of Governors." Harry blinked. "What?" "I was entrusted with your childhood and failed to shield it from fear," Dumbledore said. "I was entrusted with this school and let my dread of what you could become distract me from what you were. Others may disagree on the particulars. I don't." He folded his hands and stared at them as if they were hands he didn't recognize. "Hogwarts deserves someone whose judgment hasn't been shaped by the shadow of his own mistakes." Harry sat up a little, ignored the twinge. "And where does that leave the rest of us? Starting over each time any of us messes up." Dumbledore looked up. Harry held his gaze. "No games. No chessboard." "You believed in me at the end," Harry said, quiet. "You told the truth in the hall. You came down to the chamber. You didn't try to control what I did when it mattered. That counts." "It doesn't erase." "It doesn't have to," Harry cut in softer. "You're fallible. So am I. So is everyone. Stay at least for a while. Not as a general. As a headmaster. Teach us. Let us be students, not soldiers." Dumbledore's breath hitched in that way Harry had heard exactly once, when Sirius fell, and he looked away fast as if he didn't trust his face. When he mastered it and faced Harry again, his eyes were wet and unashamed. He reached out and put a hand on Harry's shoulder, light, as if testing whether he had the right. "You are," Dumbledore said thickly, "the very best of us, Harry." Harry swallowed. "Thank you," he said, "for believing in me at the end." Dumbledore nodded, once with relief that looked like pain letting go. "I will withdraw my letter," he said, "and I will try to be worthy of the second chance you've offered me." "Good," Harry said, "because McGonagall would make a terrifying headmistress." The corner of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. "Mr. Potter, your fear is well placed." They both laughed then, short and real, and Dumbledore left with his shoulders a little less bowed. The world beyond the castle moved on Harry's periphery like weather. The Daily Prophet ran straight, reporting for once, light over Hogwarts. Headmaster speaks, and then an editorial under a pseudonym that fooled no one who'd ever been scolded in a library. Artemis Quill wrote, in crisp lines, that wizard kind must stop waiting for easy answers and start doing the hard work of being decent. "It's not that clever a name," Ron said at breakfast, tapping the masthead. "Artemis Quill. Might as well have signed it, definitely not Hermione Granger." Hermione sniffed. "Anonymous arguments stand on their merits." "They do," Harry said, grinning. "Yours does." She tried very hard not to glow and failed. Ministry officials resigned without being told to. Others were told. Kingsley Shacklebolt's name came up often and respectfully. A statement from the Wisengamot admitted a grievous error in judgment, and pledged reforms on consent, magical ethics, and oversight. International owls arrived in thick bundles on Dumbledore's desk and left in thinner, clearer stacks. People argued in pubs about whether Harry had done the right thing and ended up arguing, to Harry's quiet satisfaction, about wages, wands, and schools instead. If strangers stared a little when he limped through a corridor on day 6, they didn't back away. A Hufflepuff first year stopped dead, dropped her bag, and blurted, "Thank you," in a rush that turned into panicked silence. Harry smiled and said, "Do you need help picking that up?" And she nodded so hard her hair smacked her cheeks. By the end of the week, Madame Pomfrey declared him fit enough to sleep in his own bed, provided he did not attempt anything more strenuous than sitting his exams. "Good," Ron said, hauling Harry's trunk with unnecessary flair, "because my strenuous thing quota is full." "Studying is strenuous," Hermione said. "Not the way I do it." They settled into something that looked like normal life. Harry did charms revision and discovered the satisfaction of getting a tricky movement right after 15 minutes of trying and failing. He and Ron argued about Chudley Cannon's prospects as if there had never been anything else to argue about. Hermione built color-coded revision schedules and pretended not to stare at the Black Lake too long. Luna turned up with a book and a blanket, and they sat by the window, ankles touching, saying nothing at all because nothing at all was sometimes perfect. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. One late night, with the ward's quiet replaced by the Ravenclaw common room's low hum, Luna looked up from her book and said, "How's your hand?" Harry opened his palm. The little golden fleck lay where it always did when he called it, weightless, warm, silent. "Sleeping," he said. He closed his fingers again. "I'll keep it until it matters." "It will matter once," Luna said softly. "Only once. That's what makes it special." He leaned his head against hers and believed her without needing to know when. Graduation arrived as if someone had said now, and the whole castle obeyed. The Great Hall wore every house's colors at once. The enchanted ceiling shone a clear June blue streaked with lazy clouds. The long tables had been turned into rows of chairs that creaked when nervous 17-year-olds shifted. Harry stood in formal robes over Ravenclaw blue, tugged his sleeves straight, and caught himself tapping his foot. "I can't believe I'm nervous about graduation," he said, half laughing. "After everything." "That's delightfully mundane," Luna said, smoothing a wrinkle in his cuff as if it were the most important thing in the world. "Don't trip," Ron muttered. "If you trip, Mum will tell the story until we're 50. "Ron," Hermione said, affectionate and exasperated in the same breath. "Honestly." Names were called. People clapped until hands hurt. McGonagall's lips pressed tight, then wobbled, then pressed tight again. When Harry Potter rang out, The hall rose as if yanked by a string. He didn't see individuals, only color and faces and movement. The room didn't feel watched like something rare. Sleep felt seen like someone loved. He walked without tripping. The room took the certificate from Professor Flitwick, who was openly crying and trying to pretend he wasn't. McGonagall took off her glasses to dab her eyes and forgot to put them back on for the next 3 names. Dumbledore stood to one side, hands folded, pride quiet and unshowy. Harry sat down again next to Luna, heart banging like a drum. Ron leaned over. Didn't fall. Nailed it. Hermione whispered, "I'm proud of you." And if her voice shook, no one mentioned it. After the ceremony, the hall bloomed into noise. Parents crowded. Professors shook hands. Someone's gran hugged everyone within reach. Harry slipped out with Ron, Hermione, and Luna, dodged a pair of enthusiastic twins by luck rather than skill, and headed for the cool air by the front steps. "Lake," Ron said. "Lake," Hermione agreed, already steering them left. 2 prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. They picked their way down to the shore. The grass had that evening sweetness it got in June. The water lay still as if listening. The moon rode low and silver, throwing a path across the surface that pointed, as always, to the other side. They sat where they always sat, Ron cross-legged, talking with his hands. Hermione with her knees hugged up, cardigan pulled tight even though it wasn't cold. Luna leaning into Harry's side, her fingers finding the space between his and twining there as if the space were meant for it. Harry stretched his legs out and let his toes find the damp, cool blades. "Right," Ron said, already animated. "Tomorrow we go to the burrow and Mum will put out a table for 12 even though there are 6 of us. You, mate, will be forced to have seconds and then thirds and then just a bite more because you're all skin and bones." "I'm fine," Harry said, amused. "You're never fine. You're always nearly fine. We fixed that." Hermione rolled her eyes fondly. "And then we're going to see my parents," she said, turning to Harry. "You promised. As a Muggle, you'll finally get to properly enjoy a television show with me." "A television show?" Harry said, mock scandalized. "I thought those were dark artifacts." "Only when Ron touches the remote," Hermione said, straight-faced. "I pressed one button and the shouting people went tiny," Ron said, affronted. "How is that my fault?" "It is always your fault with buttons," Harry said, and Ron threw a pebble at his ankle without heat. They talked in circles, as if rehearsing their own ordinary future. Jobs. Maybe healer training for Hermione, maybe Aura work for Ron. If I pass potions, which is not guaranteed. Maybe something quiet for Harry that had nothing to do with saving anything. Flying, maybe, or helping Hagrid with magical creatures that weren't trying to eat him. Maybe just time. Summer days that weren't packed with schemes. Evenings that ended because they were sleepy, not because they'd fought for their lives. After a while, the words thinned on their own. The 4 of them watched the moon's reflection shiver once and then settle. The night breathed around them. Soft wind off the water, a late owl, distant laughter from the castle. Harry looked at them one at a time and swallowed around a knot that wasn't pain. "Thank you," he said. He didn't pitch it as a speech. Felt too sacred for performances. For everything. For staying when I didn't know how to be with anyone. For pulling me back when I was going to disappear into myself. For believing me at the end. For now. Ron snorted and rubbed at his nose with his sleeve. "Rough. We're just glad you're here, mate." "Always," Hermione said, quietly fierce. Luna squeezed his hand. "You didn't go anywhere I couldn't follow." He laughed once, helpless and small, and then leaned forward and hauled them all in. The group hug was messy. Ron's elbow dug into his side and made him wheeze. Hermione's hair got in his mouth. Luna ended up half across his lap because the ground sloped. Harry's eyes stung anyway. Moonlight made the wet on his cheek shine, and he let it. They stood after a minute and linked up without discussing how. Ron slung an arm around Harry's shoulders. Hermione threaded her fingers through theirs. Luna rested her head on Harry's other shoulder and exhaled contentment. I'm going to say it out loud so I don't forget, Harry said, voice low. I promise to live well, to cherish every day, to never take ordinary things for granted. Okay, Ron said, blunt and moved. Okay, Hermione echoed. Luna didn't say okay. She said, I know. Across the lake, a bright shape cut from the dark. Fawkes glided low, wings hardly moving, and let out a single, clear note that touched the water and seemed to travel through it. The sound wasn't loud. It was clean. It felt like a door closing gently and a window opening wide. Two prefects traded a look that wasn't friendly. Word would get around. Harry looked up. For a breath they regarded each other, boy and bird. Fawkes dipped one wing, as if in salute, and climbed until he vanished beyond the black edge of the forest. Goodbye, Harry murmured, not sad. They walked back when the chill started to creep into sleeves. Laughter trailed behind them in fits and starts, not the barking kind from bravado but the soft kind that comes from being tired and safe. At the rise before the door, Harry paused. 1 second, he said. They stopped with him. He kicked his shoes off and stepped into the grass barefoot. The blades were cool and slightly wet. The earth gave just enough to answer his weight. Luna's hand found his again and squeezed once. He squeezed back. He shut his eyes. The room listened to the ordinary thud of a very human heartbeat. Sleep breathed in green and stone and the faint smoke of torches someone had just snuffed inside the hall. He smiled. Come on, he said, opening his eyes. Bed. We've got revision in the morning. Ron groaned and swore under his breath. Hermione elbowed him and grinned. Luna tipped her head, content. They went in together, mortal, fallible, gloriously alive.